This guy was unlucky enough to get caught in heavy rain. Moreover, the gods needed something from him, so they sent lightning at him. And here he is, sitting at an interview, lying in order to get accepted. Representatives ask him more and more questions. And then comes the moment when Mr. Udamok is asked why he chose this particular company. At this point, the guy became nervous. He didn't expect such a question. Since he did not indicate anything about his talents and characteristics, the representatives asked him directly why he was wasting their time. This is where Udamok didn't understand what they were talking about. But this careless representative asked again why such a slacker decided that he would be taken into such a large company. Then the guy swore that the laws of their country oblige the untalented to look for work. The representative clutched his trouser leg, displeased to hear about this law again. After the world learned about the dungeon, people discovered unprecedented potential within themselves. They called it talent, and it led to a sharp leap in civilization. Some people called it a blessing for humanity, and Udamok himself believed it until he realized that he had no talent. And then the company representative said that untalented people are of no use to them. Does this guy really have no conscience to try himself at an interview? Udamok exhaled heavily and asked if the representatives were aware that they were discriminating. Here the man stopped short and asked what the guy wanted to say by this. And then he started shouting that they were tired of talentless fools like Udamok. Does he even understand where he is and what he's allowing himself to do? Then the guy asked, is it really a crime to hope for the best? And then he looked menacingly at the representatives who were in front of him. He ordered them to apologize to them for the insult. Then the man smiled and said that it was the guy who needed to apologize for wasting his time. Udamok stood up, realizing that they were not going to apologize. And then he menacingly took a dictaphone out of his pocket, saying that he had recorded everything. There was both obvious discrimination against the untalented and recognition of the posting of non-existent vacancies. At this point, the agitated representative chuckled nervously and suggested defusing the situation. But Udamok, ignoring the bustling men, stood up and moved towards the exit. They were all ready to apologize, almost on their knees. But Udamok turned around and said he would see what the Human Rights Commission said. She will definitely react to everything that the frightened representatives said. The guy didn't want to talk to them anymore and left the building. He was angry. Well, he has no talent, but that doesn't mean he has no pride. Here he received a notification that his request to the Human Rights Commission had been reviewed. He was about to read the answer when he heard a strange sound under his feet. It turned out that he had stepped on chewing gum, which really pissed the guy off. Overwhelmed by emotions, he began to trample her and complain about life. But suddenly, he was cooled by water flying straight into his face. He didn't have time to understand what had happened, but he heard the workers' apologies from the bushes. They were watering the flowers and did not notice the man behind the green bushes. There was nothing to do, and it was useless to get angry. This day was terrible. Towards evening, Udamok reached his home. He went downstairs and opened the front door. Then he went to the window, which was covered with bars. This made him upset again, as the local alcoholics had trashed the entire window. While cleaning up after them, Udamok called his mother and asked how she was doing and how they were feeding her in the hospital. But the mother only apologized because she was sure that all of her son's troubles were because of her. If only his uncle had returned her money, everything would have been different. But Udamok didn't even want to hear about him. Mom replied that this was not possible, but the guy said that his uncle would never repay the debt and had probably already fled abroad. But then Udamok stopped short and said that he was not angry, apologizing for yelling. He told his mother not to worry because she knows him well. He has a higher education and a good resume, so he shouldn't worry about hospital bills and should rest. Damek himself claimed that everything was fine with him, even though it was a lie. After calling his mother, he went upstairs again. He had a pack of already smoked cigars with him. Now they were his only joy in life. But as soon as he brought the lighter up, it started to rain. The paper got soaked, and it was no longer possible to set it on fire. He couldn't stand this setup from Damek and threw the lighter aside. Then he raised his head to the sky and turned to the Almighty, because at least this could not be taken away from him. He was already living with the last of his strength. Why is he always against him? Why does he have so many difficulties? Damek himself didn't care whether God existed, but he didn't want to live like that. He was not to blame for all this, and someone must be held responsible for it. Therefore, Damek decided to pour out all his anger on the Almighty, and then something strange happened. A huge bolt of lightning appeared in the sky, but the boy continued to scream. Maybe that's why that flash of light was heading towards him. Lightning struck the guy with all its force. He was sure that this was the end of his worthless life. He will remain lying in this puddle, so what will happen to his mother then? Only she did not let him close his eyes forever. And when he opened them again, he didn't understand what had happened. The first thing he saw was the blue sky. It was too bright around, and Damok was still lying in that puddle. The rain stopped, but the guy couldn't check if he was alive. Standing up, he suddenly saw a system notification that there was a new vacancy. It glowed too brightly, and Damok had never seen anything like it before. He didn't understand what it was, but it meant that the gods were waiting for him. Without understanding anything, Damok went home again. The rain began to fall again, seeping through the bars on the window. A guy with a towel on his head sat and thought about the existence of God. Damok was struck by lightning for insulting God, although he was not even sure of his existence. But usually people die after being struck by lightning, but on Damok there was not a scratch from heaven's punishment. If anything has changed, it's the appearance of a strange notification. Usually this is what people who have talent see. It's a window. Did lightning really see talent in the boy? Damok decided to check this and called the window. However, the notification did not change and continued to hover in the air. But if this is not a window, then what is it? After all, it looks like a notice of search for a part-time worker. But suddenly it began to glow much brighter. This meant that Damok was right. The notification gave out a variety of job options. The guy couldn't believe that this was actually a part-time job. In real life, as here, his lot is only a part-time job. So he sighed in disappointment again, but tried to think positively. He has nothing to lose, so it is better to seize this opportunity. But it turned out to be a part-time job for the gods, where there was even sorting by world. Then he decided to see what they were offering him. But then, a notification popped up that Damok did not have enough divine power. Divine power is the common name for the power used by the gods. Damok was disappointed again. He didn't even have talent. What kind of divine power could he have? But the guy at the same time didn't have a bad feeling, and maybe this really is a chance. What if he changes his life like that? In any case, it's worth a try. The gods. Jobs tab was reminiscent of Headhunter. However, there were vacancies where divine power was not required. For example, the task, creating Midgard dungeons. It was a day job, although not difficult, but the gods considered were of a lower level. Damok thought with fear that he needed to create those very same dungeons teeming with monsters. It turns out that the gods created the dungeons, but it was hard to believe. The salary for such work was 12 tori per day. It was an unfamiliar currency to the boy, and he wondered how much it was in their money. In any case, the currency of the gods should be worth its weight in gold, so it's worth responding. Deciding not to waste time, Damok pressed the button and was transported to another world. His teleportation was not the most pleasant. It was as if he had fallen from the sky along with lightning, but this time it didn't hurt too much. The guy was even able to land on his feet. Opening his eyes, he decided to figure out where he was. Damok didn't understand how he ended up here because everything around him was unfamiliar. He had never seen anything like this in his life and thought it was a dream. But he didn't have to think for long as he heard a roar from behind. It felt like someone was sneaking up on him with big claws. Damok turned around, not expecting to see a real monster. A huge creature with sharp fangs and a large mouth was flying straight at him. It looked a bit like a dog, but a very strange one. The sight of her alone was enough to make Damok scream and cover himself with his hands. But then someone grabbed the monster in midair, right by the neck. Someone's huge hand just saved Damok from a monster. However, the huge man looked even more menacing, laughing and asking the dog where his manners were. And suddenly, these terrible eyes stared straight at Damok. He was horrified when the man menacingly called him a newbie. And then the giant smiled and said hello, introducing himself as the son of Odin, the god of thunder and lightning, Thor. Damok knew about the gods of Norse mythology, but he flinched in horror when Thor placed his hand on his shoulder. Then he grabbed the guy by the scruff of the neck, noticing that he was as light as a feather, and added that they had a lot of work to do. The big guy with the shaggy beard decided to talk to Damok on the go. In his hand, he held the real hammer Mjolnir, Thor's main weapon. Damok still could not believe that a real god was standing before him. Suddenly, Thor turned to the boy and said that, judging by his appearance, he was one of the gods of the East. This surprised Damok, but why does Thor think the guy is a god? The gods look completely different. It is not always clear what kind of gods they are, but it is clear from them that they are definitely not people. Damok seems to be the only person here, which is strange. So he decided to answer that he was the keeper of one small mountain. Thor chuckled and said that Damok was a god of the mountain. Such gods often help people in trouble, and Thor liked that. But what seemed strange to God was that mountains seemed to be very imbued with human nature. It was noticeable from the guy's appearance. But he did not lose his composure and said that he often descends into the world of people to find out how to help them. Thor noticed that the guy cared a lot about people, but was he really okay with that? Because now his job is to create places where people suffer. Damok smiled nervously and said that he knew everything. Then Thor asked the boy if he knew about the Minotaur's labyrinth. And when he answered positively, God said that then everything should be clear. Only Damok didn't understand anything yet. However, suddenly he saw a strange light. Suddenly birds flew out to meet him, and they flew over the new dungeon that appeared in front of the guy. It was the labyrinth of the Minotaur that was taken as the basis for it. So now Damok will have to build this dungeon together with the gods. The guy, who still didn't understand much, fell silent in surprise. He was walking through the dungeon and looking around when one of the workers called him, adding that they had a lot of work to do. Tearing his gaze away from the huge gates, the guy headed towards the construction site. He gave it his all and helped all sectors. During lunch, he was ready to help without even finishing chewing. The workers didn't have time to give out assignments before Damok was already ready to carry them out. He worked hard, for which he received the care of his colleagues, who advised him to be careful and not fall anywhere. But Damok smiled and asked that even if he fell, please let them get him out. The day passed quickly, and the foreman said that was all for today. Then he asked the guy how the work was, but he, stretching his shoulder, replied that it was just physical work. The foreman said that we could go to the cart and catch our breath, and then drive to the next point. While the huge monster was pulling the cart, the god asked the boy, "Are all the people in the East really such enthusiasts?" The guy replied that it all depended on character, but everyone had already praised him for such zeal. Damok even became embarrassed and even began to be proud of his 200% communication skills. He doesn't even need talent for this because communication with the gods will bring much more benefit. Suddenly, the foreman stood up and said that it was time for them to leave and continue on foot. If they trust the monster carrying them, it will destroy all the mines. At first, Damok ignored this, but during work, the foreman abruptly stopped him. The guy almost stepped on the symbol that meant there was a mine in that place. There were still a whole lot of them, and when Damok found out about this, he breathed a sigh of relief. The foreman was surprised that the guy had never seen such mines. Well, then it would teach him a lesson. He himself must know that lately the higher gods have been requiring people to pass some sort of entrance examination before hiring them. While the lower level, like the guy and the foreman, is not supposed to do this, so they do this kind of work. The dungeons are constantly being built, so they always have a lot of work. Just now, workers came out of a recently built dungeon. They started creating the room a couple of minutes ago, and it seems like they're already finished. Damok entered this room and was incredibly surprised since it is almost impossible to build this in a couple of minutes. The guy didn't understand how such a giant could be built at all. However, he couldn't give himself away, so Damok simply placed the box on the orders of the foreman. It had that something that made this place a real challenge. When the foreman opened the box, the boy also looked inside. There was an ordinary round stone, but the foreman said it was a hoax. Real spiders will emerge from this ordinary stone. Once they all hatch, this place will be a real headache. Suddenly, Damok looked into another box and asked, what kind of monster was there? The foreman replied that it was a lizard man, but the guy was surprised by the transparent part on his neck. The monster was sleeping, so Damok decided to check and touch his neck. But the foreman stopped him and said that he was not ready yet, and this was his vital point. The guy didn't know this, but they still went to the next room where the goblins were hiding. Those who make it this far will essentially be at the finish line. Suddenly, in addition to the coolness, Damok felt a strange presence nearby. He turned around and saw the outline of a terrible monster in the darkness. It was a goblin, but he seemed to be dozing with his eyes closed. Suddenly, his eyes opened wide and looked aggressively at Damok, and then the monster jumped up and pounced on the frightened guy. In horror, he jumped back and fell, but the goblin suddenly stopped and began to laugh. The foreman laughed too, explaining that the monster was just playing the fool. But when the construction is finished, it will be a completely different matter because goblins are very intelligent creatures. In fact, they are very difficult to deal with, which the guy completely agreed with. And finally, he and the foreman reached the end of the labyrinth. It was here that the huge, majestic gates were located. Behind them was the main boss of the dungeon, the Minotaur. Suddenly, the boy heard the familiar, majestic voice of Thor behind him. The pleased god told Mountain that everyone was praising him here, but the boy replied that everything was fine thanks to the god's care. Thor thoughtfully said that the guy spoke beautifully and asked if they had already quartered all the monsters. The foreman replied that he was the last one left, and Thor praised them for their work. In that case, the working day is over and Thor's hammer rises into the sky. It flashed with lightning and frightened Damok. The guy didn't understand what the hammer was for because it scared him a lot. But Thor smiled and said that Gad of the Mountain was a good man, and asked him to tell him next time what dungeons there were in the east. After which he hit the guy with a hammer and wished him a safe journey. So he teleported the frightened Damok back to his world. The guy was so scared that he covered his head with his hands and opened his eyes only after teleportation. Realizing that he was safe, Damok relaxed because he thought that Thor had decided to punish him for lying. But apparently he didn't understand that Damok was a simple man. And all this was real. It was not a dream or hallucination, but a real awakening. The guy's joy from this event knew no bounds. And then a new notification about salary payment arrived. The guy looked at the screen in fear and decided to check. With a trembling hand, he pressed the button of the god's shop. A second later, to the guy's surprise, the download began. In his arsenal was Odin's all-powerful spear, Gungnir, which never misses its target. Then came the Nemean lion armor, which neutralizes all physical damage. Next came Freya's necklace, which allowed her to travel between dimensions. It turned out that this really is a store of the gods. It also featured skills such as Thor's power, lightning strike, or the power of another god, Hephaestus, flame, or, for example, the power of the god Ares' destruction. Could the guy really have bought all this? Then he will be able to become a god in a human body. However, the guy's self-esteem cooled down with a fan nearby. Damok decided to turn it off and look into it in more detail. In any case, it meant a huge change in his life. However, he lacked divine power to purchase any of these skills. In principle, this was to be expected. Damok was used to being disappointed. The cheapest skill cost 70,000 Tors, which is insanely expensive. Damok didn't know what he could buy with his money. And suddenly he came across the Talents tab and was incredibly surprised. It turns out that talent can be bought. This news simply drove the guy crazy. It was the banal joy of the untalented, but how much does it cost? Looking at the price, the guy was surprised again when he saw the figure of 12 Tori. It was strange because the strength cost 70,000 and the SS-rank talent was only 12. However, judging by the comments, the gods saw no point in talents, so no one bought them. For Damok, this was simply blasphemy because you can get a high-ranking talent literally for free. Therefore, he took the SS-rank fencing talent without hesitation, because as a child he really liked playing with a sword. So there was no need to even think, Damok is buying them. Thus, the talent for fencing was successfully acquired. Damok couldn't even comprehend it for the first few seconds. He went out of his way to get at least an F-level talent, and he got this one so easily. The system congratulated the guy on his first purchase and said that only today they had a 1+1 promotion. So the guy gets a product of the same level as his purchase, which means another high skill. After looking at the options offered, the happy Damok chose the talent for fighting. Now he could use both of these skills. Well, suddenly the room started swimming before his eyes. The guy didn't even have time to understand what was happening. His body stopped obeying him. As a result, his hands ended up on the floor. Damok's whole body seemed to be aching from the inside. She said that this is how the body is strengthened to use talents. The first thing that happened was that the lung capacity increased. But the most painful thing was the increase in muscle strength. After a couple of minutes, the body enhancement was complete. Damok lost consciousness from the pain and saw his mother in a dream. She regretted and repeated that all her son's problems were because of her. Damok kept telling her not to worry and suddenly remembered that he had talent. At that moment, he woke up with a buzzing head and realized that he had dreamed of his mother. And then he thought with fear that it was all a dream. Not wanting to believe it, Damok immediately called for a window. The system immediately issued a notification indicating 2 of Damok's lower-level god skills. Seeing his status, the guy understood why he could work in the dungeons. Once untalented, now a god. Life is an unpredictable thing. Suddenly, a call from my mother appeared on the broken phone screen. The boy was about to tell him the good news, but his mother's voice asked him not to come to the hospital today. Surprised, Damok asked what happened, but his mother only repeated her request. Suddenly, the doctor intercepted the phone and addressed the guy as the guardian of Mrs. Cho Yunhui. The doctor reported that the situation was grave. He could not give details, but said that a dungeon had appeared next to the hospital. They couldn't get through to the guy for a long time, but he was no longer answering the doctor. Even though the doctor said that they don't allow visitors, the guy didn't even hear it. It was important for him to be close to his mother, even though there was already a military operation going on over the hospital. The military has surrounded the entire area on the ground and from the air. Journalists reported that there were signs of a dungeon everywhere. A soldier shouted into a loudspeaker that everyone needed to step back. But suddenly, a taxi stopped sharply near this place. Damak jumped out of it like a bullet and headed towards the hospital. However, the crowd of people didn't even let us know where to go. The confused guy couldn't understand what they were all doing there. And then Damak's A-rank concentration skill activated. He was able, as if through binoculars, to zoom in on the soldier shouting into the megaphone. The guy himself did not understand why he could see his face so well. And suddenly a voice reached his ears, saying that the government was binding all hunters. These were the worried voices of the military, doubting that the 8-star hunters could not cope. This time the dungeon is especially dangerous, but these sounds drowned out many other voices. My head was spinning from them. Is this really concentration, or is it a matter of new talents? But now there is no time to think. Damak had to go to the hospital. He pushed people aside and, reaching the military man, said that he needed to go through because his mother was there. But the military man replied that they were most likely dealing with a labyrinth, so no one should be allowed in. Suddenly, the clouds thickened sharply and peals of lightning appeared. The boy and everyone else looked up at the sky. A huge beam appeared from it, shooting into the ground. It hit right into a huge crowd of people who began to run away. Damak tried to resist the flow and put his hands forward. After the crowd dispersed, the guy was able to rise from the ground. He opened his eyes, trying to understand what was happening in the clouds of dust. But what he saw horrified him. It was a huge portal to another dimension. Looking at him, Damak immediately recognized the familiar outlines. In a commanding voice, he said that this was the very dungeon he had built, and now it was destroying everything around it, including the hospital. After a while, of course, everything returned to normal, and Damak was back at the construction site. The views here were simply magical. Until this moment, he still did not understand the full essence of this work. After all, on the day when the dungeon he was building opened, Damak was at a loss. He never thought he would see it so quickly. The main question is, why did it open here? Suddenly, the guy's eyes caught sight of a wounded man. He helped him up and they decided to run. But then, with the help of Damak's skills, he sensed something was wrong. The next second, he threw the man aside, and immediately a sharp knife was brought past them. It was more like a sword that got stuck in the wall. Suddenly, Damak heard a hoarse cough. Turning around, he saw a hunter who barely managed to utter the word run. The next second, he was struck by a huge monster. He pinned the man's body to the ground and headed towards Damak. He immediately recognized the monster as the already familiar lizard man. There were many of them, and the military opened fire on them. Some were destroyed, but most broke through. And suddenly, one of the soldiers ordered a ceasefire, noticing a civilian behind the car. It was Damak, towards whom another lizard was running. He moved very fast and his strength was enormous. The frightened guy had no chance to survive. But suddenly, the concentration skill was activated. Thanks to him, time seemed to slow down. Damak opened his eyes and began to carefully watch the sword flying towards him. It seemed that he should have already caught up with Damak. It seemed to slow down, but continued to fly. The lizardman also seemed to slow down. Time stretched out like chewing gum. Damak raised his hands just as the weapon was about to reach his face. But the guy didn't lose his head and stretched his hands out in front of him when the sword was too close. And then, without expecting it, he intercepted the sword in flight. Damak stared at the sword in his hand, not believing his eyes. The sword fell to the ground from shock because the guy could not realize that he had caught the sword. And then, out of the corner of his eye, Damak noticed an approaching monster. He was no longer aimed at the guy, but at the wounded man nearby. He wouldn't be able to protect himself, even though Damak tried to warn him. Everything flashed through the guy's head in a second. He stood up abruptly and rushed at the lizardman. Even though he was scared, his emotions got the better of him. And Damak grabbed the monster and killed him. The soldiers stopped firing when they noticed the civilian, although some thought he was a hunter. But even if that was the case, he didn't even have armor on and was surrounded by monsters. Damak had acted on emotions at the time, but now he didn't understand what to do next. One of the monsters attacked him, and Damak almost died of horror. But then the concentration skill activated, and the guy sharply dodged. It was as if the body did it itself, acting reflexively. But the lizard did not stop and continued the attack. But Damak was able to dodge 2 blows in a row, as if he had drunk 100 cups of coffee. He saw every move of the enemy too clearly, so it would be possible to begin the attack. As the monster swung again, Damak rushed forward. He swung his fist with all his might, after which he activated the battle skill and began to strike the monsters. They were of enormous strength and pushed the lizards aside. Damak himself couldn't believe what he had achieved. Blow after blow neutralized the enemies. In the end, only 2 lizards remained. They stood, surrounding the guy on both sides. One of them decided to attack first and rushed at the guy. but he easily dodged it again, bending down, after which I waited for the right moment and found the right point. Then he turned sharply and rushed to attack. Turning around, Damak kicked the monster in its weak spot, and immediately after that, a second monster attacked him. He dragged his sharp blade along the ground. It sparkled from the speed of the lizard's movement, and the monster swung and hit the guy with his sword. He thought he had hit the target, when suddenly he felt the blade hit the asphalt. Raising his muzzle, the lizard noticed Damak hovering above him in a jump. But it was too late. The guy landed and pinned the lizard to the ground with a kick. The military personnel who watched this battle were shocked. One of them could only say that it was impossible, because that guy had just taken out the lizards with his bare hands. And suddenly, a powerful figure of a man appeared behind the military. He turned to the guy and asked what guild he was from. Damak turned around and saw a familiar face in front of him. The man said that he had seen the guy somewhere too, and he was clearly good-looking. It was Namgung Duk, the head of the Sangung Guild. He thought that Damak was a hunter working alone, and the guy didn't argue. After shaking hands, Namgung invited the guy to go with them to clear the dungeon. At first, Damak was surprised, but then he remembered that he was no longer an ordinary person. If the monsters are not stopped now, they will continue to appear. This means that the hospital where the boy's mother was being treated could have been damaged. My hands were shaking treacherously, but more likely from the onset of jitters. Clenching them into fists, Damak decided that this was a trivial matter. So I accepted Namgung's offer and went to clear the dungeon. At the very beginning, it seemed dark and creepy. Damak ran his hands along the walls to get his bearings. It was he who told us where to go. Namgung didn't trust the boy completely and ordered the others to be more careful. Damak saw and understood this, but he remembered all the moves because he had walked along them hundreds of times. Suddenly, he told Namgung to stop the squad, and then he added that he would lead from here. One of the guild members objected, telling his fellow freelancer to know his place. But the guy replied that there were traps and mines ahead, so he just warned. Namgung thanked them for their concern, but said that their transfer group had already taken care of everything. Damak smiled and picked up a stone from the ground, and then he threw it into a place that was definitely a trap. As soon as the stone touched that very spot, the trap was activated. Spears and swords immediately appeared from everywhere, striking the place. The squad was surprised, and Damak said that it seemed like the advance group had not yet been here. Then he pointed to one of the traps and said that it was activated under pressure, and the swords are cast from a special alloy that will pierce armor like foam. Then Namgung asked how the guy knew all this, but he hesitated. He couldn't say that he helped build it, so he replied that it was a secret. Without giving a sensible answer, the guy went on with the guild, and suddenly he stopped again, deciding to take the torch. Namgung asked what was wrong, but Damak was focused, and then he replied that things would get even more dangerous. Lighting the walls of the dungeon with a torch, the guy moved forward. Namgung and the guild became worried when they saw what was waiting for them ahead. What they saw looked impressive. In front of them was a huge gate with an image of a spider. When the guild members passed through them, they began to crush the spiders. One of them got his boots all dirty, and at this rate, they would all get dirty. But then the guild member replied that the web that is everywhere here is not only a connection, but also traps, and it is easier to burn everything. But that stranger said it, and it is unclear whether he can be trusted, but Damak said that he hears everything. He was even called a spy from another guild, but he had no time for gossip. In the next room, he unloaded a pile of spider eggs. But there is no point in this, since it would be easier to burn everything. The masked guild members, seeing the pile of cobwebs, supported the guy. They took torches and started burning everything. But suddenly, thanks to the skill of concentration, Damak heard a voice. He asked for help and salvation. Turning around, the guy noticed a man wrapped in a web. The guild members were ready to move on, but Damak stopped them. He added that it would not be possible to control the fire. There is definitely a person in this place, and the first thing the guy did was report it to the commander. Namgung said that signs of surviving people were found in the stone chamber. Right now, their priority is to save themselves, so they should refrain from long-range attacks. They don't know exactly what condition those people are in. But because the young man seems to know where they are, he will be in charge of the support group. This statement surprised Damak because he had never been a commander. And while everyone was talking, a female figure slipped through the crowd. Damak was trying to understand what was happening when suddenly a female voice called out to him. The girl said that thanks to Damak, they passed this place without losses. Not a single mine was set off, so they are all counting on him. Damak looked at the girl who extended her hand to him in bewilderment. The guy extended his hand in response, promising to do his best. The girl told him not to worry so much about the decrees. He can just tell them where the survivors are, and they can figure out the rest. This way, it will be easier for everyone, no matter what Damek thinks up. Seconds passed, and the guy asked to let go of his hand, but instead the girl asked a question. Did you, Damak, use a weapon? To which he replied that he had never tried it. Pulling his hand away, the girl advised him to have a sword, or better yet, two. And then, she turned around and said she was leaving. The guy found this behavior strange and mysterious. She even called him by name. But now she didn't need to think about that. The girl seemed to disappear when Namgung ordered the squad to take up positions. They moved forward and entered the next location. Damak and Namgung walked ahead, looking around carefully. One of the hunters noticed that it was very quiet around, but Namgung told him to be quiet and not to let his guard down. And then Damak suddenly shouted that something had happened from above. It was a huge spider hanging right above them. He attacked one of the hunters who was fearfully calling for help. It didn't take long to ask for her, as Namgung appeared instantly. He attacked the spider with his sword and damaged its limb. And then he stood up and ordered not to get lost, but to follow the plan. Now you need to get into a defensive position and avoid contact with the poison. Damak used concentration at this time and led the support group. His instinct led him deeper into the dark corridor. And then something caught the guy's attention. This turned out to be what he was looking for, so he had to call the others. It was here that the survivors were trapped in the web. Approaching them, Damak began to cut the web. The hunters did the same, helping the wounded to walk. But then, out of the darkness crawled those who clearly didn't like their prey being taken. There were too many spiders, but Damak shouted out that he knew a safe place, ordering them to run after him. Namgun, who saw this, began to be tormented by doubts. But now he had to repel another attack. The leader understood that Damak knew the passages and structure of the dungeon, and even where to look for survivors. This is probably a talent he himself has never heard of. On Damak's orders, the hunters evacuated the victims from the dungeon. When everyone was evacuated, they reported to the commander, who said that it was time to rest. But he would like to have a serious talk with Damak. Seeing the commander's close attention to the guy, the guild members began to whisper. Some of them even envied him, but they couldn't do anything about it. Taking into account 2 police hunters, a total of 10 were caught in the traps. Among them were members of their advance group. And if it weren't for Damak, they would have simply burned them all. That's why the guy has such talent, as if he built these dungeons himself. The guy's laughter at this point became hysterical. He suddenly said that he was not a god to build dungeons, but Namgung laughed and said that he was joking. The guy already thought he was screwed, so he quickly changed the subject, suggesting to gather everyone and continue. In this way, they reached the next huge gate. The hunter suggested that it was something from the Inca civilization. Damak replied that there were goblins there. This message relaxed the squad because they had already encountered goblins. Someone thought that there would already be a boss, and here there were only these scoundrels, but Damak was serious. He didn't know how to deal with these monsters and relied on his skills. And then he suddenly asked if he could go into the dungeon alone. One of the hunters pushed the guy aside and said that the newbies should stay away. But Namgung answered seriously that he didn't really want to send the boy there alone. But then Damak replied that they would have to listen to him, and trusting the guy's plan, Namgung agreed. One of the hunters who pushed the guy was furious because he was the one who was supposed to impress the chief. He can't let this fool steal his moment of glory. A plan had formed in the hunter's head, but the leader had already given the order to go forward. A huge empty hall opened up before them. It seemed like there was no one there. There was not a single sound to be heard in that corridor. But then Damak ordered to speak more quietly as he felt someone's presence. The hunter stopped short and stared at the young man through his mask with an irritating look. Therefore, without paying attention to his words, he continued to loudly joke with another hunter about the guy's cowardice. But then it became dark on all sides and the hunters decided to light torches. Damak shouted that this shouldn't be done, but the 2 hunters just laughed. They said they needed to see something to fight. And how could a coward like Damak call himself a hunter? Turning on his flashlight, the hunter advised Damak to stay behind. But the guy wasn't scared of the goblins, so he ordered everyone to fall down. Everyone, including the commander, obeyed him and fell to the floor. Only 2 disobedient hunters with flashlights continued to stand. They decided to go further because there was light at the end of the corridor. One of them, not noticing anything, said that the guy had scared them for nothing. He turned and told everyone to follow him, but then froze. He saw the second hunter, hit on all sides by arrows. A moment later, arrows began flying again from all sides. They completely amazed the hunter who was in the light. Seeing the 2 hunters destroyed, Namgung became worried. One of them had already fallen to the ground and the other was wheezing until he could stand. But the arrow struck him so hard that he was able to survive. Everyone suddenly panicked, but the commander ordered them to calm down. When everyone fell silent in horror, the man turned to Damok. He asked why goblins had such a reaction to light, and the guy replied that they only attack in the direction of light. Namgung asked why they didn't attack them right away. But Damok replied that the goblins were playing with their victims. They want to enjoy their fear of the dark, because you can't fight without seeing your opponent. But suddenly, Damok said that they could fight without light, so as not to suffer losses. Namgung asked if this was really possible, but Damok merely replied that they all simply needed to rely on him. He stood up and walked forward, sensing everyone in the room. Damok said he knew the hunters couldn't see anything and were nervous, but he promises to do his best for them, and they, in turn, should not move or make unnecessary sounds. Damok himself will give the command when this can be done. Then the guy closed his eyes and decided to concentrate. He activated the skill and sensed a bunch of goblins around him. For this he did not need sight, only feelings. The hunters did not see what was happening in the darkness. They, like the commander, heard only the sounds of the struggle. But then the guy said that you can turn on the flashlights while holding the last goblin above you. All the others were scattered around and defeated by one guy. Everyone around again began to wonder what kind of talent this young man had. These tricks look unreal, which made many people jealous. One of the hunters thought that in more time he would have also laid down all the goblins, but this fool was always in his way. Namgung said enthusiastically that it was the first time he saw a hunter like Damok. But he himself did not know how he managed to do this, so he replied that he was just lucky. Soon the squad reached the last point of the labyrinth, the dungeon of the Minotaur. They stood in front of a huge gate, behind which was the end of the labyrinth. And, as creepy as it may sound, it was the boss's room. The grandeur of this place amazed even the experienced Namgung Duke. Now they had to fight the dungeon boss. It was necessary to move on, so the door quietly opened. The light from outside penetrated into the dark room along with the squad. However, apart from this strip of light, nothing was visible. Some thought it was an ambush, but Damok said he was sure the boss was ahead. Suddenly, torches leading forward lit up. The door behind the hunters slammed shut, and ahead there was a high staircase at the top of which sat the Minotaur. He was the real owner of this dungeon. As Namgung expected, the monster looked impressive. Steam was coming from his nostrils and his gaze was aggressive, but the monster did not attack. Since he didn't intend to attack first, Namgung suggested that they study the room and come up with a strategy. But then Damok got a notification that he needed to sacrifice 5 victims to the Minotaur. And it seems like no one but the guy sees it. It seems like a trick, but to get out of here alive, you need to tell everyone about it. He approached Namgung, who was discussing the plan with the hunters, and said that he had information. Although the leader did not like the interruption, Damok found a good reason. This concerned the passage of the dungeon and could not be delayed. And so Damok and Namgung began to discuss something again in front of envious people. That same hunter was getting angrier and angrier because of the fool who was stealing all the attention. This time the hunter couldn't just stand there with his hands down, so he moved closer to the Minotaur, hiding behind the columns. Taking the crossbow, the hunter thought that he did not want to submit to stupid strategies. Now he will show all the cowards his F-rank shooting talent, one shot, and the promotion is in his pocket. However, it was difficult to aim, so the hunter came even closer. But he did not know that by taking this step he had crossed the line. But Damok immediately sensed something was wrong and stared ahead. Seeing the hunter approaching the Minotaur, the boy shouted at him to stop. He stared at the annoying newcomer with displeasure and an evil smile. And then he shouted that he would not stand by while Damok took all the glory for himself. He will finish off the Minotaur himself with his crossbow. And at that moment, he took the very step that pulled the trigger. And since the hunter entered the center of the labyrinth, 5 victims will be chosen randomly. The first to feel strange sensations was the hunter who crossed the line. The same thing happened to other hunters, Damok and Namgun. At that moment, they seemed to be transported to another dimension. The hunter himself, who started it all, was scared. And when he opened his eyes, he saw only white space around him. But he was not alone there, but with the angry commander and other hunters. Namgung started to yell at the stupid hunter, but Damok said that now was not the time for that. After all, in front of the 5 of them, a huge monster was already towering, ready to attack. His eyes became truly angry and aggressive. And the first thing the Minotaur did was roar so loudly that the ears of those present became blocked. The hunter who started it all was the most frightened of all. He started to crawl back when he suddenly hit a wall, in fear, not knowing what to do. and then he stood up and started pounding on the barrier, screaming for help. And then he heard the sound of approaching hooves. This did not escape Namgung's attention, and when the Minotaur was about to strike the hunter, the leader saved him from the attack. Grabbing him, Namgung threw the hunter aside, and then he ordered them to take positions and remain calm. His order was to attack with the current number, and he himself decided to buy some time and attacked the monster. Then the Minotaur raised his sword straight at the leader, but he deftly dodged the fatal blow. It was immediately followed by the next one, but Namgung jumped up, dodging again and ending up above the monster. And then he attacked from above with his weapon with great force. The robed hunters thought that their commander could handle it himself. Even Daemok, seeing this great hit, realized that this was a completely different level. However, there was definitely a catch, and Namgung himself soon noticed him. The Minotaur had powerful armor right at the point of impact. It felt like it was steel instead of leather. And then Daemok shouted a warning about the danger. Thanks to this, the leader managed to turn around and his leg bounced off at the last moment. Because of this, he was barely able to dodge the monster's attack, after which I decided not to waste time and jump a little to the side. He realized that it wasn't that the monster couldn't dodge. He simply doesn't need it. He already inflicted a deep wound on Namgung, barely touching him. The man himself understood that if he continued, he would have to be picked apart piece by piece. So he loudly ordered to surround the monster. The hunters did not obey their commander and carried out the order. Although they were scared, they moved quickly. Namgung ordered them to find the Minotaur's weak points and avoid direct confrontation with him. Daemok admired the leader's ability to instantly get his bearings and give commands. His orders are truly the best they can afford. The Minotaur didn't even intend to go after the hunters. For him, distance seemed to mean nothing. But suddenly Daemok noticed lightning that was familiar to him. And then it dawned on him where he had seen them before. Right above the Minotaur, an image of Thor appeared, shining with lightning. Thus the Minotaur received the power of a god. But Namgung did not give up and ordered to stop him. Moreover, this was their chance to attack from all sides. But suddenly Daemok stopped them and shouted that it was dangerous. Namgung stopped halfway and stared at the guy with a crazy look. He already understood that this was a strategic mistake, but it was too late to dodge. But then, at the last moment, Daemok appeared right in front of the leader and struck the Minotaur. The guy himself didn't even understand how he managed to react. Moreover, he was able to distract the monster for a while, but this only made him even more angry. He started the lightning attack again, and now it was too late for Daemok. Bright flashes quickly overtook him. There was a huge explosion, the shockwave of which threw all the hunters back. Damoka, like the others, was thrown back. They were horrified and couldn't believe what was happening. Their commander lay on the ground and could no longer fight. The barrier hunters wanted to get inside, but they couldn't. But the fact that even the commander could not cope killed their spirit and hope. Daemok, also lying on the ground, could not believe that after so many years at the bottom, he had received talent. He tried so hard to be helpful. Therefore, he cannot just die without taking advantage of the chance. This fight had to be won no matter what. Gathering all his strength into a fist, he rose up and looked at the monster. And then interesting thoughts came into his head. There is something they haven't tried yet, and until he tries it, he won't die. The monster seemed to have no scratches on it, and he saw the figure of a boy rising in the shadows. The Minotaur looked at him aggressively, preparing to attack. Daemok did not strive to die in such a place. He stood right in front of the Minotaur with the feeling that he had to win. Namgung, who was unable to take down the monster with his axes, did not believe that a guy who had never held a weapon before could do it. He wanted to tell Daemok to run away, but he couldn't say a word. Watching the Minotaur begin its attack, Namgung mentally apologized to the boy. After all, it was he who dragged him into the dungeon, and because of him he will now die. But one blow from Daemok's sword made everyone, even the monster, wonder. The guy was able to easily dodge the attack and run past. In a matter of seconds, he managed to cut off the monster's horn. At first, the guy was just excited, but the moment he took the sword in his hands, confidence came. For some reason, he was sure that he would cut the monster into pieces. It was the first time he had seen a real sword, and he had never fought before. But he felt as if the weapon was a part of his body. This was the very talent for fencing. The monster was furious and launched a counterattack. For the first time, he attacked himself, but the guy didn't even move. He just waited for the monster to come closer. Finally, it happened, and the Minotaur decided to strike. But then he felt a sharp pain in his limb. Daemok was able to inflict many injuries on the hand extended towards him. The boy moved too quickly and dexterously for the monster to catch him. Namgung, who was watching the fight, couldn't believe that the guy had launched 6 or 7 attacks in 1 second. He thought that Damok was more into martial arts, but he was a swordsman all this time. However, it was worth admitting that the leader underestimated him. He was the only one who was able to fight after that lightning attack. Moreover, he looked confident, and there was no fear in his eyes. However, the boy understood that the Minotaur's skin was still thick. One of the cowardly hunters lost hope again, as he thought that it was simply impossible to seriously injure the monster. Looking back at this panicker, Namgung remembered that he was one of the best swordsmen in the East. But Damok had already surpassed them all in skill. He was capable, but there was just one problem. The sword was about to break and the guy himself understood it. At this rate, he'll soon be left empty-handed. So all that was left was to hit the vital organ the first time. And that's what she tried to do, approaching the monster. Dodging his next blow, Damok swung, after which he activated his fighting talent and struck. But the Minotaur didn't even flinch from this attack. However, the guy's actions clearly made him nervous. Suddenly, Damok threw his sword up, imitating an attack. The Minotaur dodged, but forgot about the guy below. The same one dealt him a powerful kick. With the help of this blow, he was able to push off and fly into the air. And at that very moment, he caught his sword in his right hand. Thus, he and his weapon found themselves right behind the back of the bewildered monster. The Minotaur himself did not understand what had just happened. But the next second, a satisfied Damok appeared right in front of his face. And that was the very moment for the decisive blow that nailed the monster to the ground. And when the Minotaur's face broke the ground, the guy landed on the ground. His sword was completely covered in cracks, which meant that it would soon fall apart. There was no point in fighting with bare hands, so the next blow was Damok's last chance to win. If only there was a chance to hit him while he was immobilized. And then, Damok noticed that the Minotaur was up to his old tricks again. He decided to use Thor's power again, which was only to his advantage. The monster sparkled with lightning again, as if charging itself with it. Namgung also immediately understood what the Minotaur wanted to do. But then he noticed that Damok was not moving. It was as if he too had concentrated all the energy around him. And then it dawned on the leader. Damok wanted to go straight ahead. It was as if two powerful energies were already confronting each other in this room. The sword in the boy's hands cracked, but did not break yet. Namgung, standing up, decided that he needed to help Damok somehow. And then I remembered the guy's words about how you can fight even when you can't see anything. The commander had an idea and turned to the hunter standing at the barrier. He looked up in fear and heard that Namgung had something in store for him. The commander also added that this is the last chance for the hunter to show himself. They must act while Damok takes the rap for everyone, using all his resources. He also had only one chance left to hit the target. The vital organ had to be hit the first time. Otherwise, the sword will fall apart and the Minotaur will tear everyone to pieces. The two rivals' gazes met, but neither dared to attack first. They looked at each other for a long time, and their gazes became more and more focused. And then there was a loud clatter of hooves. And then the Minotaur could not resist and moved to attack first. Immediately after this, Damok rushed towards the monster with lightning speed. Lightning flashed everywhere as they approached each other. The Minotaur swung and was ready to hit the ground with all his might to crush Damok. But he dodged again, arching his back and turning around. And then he struck the Minotaur right in the chest with his sword. And everything would be fine, if not for one thing. Damok noticed how his sword shattered into pieces from this blow. Now in his hand was only the handle without a blade. And the Minotaur, although he was amazed, was definitely not finished yet. Dropping his broken sword, Damok thought that this was the end for them. But then he saw a bright flash right in front of him from another attack. And now in the guy's hand there was a new sharp sword again. The hunter behind Damok was able to help him, and now the crazy cow is definitely finished. The hunter behind him only shouted for Damok to be careful and finally finish off this monster. But the guy didn't need words to continue, and he finally hit the right spot. It's been 5 hours since the last monster emerged from the dungeon. In the real world, everyone calmed down, because it seemed like the nightmare was over. But then one of the reporters shouted that someone was coming from the dungeon again. It turned out that they were hunters who were happy to see the light again. Damok, who was helping the commander walk, asked why he was so sure that he would catch the sword. Namgung wasn't sure about it, but he remembered that Damok could fight blindly, so he took a chance. The guy laughed and replied that if he hadn't caught the sword, he would have let everyone down. In any case, they survived thanks to the commander, but he did not agree with this. Turning to Damok, the leader said that it was he who saved them all. And then he slapped him on the back and asked what he was worth. People are waiting for him because the young man made the greatest contribution to this cleansing. so he should tell the people how everything happened. Daemok was surprised, but Namgung only smiled back at him. The guy couldn't believe it, because he had been looked down upon his whole life because of his lack of talent. He was not hired, he was humiliated, and considered a worthless person. He has been through a lot of suffering, but now he is no longer the same. Now there are many people in front of him who are ready to believe him. The realization that his suffering was over touched the boy. He looked at the crowd of people in front of him and raised his hand, clenched into a fist, up. And the next second, all the people standing nearby rejoiced, meeting a new hero. The boy didn't really remember what happened next because his goal was to find his mother at the Salem University Hospital. He entered the familiar emergency room of the Sonsum Hospital. Entering the room, Daemok felt relieved that his mother was okay, and then he heard the sound of the TV that was hanging in the room. There was an interview with the man who made the greatest contribution to clearing the dungeon. Oddly enough, Daemok himself appeared on the screen, awkwardly responding that the cleanup had gone too quickly. Journalists bombarded him with questions about his background and talents, and he did not have time to answer. He soon exhaled and replied that none of this mattered, since they had encountered danger several times. But Daemok fought to protect someone dear to him, although he did not say who it was. Journalists assumed that the guy even wanted to criticize the guilds in this way, and the guy could not watch it anymore, so he turned off the TV. And then he received news on his phone about how he defeated the lizard. And the fact that journalists managed to film something in this chaos was even something creepy. Well, then the guy received a notification that thanks to his popularity, his divine power had been increased to 1,000. Daemok did exactly what was written about her in the vacancies, and thanks to this he could now place new job search ads. He got a vacancy as a security manager at the Hephaestus Forge. Daemok decided that there seemed to be nothing complicated here. But today the guy was too tired, so he decided to rest at home first. But then a notification popped up saying that 3 gods had already sent their resumes, so the vacancy would soon be closed. This unexpected news made the guy think. He responded immediately, confident that this job would be his, and this time the teleportation was no less creepy. Daemok fell to the ground and thought, why can't we come up with some less gentle transfer? Looking around, Daemok immediately realized that he was in the forge of Hephaestus. As you might expect, it's incredibly hot here, like a sauna. The guy was complaining about the lack of air conditioning when he suddenly heard a rough voice behind him. It was Hephaestus, who introduced himself as the owner of the blacksmith shop. Daemok realized that he was mistaken and immediately bowed as a sign of respect and introduced himself. Hephaestus laughed because Daemok greeted him like a human. The guy himself tensed up because he had just almost revealed his secret out of fear. Then the god of fire, Hephaestus, smiled and said that all the rumors were true. God of mountain, who, out of love for mortals, fought monsters in Thor's dungeon along with people. It's no wonder that the hot-tempered Thor was taken with this young man, because he's no slouch. And then he asked if he really needed air conditioners in his forge, which made the guy embarrassed again. He had hoped that Hephaestus had missed the fact that he had given his real name, but apparently that was the case. The god of fire, instead of telling about the work, decided to show it once. He took a large horn and warned that it might be a little loud, and then he blew into it with all his might. The sound was so loud that the guy's ears became blocked, but everyone around came running to this sound. 3 of his subordinates appeared before the god, obediently responding to the call. Hephaestus pointed to Daemok and said that this was their manager for the day, and the 3 dwarves greeted him. The guy smiled and replied that he would try, even though he had never worked in a forge before. Japhis laughed and said that there was no need to be modest, since beginners can be better than pros. Then he whispered to the guy that the gnomes were, of course, hardworking, but their hands were playful. They can be a problem like little angry dogs. Whenever God gets distracted, something will disappear, like the pendant that recently disappeared. But Hephaestus wanted to give it to Freya, the goddess of beauty and love. Daemok was surprised that the gnomes were stealing the god's things, but for Hephaestus this was the main problem. You wouldn't think they'd do something like that. Here, Hephaestus said that today he needed to leave for Olympus, but he hoped that nothing terrible would happen without him. Just in case, God gave Daemok a large club. It was the Club of Hercules, made of olive wood. This is the same replica of the club that Hercules used to defeat the Nemean lion with a 10% chance to stun. Seeing such a powerful weapon, the guy thought it was a bit too much. But Hephaestus only smiled and said that it was time for him to go, after which he opened a huge portal right in front of him. As he parted, he said that he was entrusting his forge to God of Mountain. The guy squinted from the bright light and tried to ask what he really needed to do. Hephaestus asked why the young man was asking him about this. As long as he is stronger than the dwarves, Everything will be fine, because they are weaker than they seem. And having said goodbye for the last time, the god of fire disappeared. Damak immediately sensed something was wrong behind him. Turning around, he saw that the gnomes were slightly aggressive towards him. Hephaestus knew this could happen, so he gave the boy Hercules' club. Then Damak smiled and asked the gnomes to relax. They better be calm because the guy has a real weapon in his hands. It could have made things very unpleasant for them. But as soon as the guy stuck out his club, something unexpected happened. Several guns immediately aimed at him. Damak clearly didn't expect such a turn of events. And the dwarf calmly inhaled the smoke, staring straight at the guy, after which he said only one word. Adios. Damak woke up only a couple of hours later from the loud voices of the workers around him. He was surprised to be alive, but the first thing he saw was a dwarf holding Hephaestus' necklace. It was that very necklace for Freya, and Damak could not remain aside. But then he realized that his hands were tied and he was sitting by a column. The gnomes noticed that he had woken up, but were surprised, because they had given the boy a lot of sleeping pills. They mocked him until Damak interrupted them, asking why they were so fearless. Did they ever think about the consequences of what they did to one of the 12 main gods of Olympus? Damak gave them one last chance and ordered them to untie him before it was too late. But after a long silence, the gnomes suddenly burst into tears of laughter. Did the guy really think to scare them with Hephaestus? If they were afraid of him, they wouldn't do anything. Then another house appeared and said that they had already taken everything valuable and it was time to leave. The gnome replied that he would now give the guy some more sleeping pills and leave. But Damak had already begun to deal with the ropes. The gnomes were in no hurry, continuing to mock the fool who came to work part-time. They didn't expect it to be that easy, but Damak responded that they would regret it. But the guy's confidence only made the gnomes laugh even more. And while they weren't laughing and making fun of him, Damak finally figured out the ropes, after which he took the club lying nearby and stood up, and then repeated that now the gnomes would definitely regret it. The enraged Damak hit the gnomes with his club with all his might, and they flew in different directions. After a couple of minutes, they were already completely neutralized and immobilized with ropes. Brushing the dust off himself, the guy said irritably that he had been forced to resort to such measures, although he would have definitely gotten himself into deep trouble if he hadn't asked the leader of Duke for a hidden weapon. He listened to the advice of that huntress who said that Damak could use a sword, or even two. If they meet again, the guy will definitely thank her. Suddenly, his gaze fell straight on the necklace lying next to the gnomes. However, besides him, it was necessary to teach lessons to the other dwarves who were stealing treasures. They had already loaded all the ingots and were ready to leave. They had not only treasures but also weapons. Here, one of the gnomes asked for special attention. It was difficult to switch the attention of ordinary workers from gold to the boss. But when their boss, Firefist, stood up, everyone fell silent. The Firefist addressed his people, who were endowed with the spirit of the flaming mountains. Damak was also lucky enough to hear this speech as he was hiding behind the steps. The leader inspired his people by calling them the best miners and brave warriors. He said that they work and not for free and they have pride. They were never treated the way they deserved and Hephaestus humiliated them too. Today they will repay the disrespect they received. The Fire Fist has gathered an entire rebellion to take revenge on the god Hephaestus. Damak called it an army of bald heads, swarming like ants. However, something definitely needed to be done before Hephaestus returned. Lost in his thoughts, he didn't even notice how 3 gnomes were staring at him. It was an awkward moment, especially when they pulled out their guns again. Damak had no choice but to run and hide behind the column. He didn't understand what kind of gnomes these were, shooting left and right. They definitely don't look like the cuties from fairy tales. Then Firefist appeared, realizing that Damak had escaped after all. It seems he deceived those left to watch him. The boss just calmly exhaled smoke towards the ceiling. And then he turned to the lower-level god and warned that they would now clean out this place. But they don't care about the guy, since they only hate Hephaestus, so it would be a shame to die like this. So the boss decided to give Damak a choice. Either he helps them and becomes their accomplice, either he leaves and keeps his mouth shut, otherwise he'll be in trouble. The gnome suggested thinking carefully because with them he would get even richer. But the guy understood that if he just ran away, it would be the end of his reputation. Hephaestus will tell everyone that Gad of the Mountain deceived him, and Thor will say that he was wrong about him. Hephaestus will definitely not take pity on him when he sees the plundered forge, and Damak will become the expendable material. In front of him are 2 chairs. Either fight the dwarves or experience the wrath of Hephaestus. This world is too unfair, and the job is not what Damak thought. But he still has to fight, and this is the best way out. But suddenly, Damok came out with his hands raised, surrendering to the dwarves. Firefist praised the boy for his choice, calling him a low-level god again, which was annoying. And suddenly, Damok decided to ask the boss if he and Hephaestus weren't partners? What is the reason for their discontent then? After all, Hephaestus won't just leave it like that. If this god gets angry, he will send all the gnomes alive to be melted down, and the ashes will be sent to hell by Cerberus. The guy wasn't sure about all this, but he spoke confidently, trying to intimidate the gnomes. But his passionate speech was stopped by a bullet that flew past his head. The dwarf standing over the guy menacingly asked who he was baring his teeth at. Now he definitely shouldn't expect mercy from them. The dwarf was about to shoot, but Firefist stopped his subordinate. What angered the boss the most was that Damok called Hephaestus a great master. And then he shouted that the guy simply doesn't know anything. So Fist first decided to explain everything to Damok before destroying him. Hephaestus is not great or a master, but just a piece of trash. These words spoken by the dwarf greatly shocked Damok. But the dwarf really did call the god trash, or rather, it would be more accurate to call him a thief. One day he came to the gnomes on the mountain where they lived, and seeing their talent, offered cooperation. Hephaestus promised the dwarves to provide everything they needed, and they followed him. However, instead of the above, they had to become real slaves. Hephaestus didn't pay the dwarves a penny, even though he promised a 5-day week with a 6-hour workday. All the sweet promises turned out to be a lie, and if it weren't for Hephaestus, all the wealth would have belonged to the dwarves. This cunning god set it all up, and if he is not a thief, then who is? When it finally dawned on Firefist, there was no longer a dwarf with the spirit of a master to be found in this place. All they have left is someone else's weapons and desperate revenge. After listening to the dwarves, Damok agreed with them, saying that Hephaestus really is trash. But the gnomes are no better, because they are also just envious trash and they just want to destroy those who are worse than them. These words made Firefist even more angry. He looked angrily at the guy and asked if that was all he could say. But the guy interrupted the gnome's aggression by stretching out his hand in front of him. He asked them to listen to him, and then told them how it would all look from the outside. If the dwarves simply run away, they will become thieves. Will the great and proud warriors really be able to accept a tarnished reputation? The flattering words about their people really touched the boss, and the guy suggested another option for revenge. Mountain, a warrior with the weapon of Hephaestus. And since the dwarves call themselves warriors, let them fight him with their real weapons. Defeating a warrior who fights with the weapons of Hephaestus is the perfect revenge. If this is not the case, then the boss should simply admit that Hephaestus is better than the dwarves and run away. One of the gnomes got angry and asked how a guy in his position could yelp. He wasn't going to listen to this anymore, so he pointed the gun at Damok. The guy stared at the gun in fear, because this was not what he was expecting. But Oneni Kulak was hurt by these words. How could he, a great leader, run away? He then admitted that the lower-level god clearly had the gift of gab. Seeing the gnome's interest, Damok exhaled, because the boss had fallen for the trick. And then the dwarf agreed to fight the guy, but warned him to be ready to take responsibility for calling himself a warrior. If the guy can't hold out long enough for them to prove their weapon is superior to his, for suggesting that the dwarves run away, the boss will punish him. He'll beat the guy until his bones are ground to powder. And then, taking a huge wooden hammer, the dwarf rushed to attack. His movements were unexpectedly fast and powerful. Firefist's eyes were filled with fury. He made a terribly powerful blow, but Damok managed to jump back. The guy was in real shock from such power. But then he noticed movement out of the corner of his eye. Cracks from the impact spread across the floor and reached the column. It shattered with a loud crash and fell to the floor, shattering into pieces. The boss saw Damok's surprise and asked if he really thought that they were too tough for him without guns. It will be almost impossible for a lower-level god to deal with Firefist and his hammer. Does this guy really think he can win? But Damok smiled and said that he too might surprise the gnome. And then he suddenly rushed into an attack straight at the boss. He swung his club but missed. The gnome managed to dodge and squeeze the hammer harder. He shouted that he could not be surprised and struck again with the hammer. But then Damok appeared from behind, saying that it was just his illusion. And it seemed that the gnome would not be able to dodge now, but he reacted with lightning speed. He quickly turned around and thrust his hammer forward, but the boy dodged and ran below. The gnome remarked that mountain was not bad, but he replied that it was too early to be surprised. And then in an instant, he struck the dwarf with a club. The rest of the dwarves were shocked to see that the boss had missed a blow, but it looked like that at first glance because there was a footprint on Damok's shoulder. The gnome jumped up, pushing off the guy, and shouted that he wouldn't be surprised. Then he jumped back to a safe distance and caught his breath. Damok said that it was the first time he got hit with a kick, and although it was a bit painful, it must be admitted that Fire Hand is also not bad. He also replied that the guy was laying the ground smoothly, but Damok's stance immediately seemed strange to him. But it's even good that this little thing immediately demonstrated its limit, which surprised the guy. The dwarf understood his tactics only because of the stance, because he had never seen a man who held a weapon the way Mountain did. But in fact, the guy's precise blows to the boss's body even gave him goosebumps. It's been a long time since his heart beat like that, but here it's a no-no. Either the guy is his equal or he's taller than him. Hearing this, the dwarves looked at each other. How could this puppy be their boss's equal? But Firefist sincerely apologized for calling the guy a low-level god and underestimating him. And to prove his sincerity to him, the dwarf decided to express respect for his strength. Now he will fight the guy at full strength. But Damok seemed to be just waiting for this, calling the gnome to him. Without thinking twice, he launched a lightning attack. Approaching the guy, the dwarf raised his hammer above himself. All this time, Damok closely watched the gnome's movements. And here he is again delivering a crushing blow, like an explosion. But the guy dodged again, jumping up. So he found himself right above his opponent, who was standing with his back to him. But the dwarf felt it and turned around. Turning around, he began to raise his hammer over the guy again. And finally, their weapons crossed with each other in great excitement. The fight was really intense, as the spectators could clearly judge. The hearts of the dwarves watching the battle were beating wildly. It was like a battle of titans. The weapons of the two opponents were constantly in contact with each other. And suddenly it reminded the gnome of something very familiar. The vibrating air and the clatter of metal were familiar sounds to him. The sound of this heavy battle was like the sound of a blacksmith. And this guy's ardor seemed to knock on their souls. So Firefist realized that Mountain had the spirit of a blacksmith. The gnome had nothing to say in response to the guy's offensive words, because it was easier to blame the capable than to admit one's own inability. On the day they received Hephaestus's offer, the dwarves were faced with a storm of emotions and inflated dreams. They were like frogs emerging from a well into the light for the first time. Their ambitions constantly reminded them that they were not good enough. All they did when they came out of the well was think about celebration and revenge. It was all a waste of time, so there was no point in fighting. Realizing this, the dwarf allowed the weapon to be knocked out of his hands. It was really pathetic and meant total defeat, and he took it with dignity, taking the guy's blow on himself. But the club did not touch the dwarf, because its movement was blocked by someone's huge hand. It was Hephaestus who finally returned and said that enough was enough. As soon as he walked away, a real chaos ensued. God even thought at first that he had teleported to the wrong place, and now he would really like to know in detail what exactly happened here. He, of course, suspected that there would be a fight, but it's just this is some kind of madness. But you can ignore the devastation. Hephaestus's question is different. Can someone explain to him why all his treasures are piled up in one place? Maybe Firefist can explain to him what happened here? Burning with shame, the dwarf bowed and prepared to explain. He said that he and his people had nothing to do with it. Hearing this, the crowd of dwarves standing behind the commander began to buzz. Then Hephaestus asked if he could find out the reason for what was happening. Firefist knew that he could be punished for making the wrong decision. But the only mistake his guys made was that they trusted such a brainless commander like him. Then he replied that he had decided to rob the forge. But then a guy's hand touched his back, interrupting the dwarf's confession. Damok came out and said that he had made the gnomes do it and apologized for the mess. The commander didn't understand what was happening, but Damok said that he acted on his orders. Surprised, Hephaestus asked the guard of his forge to explain. The guy smiled and began his story. First, he took out of his pocket the very necklace that Hephaestus had lost. God was incredibly happy with this find and asked how the guy found it. The commander immediately recognized this necklace, which he himself had given to the other dwarves. If the guy now says that he found it at their place, then the fiery fist of God's fury will never end. Then the guy blurted out that this necklace was found by Firefist because they had enough time. So he ordered the dwarf to turn the entire warehouse upside down. He is not tall, so after he searched every corner, the necklace was found. Hephaestus looked at Firefist and asked if it was true. But he was so shocked, he didn't even know what to answer. Hephaestus only continued to look at him suspiciously. Damok only hoped that his legend sounded true. Here Hephaestus laughed and replied that, in principle, there was no difference because the guy had looked after the forge very well. He even found the necklace, so he had nothing to worry about, and Damok just breathed a sigh of relief since they got away with it. Then Hephaestus approached Damok and put his hand on the boy's shoulder. He said that Motten was a really nice guy. Now God understood why he came Thor likes it. Damok became embarrassed and thanked for such warm words. And then Hephaestus picked up the hammer of the confused dwarf from the floor. He added that he was worried that the gnomes were losing motivation and shirking their work. But his worries were in vain, because even from Olympus he heard how Hercules' club clashed with his hammer. But there wasn't a single scratch left on it. And that means only one thing. He's even better than before. Fire Fist, having received the recognition of the god, could not believe these words. And when Hephaestus added that he was always waiting for their new works, the dwarf burst into tears. God told them to continue in the same spirit, and the touched dwarves accepted the order. Now it was Gad of Mountain's turn to receive his gift. Hephaestus was glad that she trusted this guy with this job. He did it perfectly, so he deserved a real reward. Because the boy exceeded all of God's expectations, he gave him a box. Damok was happy with the special prize because he was only hoping for a club, and then this happened. As he opened the box, he said that it would be impolite to refuse the gift. Thanking God once again, the guy finally opened it. But what he saw did not quite match his expectations. There was some little monster sitting in the box. But Hephaestus asked the boy to take a closer look. This is a fox cub, and although he is unusual, it is strange to take monsters as pets. Hephaestus asked the guy if he really didn't need this little animal, and then he whispered something in his ear in the divine language. At that very second, the little fox lit up and began to transform. A moment later, the fox turned into a real sword. And at that moment, Hephaestus said that he was sad, of course, that the boy didn't need the animal. But the fact that he could turn into a sword greatly delighted Damok. But Hephaestus added that it was not even just a sword. This little animal can become a sword, a scythe, a spear. It doesn't matter. This baby can become any weapon in the world. The main thing is that the size of the weapon is approximately the same as hers. In other words, she is a real treasure for a warrior. But it's a pity that Damok decided to give it up. Well, nothing can be done. Then God will give her to the dwarves. But Damok instantly caught up with the departing god and said, how could he refuse a gift from Hephaestus himself? He justified himself by saying that he refused only out of politeness, but in fact he really liked the fox. He promised that he would take good care of his pet. Having picked up the fox in his arms, Damok immediately began to coo at her. She was white and fluffy, so the guy decided to name her Snow White. Apparently, the animal liked it because it immediately began to lick its new owner. And suddenly, Hephaestus's hand reached straight to the guy's shoulder, after which the god said that he was entrusting Damok with the moon fox, the treasure of Selene, the goddess of the moon. All this happened in an instant, and now the fox belonged to Damok. As Hephaestus joked, the guy had a baby on his neck, and he also promised to give him a lot of all sorts of things from the warehouse. Having finished with this, Hephaestus went about his business again. The satisfied boy said goodbye to God and thanked him for his care. And when the guy himself was about to leave, he heard someone calling out to him. Turning around, he saw Firehand, who, looking at the floor, asked why the guy decided to help them. They wanted to destroy him, and for them he was trash. But Damok only replied that he was simply very familiar with what the gnomes felt. They reminded him of himself from the past. Damok also tried hard, but his work was not appreciated. The same thing happened with the gnomes, and Damok could understand their inner anger at the world. For the gnome, this reason seemed insignificant, but he was ready to thank the guy. However, he replied that he would not ask for anything because they simply had to help each other. And besides, the guy thought that Mr. Hephaestus knew everything from the very beginning. He just didn't interfere to see what it would lead to. Having said this, Damok said goodbye to the gnome and disappeared. The same one, looking after Yudamoku, bowed and expressed gratitude on behalf of their entire tribe. And although they could not wash away this shame, the dwarf hoped that someday they would be able to do so and repay the debt. And then he said, "Thank you again," from the bottom of his heart. Hephaestus saw all this and smiled contentedly as the dwarves continued the hard work that they themselves wanted to do. And the guy returned back to his world where the city lights shone at night. Having put the huge bag of awards on the ground, Damok exhaled. And then he went to an interesting place to get some money. Now he had every reason to visit the hunter's shop. It was the shop of 37-year-old G. Payne, who had worked as a hunter manager since his youth. A week ago, he became the director of the largest hunting store in the country. And now that he was at the top, he felt himself above ordinary mortals. He devoted excessive attention, pays attention to his appearance, constantly straightening his tie. In his opinion, a place beautified a person, so everything around him should be filled with something artistic. And then some ragamuffin appeared in his sacred brainchild. He persistently asked me to buy a couple of things from him. Ji-peen couldn't believe that there was a hunter in front of him with such a tiny assistant. The guy didn't even have any armor, let alone a weapon. Ji-peen hated these types of clients. Weaklings who thought of themselves as hunters and picked up trash after clearing a dungeon. Poet Payne lazily greeted Damak and offered to show him the way. The man led the confused boy to their appraiser. The dear grandfather smiled when he saw the hunter. And after that, Damak opened his bag. Grandfather didn't expect to see anything unusual, so he couldn't believe his eyes. He suddenly asked where the guy got these things from. But he answered that they were given to him, calling them all sorts of things. Ji-peen immediately appeared next to him and started shouting angrily because he knew that such a guy would bring a lot of cheap stuff. Then he turned to the appraiser and asked if there was anything useful in that trash. But the grandfather replied that in his 40 years of work, this was the first time he had seen a person who would call these things nonsense. All these items are of the highest quality, weapons of level 4 and above. Hearing this, Payne jumped back from the counter, not believing his ears. How did this guy get such high-quality stuff on his own? Is he a big shot or a mafioso? Probably many rich people are just modest. But now it doesn't matter, because an unexpectedly smiling Payne invited the guy to the VIP room. It was impossible to miss such clients, so they immediately moved on to price. If the guy sells all of this, he will get about 3 billion won. Damak smiled when he heard the number, and only after a couple of seconds did he understand everything. It suddenly dawned on him that this was a whole 3 billion. Is this whole pile, which Hephaestus called marriage, really worth so much? But Payne said that was a preliminary price, as it could fetch twice that much at auction. The man himself was incredibly interested in these weapons, since due to their rarity they could be sold for any price. Even if he has to haggle to the end, he should get the right to sell them. So Ji-peen put on his most charming smile again and started talking about the products. But then the guy interrupted him, saying that he wanted to sell everything anyway. These words flew out of his mouth because Damak could not yet comprehend that he would have such a sum. Ji-peen rejoiced, calling the guy a heavenly angel because he would definitely be promoted soon. But not here, as the man was fined for accompanying Damak, with hands in pockets. Thus, Ji-peen became the first person to lose a high position in just 1 week, and Damak, in turn, sold all those things for 3.8 billion won. He couldn't believe, looking at his account, that there was money there and so many zeros. But what struck him was why everyone was surprised when he took out those things. Did he really look that bad? Well, he worked all day, so it's not surprising. So now you can treat yourself to a gift, and tomorrow go to your mother and see her reaction. That's what the guy did, coming to her room the next day. He hadn't visited his mother for a long time, so he brought her gifts. She was shocked by the number of small boxes in front of her. Mom didn't understand where he got the money for all this. And then her roommate came in and said that sometimes she needs to turn on the TV. Everyone is talking about Damak now. Professionals condemned and praised him at the same time, and fans went crazy. Journalists say Damak cleared the last dungeon with his talent. Hearing this, Mom's face suddenly changed and asked if Damak really had talent. The guy smiled shyly and replied that it had appeared the other day, although it was not a talent. It happened too suddenly, and now someone is even asking him for autographs. But then the guy stopped, noticing that his mother was leaning against the table, her head down. She cried and thanked God for what was happening. Damak was nearby in an instant and asked why Mom was crying, although he himself knew the answer to this question. His mother always blamed herself for giving birth to him without talent. But then the screen showed news from the dungeons, where they were interviewing Namgung Duke. Everyone was interested in this very hunter that was rumored, and who is he? Duke replied that he knew for sure that the guy was an excellent hunter and a strong, smart swordsman, without whom they would not have coped. Mom, hearing this about her son, was shocked, and Damak was embarrassed since this was too much. However, this could be his chance because the more popular he is, the more divine power he has, and that means more job offers, a couple of which Damak has already looked at. He chose the task: expulsion of lost souls from the Garden of Eden, the reward for which is a golden apple. This award attracted the guy the most because this apple is magical. It may have properties that will cure Mom of cancer. And suddenly the news channel started broadcasting an urgent message. A gate was just discovered in Yongin City, Gyeonggi Province. People were evacuated, and the guy's pet, hearing this, began to move. The mother, noticing that her son's collar had come off, was surprised. She thought Snow White was a scarf, but the little animal was clearly not worried about that. When the guy touched it, he felt a strange darkness. An entire cosmic universe unfolded before his eyes. It was as if he had completely seen and felt her in a couple of seconds. Damek himself did not understand what it was, but it was definitely not a hallucination. And then he heard the news that the association had requested a meeting of the guilds. The opened gates are different from ordinary dungeons. A person cannot enter them. The boy realized that his help was needed and ran away, quickly saying goodbye to his mother. And at this time, many monsters appeared from the portal. Then the goblins appeared and began to attack the hunters. The commander shouted that the third wave had arrived and ordered to get ready. There were enough wounded, and they were taken away. But then another hunter came to the scene. He looked down from the cliff at this whole bacchanalia, seeing the gates. Having assessed the situation, Damek and Snow White firmly decided to join. The hunters coped well with the incoming wave of monsters. Soon, they were almost finished. So the hunters decided to take a rest before the next wave. But many of them were disturbed by the journalists who had come running. All of them looked at the top of the mountain ledge. A human figure was visible in the light of the sun's rays. But because of the light, it was difficult to recognize Damek in her. So the hunter rushed to his commander. He immediately attacked the private with the question, who allowed him to leave the formation? But the soldier pointed upward, attracting the commander's attention. Seeing Damek, the man thought that a civilian had come here. But how did he manage to get into the cordoned-off area? The commander decided to take out all his rage on the soldier. He grabbed the boy and ordered him to remove the civilian from the dangerous place. These cries attracted the attention of journalists. They also looked up and saw a man. But the commander this time was a real pro. But judging by the fact that people are entering the restricted area, perhaps someone helped the commander get this position, and that would make a great story. Having heard these conversations of the journalists, the commander became angry and decided to sort everything out himself. He already complained about having to clean everything up himself while his comrades were in the dungeon. He better get promoted to 4 stars sooner rather than later. Thinking about this, the man activated the wind racing skill and flew up. Pushing off the ground, he was able to quickly climb up the cliff. With one last push, he jumped upward, ending up above Damek, and then landed spectacularly right behind him. It irritated him that he had to do this, so he immediately attacked the guy, chasing him away from the cordoned-off area. He was sure that Damek was just making pathetic videos for YouTube, but he would be better off doing it somewhere else. And the commander himself consoled himself with the thought that this blogger came precisely because of him. He understood the guy's excitement because in front of him was, after all, a rank 3 hunter, and if the guy wanted to interview him, he was all for it. But after completing the task, and when the commander began to leave, Damek awkwardly asked if he was really that famous. This greatly hurt the commander's pride and he turned around abruptly. How dare this boy ignore and tease him? Out of anger, he grabbed Damek by the forearm, which made the fox angry. But the guy just looked at the hunter with a puzzled look, and he suddenly laughed. Because how could some left-wing half-poker dare to look down on him like that? And with some small monster on his back, this imaginary hunter just wants popularity. He should know his place, so the man even wanted to hit the guy for his behavior. But unexpectedly, his blow passed through the air past Damek, and the guy himself managed to trip her up. Due to the sharp impact, the commander was unable to maintain his balance and fell down. Unfortunately, there was a cliff right in front of him. But the man did not fall, as Damek's strong hand grabbed him. For a few moments, the commander stood frozen in horror, looking down. Damek asked him if he was okay, and then apologized because he didn't want to cause any harm. But is it proper for a 3rd-rank hunter to wave his fists at everyone he meets? And then the commander shouted that the guy was just lucky. And then he pushed off and struck again, and again missed. After which, Damek decided to run away to a safe distance and asked the man to stop. The guy himself didn't care, but how does the commander feel in such a situation? Moreover, there were many spectators in the form of journalists gathered below. The man got angry, thinking that Damek did it on camera on purpose. But then one of the journalists seemed to recognize the guy, and everyone immediately realized that this was the one who cleared the dungeon together with the Sagan Guild. New hunter Yu Damek, who came literally out of nowhere. Then even the commander realized that he was dealing with someone who even Namgung Dok took into account. And then the guy shouted to the journalist to find a better angle because a special report was about to begin. What did the commander say? That he's a left-wing half-poker and it's better to hit him once? The man wanted to justify himself, but he didn't have time because the guy started to act. He ran straight to the edge to show what a left half-poker can do. The journalists, realizing what the guy wanted to do, became alarmed. The commander also tried to stop him, but it was no use. Damek continued to run forward and jumped off the cliff. Everyone thought he was going to crash right then and there. But the guy had his pet with him. He stretched his hand forward to transform the fox. In fact, he was not flying down, but straight into the dungeon. He was able to overcome one barrier, heading straight for the epicenter. When he passed through the gate, he left behind only smoke and bright light. It was a phenomenon that emerged only 10 years ago. Only weak monsters come out of the gate, and they themselves soon disappear, so for people it's just like an ordinary accident. Although this is not always the case. The man could not enter them, but Damok could, and it was the very place from Snow White's memories. If this place was created by gods, then only gods can get here. And Damok was identified as a lower-level god. Thor once said that dungeons were created to test people. But now the guy decided to look around, but hit the barrier. When he touched it with his hand, at first he did not understand what it was. The notification stated that Damok did not have enough divine power to pass. This discouraged the guy, who now didn't know what to do. He tried to break through the barrier while the Eye of the Abyss watched him, but the result remained the same. The lack of divine power prevented him from going further. This situation began to irritate Damok greatly. Then he sat down on the ground hopelessly, since there was nothing else left. It seems he has only one goal left. Looking at his pet, the guy told her to follow him. He immediately saw a creepy cave but did not want to go in there. But there was no other way out, so I had to go inside to meet the owner of this gate. After a few minutes, the guy was almost out of breath. He pushed aside almost all the monsters, screaming angrily. He thought that it was like with dungeons. He took out the boss and that's it. But there was one little thing around. Even all these monsters from the dungeons act as if they were programmed. And the monsters here seemed to have emotions and were more alive. Just entering the gate gives enough divine power. But if you clean them up, you can get much more. And suddenly Damok felt the presence of someone huge. He was able to jump back at the last moment, dodging the blow. Finally, the boss came out of hiding. And now he finally appeared before Damok. But there was something suspicious in his expression. There was no time to think about it as he pounced on the guy. And he already wanted to defend himself, but then he stopped. Damok noticed that this boss is just terribly slow. It was incredibly easy to dodge his attacks. Damok was even disappointed, standing right on the monster's sword. This monster is too defenseless for a boss. With his foot, the Damok was even able to break his weapon, after which he summoned Snow White, turning her into a sword. And with one blow, he struck the boss with all his might. He flew to the side and fell to the ground. Such an easy victory amazed the guy. Is this all this monster can do? But there was no report of a purge, and if you tell anyone, they won't believe that it will be easy. Well, there's nothing to be done. At least the core can be posted as evidence. On YouTube, the guy saw that it was located somewhere near the heart. So Damok carried out a whole operation. The sadist's efforts were not justified, and the guy took out the cannonball. But it was black, although usually the cores look like precious stones. And this one, it seems, is even moving. It looked disgusting and certainly didn't look like a jewel. And suddenly the so-called core enveloped the guy's hand. He immediately threw it to the ground, since he had a bad feeling about it. It looks like it's some kind of vengeful spirit of that goblin. And it wanted to run away, but then a fox appeared. And then a notification came from the gate core that they would be destroyed. And this was precisely Damok's achieved goal. After a few moments, the gate began to collapse. There was a bunch of journalists outside, and they were trying to drive them away from the gates. Someone had already entered the scene, but this journalist was no ordinary one. She contacted her boss, the doctor, wanting to report that their secret might be revealed. The scientific community will be subject to a barrage of criticism for spreading false information. From dungeon crawlers to high-ranking hunters. After all, everyone wants to know how a person was able to get into the gate. This could get too big. But suddenly, unexpectedly for everyone, Damok came out of the gate. There were so many people that they didn't let the guy get out normally. But everyone was shocked and scared that Damok left the gate so easily. But the guy was only glad to breathe fresh air again. The journalists pounced on Damok like hungry dogs, but the guy brushed off all the questions. The most important thing now is that all these people have received new opportunities. From now on, people can destroy the gates themselves. This news created a furor, because before people could not even enter there. This was the very reaction that Damok was waiting for. And then he took out the very same core that he extracted from the gate boss. He told the reporters to watch carefully and threw the cannonball into the air. And then he decided to show everyone something incredible. Taking out his sword, the boy aimed at the flying cannonball. With a few swings of his sword, the boy destroyed the core. It split into several pieces, just like the gate. A whole rainbow of colors exploded right behind Damok. People couldn't believe that the gates were gone. And Damok himself realized that he looked simply amazing now. The scientist thought that after so many years of experiments she had already seen everything. But this, it was simply magical, because many of the rainbow fragments from the gates were still missing. In all this confusion, the girl stared at Damak, not understanding what kind of person he was. But the guy was just waiting for this question. That's why he proudly said his name, Damak, and he really became a hero, a mysterious hunter who passed through the gate. Due to the broadcast being watched by many people, Damak's name spread throughout the country. The guy became the main topic of discussion on forums and news. Because of this, his divine power grew with each passing minute, and he reached the top of the lower-level god ranks. But the microphones, which kept increasing in number, made it difficult to concentrate. They literally shut the guy up with them, wanting to interview him. And while he was trying to read the notice, an interesting person got out of a car nearby. She was communicating with someone remotely, acting on orders. Strange people in black soon appeared in the crowd. People in the crowd complained about them until they saw the one they were guarding. Many immediately recognized her and redirected their cameras. The guys almost fainted when they saw her, because she was a legend of the Sangun Guild. Damak was still trying to answer the questions at this time. But then a girl appeared and interrupted everyone, saying that the head of the guild wanted to see the guy, so he will have to follow her. The future head of the Sangun Guild. Her name was Ju Soil, a level 7 hunter, and she was incredibly beautiful. Damak had no choice but to proceed to the office of the second most powerful guild in Korea. However, its leader went underground as an underwater cave was discovered near Okinawa. Probably the leader saw Damak and immediately sent people to help him. But the guy didn't even expect that such a person would come to him personally. Ju Soil will become the youngest guild leader, and she paved the way to this position herself. There are only 3 7th rank hunters in the country, including her, and among all the hunters, she stood out. Everyone in Korea knew her, otherwise she wouldn't have gotten him out of that chaos. Well, that's even good because the crowd prevented him from checking something, and a second later Damak opened the window. There was now a choice of titles available, and Damak decided to choose the coolest one. All that remains is to upload the titles. However, the options proposed were terrible. God of fans, God of fly swatters, God of decanters, God of chairs. This was not at all what Damak expected. The titles were strange, especially the fly swatter boss. But the guy did not lose hope of finding a good title. An hour later, he scrolled down to the right moment. God of Swords sounded pretty good. It suited the guy's talent very well. That's why the guy decided to choose him. Thus, the lower-level god, Damoku, was given the title of Sword God. A strange feeling flared up in the guy's chest. His body began to feel energy inside. His arms and legs stopped obeying him for a moment. And at that moment, the door swung open in front of Damak. The guy himself was breathing heavily and sank to the floor. But soon his heartbeat calmed down and he sat down on the sofa. By the way, he even passed out when he received his talent. But now it was necessary to choose the power of the God of Swords. There were many options, but Damak chose strength. Will he now be able to use the power of the gods? But it turned out that the guy again didn't have enough divine power. The guy got worried, but decided to calm down. Because they don't charge money for this, you just need to increase your level. But Damak still decided to take another skill, not so effective. So the guy's first force became intuition. So the guy's profile was updated profile. Intuition gave him a 6th sense. Now Damak's profile was like that of a real god. Even new skills appeared, but they need to be used later. And suddenly someone knocked sharply on the door, which frightened the guy. He assumed it was Doc returning, but he couldn't have returned from the dungeon so quickly, which means it was someone else. And the guy decided to check for himself by opening the door to see who it was. However, he was surprised to see the outline of a girl. Of all people, the guy definitely didn't expect to see Ju Soil. She stood and looked at Damak with a calm and confident gaze. She came in and asked him for a minute. Damak immediately asked worriedly, "What happened?" The girl asked for a minute and reached for her skirt. And then she took out a card and said that the boss asked her to give it to the guy. This was a pass to the guild. Now he could use all the amenities and training facilities. The guy realized that Duke had apparently decided to take him after all. Then he smiled and thanked Ju Soil, but she remained silent. Damak repeated his gratitude a second time, but in vain. It was incredibly awkward, so he laughed nervously. The guy even wondered if this girl was always so taciturn. Moreover, there was something strange coming from Ju Soil. But then a fox appeared and looked at Soil. She instantly jumped out from Damak's bosom. He just looked after her in surprise. But what was his surprise when the little animal happily jumped into Soil's arms, as if he had seen his best friend. Strange feelings washed over the shocked Damak. He immediately apologized for the fox's behavior, because she usually doesn't behave like that. But the girl smiled and replied that everything was fine and the animal was very cute. And then she even offered to feed the fox. After the surprised guy agreed, she reached into her pocket. Taking out the nut, she handed it to the fox, who happily ate the gift. She didn't like all the food, but then why did she like soil so much? Is she weak to tiny girls? Then the guy decided to ask what kind of seeds soil gave the fox. She replied that it was simply a food supplement that was good for your health. The contented fox soon returned to his master's shoulder. Soil suddenly said that she was glad to meet you. Then she smiled and said goodbye to Snow White. And then she left, closing the door behind her. At that moment, Damak allowed himself to relax. Sitting on the sofa, he realized that with Soyul it's difficult to talk. But Snow White really liked her. This was very strange, and then Damak remembered something. He didn't call Snow White by name in front of her, but the girl knew the fox's name. There is definitely some mystery about her. And she and Snow White clearly have some secrets from the guy. Maybe the girl was spying on him on purpose. And the guy decided to Google what to do if he is being spied on? It's unlikely, of course, that with such an appearance one can be a stalker, but that's what's being counted on. She would be the last person to fall under suspicion. And suddenly, Damak received a new notification. Then their number suddenly exceeded 100. The guy angrily shouted that he was busy, but then he saw a new vacancy. Hades himself offered him to be a babysitter for Cerberus, since he was leaving for Olympus on business. You just need to take care of the Cerberus for 3 days. But since no one responded, Hades even offered double the price. It was very tempting, and Hades also said that his dog doesn't bite, so the guy responded. So he was immediately transported to an unfamiliar, gloomy place. There was a misty forest all around, with crows circling overhead. The guy has even gotten used to the unpleasant teleportation. And suddenly, he noticed a bright light from the lantern in front of him. It was shameless to shine such a light in the eyes, and Damak stared at the man. However, his face was too creepy to keep from screaming. The guy immediately stood up, but the floor swayed. It turned out that he was in a boat with a creepy stranger. How Damak ended up in it, he had no idea. But suddenly, the stranger spoke and turned to Damak. Only now did he notice that the guy was not dead, and he was surprised. So I decided to explain that they are on the river Styx. The dead move along it, but the living have no access here. Hearing this, Damak realized that this stranger was the ferryman Karen. Then he smiled and said that he had business there and asked the stranger to help him. But he only advised the young man to go back. But the boy replied that he wanted to see Hades, and the mention of the god's name made Karen very angry. Then Damak asked how else to address him. "Perhaps your majesty." Then the stranger came closer and said that the guy was apparently tired of living. Damak replied that Karen was the first to provoke him, and he could not restrain himself. He took on his true form, took the scythe, and again ordered the boy to leave. Many like him have perished here. Low-level gods with hot blood. So there was no point in talking nonsense. And Karen gave the guy one last chance to leave. Well, he just smiled at this villain and showed an obscene sign in response. This seriously angered Karen, who swung his scythe. He was ready to destroy the guy, as he apparently wanted. And then he raised his scythe and aimed it straight at Damak's neck. But the guy reacted quickly, waiting for the right moment. Just as the scythe was about to touch him, he dodged sharply. And then he called Snow White, and she immediately changed. Then Karen said that he would grant Damak a beautiful death, and then he would definitely ride on this boat legally. And then he swung with renewed force and hit the guy in the direction. However, he swung his magic sword and cut the scythe blade in half. Seeing Damak's weapon, Karen asked where the guy got it from. But he replied that the myths were true, and then took out a club. Karen immediately recognized the handwriting of Hercules in this weapon, and therefore could not forgive the human offspring who raised their hand against him. This fool didn't even offer him anything in return for his help, except to hit him on the head with a club. The guy said that there was too much chatter and he didn't have time, so Karen offered to at least pay him. This proposal seemed unnecessary to the guy, and his look forced Karen to obey. So they continued to swim to the desired place. Soon the boat washed up on the shore and the guy got out. He thanked Karen for his help, but he remained silent in response. Seeing that the boy had turned away, Karen decided to act. After all, he was sure that he had relaxed and would now become a dead man. He rushed at the guy with great speed to attack, but Damak activated the power of the God of Swords, intuition, and he was able to anticipate the blow from behind and dodge. He himself did not understand how it happened, but without this power he would already be dead. Karen himself couldn't believe it either, because there was no chance to dodge. And Damak realized that the power of intuition allows the body to work faster than thought. Then he slowly turned around and said that He wouldn't just let it go. His smile at that moment was like that of a madman. Karen was terrified and didn't know what to do. Well, after a couple of minutes, the guy dealt with him, although he regretted the time spent. And then behind him, he heard a question. Was it he who had come to watch Cerberus? He turned around and saw a beautiful girl who awkwardly asked him this question. It was the goddess of fertility and the underworld, Persephone, who added that her husband was angry that no one had applied for the job, and if it weren't for Damok, she would have had to do it herself. So she kindly offered to take the guy to the right place. However, it turned out that Cerberus was very far away. They used to call him here, but Hades ordered them not to do so anymore. After all, half of the candidates immediately ran away as soon as they saw him. So Hades decided that those who could handle Karen would also be able to overcome Cerberus. Then the guy realized that this was a preliminary test, because in myths, Cerberus is a terrifying monster. They call him the gatekeeper of the underworld. But Damok decided to calm down, because he is the god of swords and Cerberus is a dog. But then Persephone interrupted the guy's thoughts, saying that they had already arrived. The first thing the boys saw in the darkness was a lot of chains. They led to a huge dog lying opposite. The dog's huge paw landed loudly on the ground. And behind her appeared 3 huge dog heads, which grinned straight at Damok. The guy smiled nervously, thinking that he was finished, because this dog didn't look like the kind that didn't bite. And then Persephone's voice was heard, asking if everything was okay with Mr. Yu Damok. He laughed nervously and replied that everything was fine. Then Persephone said her husband wrote out a list of precautions. It is better to read them before starting work. Damok happily took the list, thinking that it would contain detailed instructions. Well, they only advised to be more careful with your limbs as they might get bitten or cut off. Damok got angry because it was clearly stated here that he would die. But Persephone added that the daily routine is written on the back. Well, there were only 3 meals and 3 walks through the underworld. And how, in their opinion, Damok should walk him. After all, even in the list of moments it was indicated that Cerberus represents a huge danger no matter what he does. But then Persephone said that if the guy wants to refuse, then it's okay. She's not worried because when the last candidate ran away, Hades caught him, and he's now in hell. God tore off his limbs, and what happened next is even scary to tell. But suddenly Persephone stopped, deciding that it was not worth saying this. And then she advised the guy to run quickly if he was afraid. But Damok, after a long, desperate silence, realized that it was useless. So he laughed again and said he was just trying to cheer himself up and asked where he should start. Persephone said that first he needed to be fed, because the nymphs had already brought meat, and Damok decided to help them dismantle the carts. The pieces were too big and heavy, but the guy managed. After he brought them, Persephone told him to throw them one by one to Cerberus. The dog's eyes lit up when they saw the delicious food. At the sight of food, Cerberus stopped growling and turned into an ordinary dog. Then the guy started waving the meat in front of him, as if teasing him. It brought back memories of his time working at a dog cafe. Big dogs are adorable. If you look closely, even this Cerberus is quite cute. Then Damok decided to give the 3-year-old dog the command to sit. But he only swung his paw with all his might and hit the sand with his paw. It flew straight towards Damok, covering him from head to toe. Persephone laughed, adding that they had an interesting worker this time. It is useless to give Cerberus commands, since he only listens to Hades. Now Damok understood why no one responded to the vacancy. But since that was the case, it was possible to take revenge, so the guy threw meat at the Cerberus with all his might. And then a huge piece hit right on one of the dog's faces. But this, and the guy's apologies, only made his other heads laugh. Then they too got hit in the face with meat, because laughing at your comrades is bad. And at that moment, Cerberus became seriously angry. He crouched down on his paws, preparing to jump. And then he rushed towards the guy with lightning speed. The Cerberus's face stopped right in front of Damok, but he didn't move. He knew that the chain the dog was sitting on was strong, and she won't let the dog go beyond her length. So Damok mockingly asked what the dog could do to him on a leash. These words angered the dog so much that the chain stretched to its limit. And then one of the links cracked under the pressure of the Cerberus. Soon a crunching sound was heard and the link fell down. The frightened boy fell to the floor, not knowing what to do. How could this dog break such a huge chain so easily? But there was no time to think, since it was necessary to save oneself. Damok barely managed to dodge the sharp fangs. Persephone was only surprised that the chains could be broken by standing to the side. But Damok said that now was not the time for delight, and, grabbing the goddess by the hand, began to run away. The boy's hand was slightly scratched, which worried Persephone, but he replied that it was nothing. But what kind of chains do they have that break so easily? Perfesona couldn't answer because she had never seen anything like this before. Cerberus was approaching, so the goddess and Damok began to run again. Perfesona told the guy to stick to her, because maybe you wouldn't know it. But she was the wife of the god of the underworld. And while she is nearby, Cerberus will not dare to touch Damok. But he behaved too aggressively, and Perfesona even doubted her words. Then the boy pushed the goddess aside and called Snow White, after which he jumped high into the air, attracting the monster's attention. When Snow White turned into a club, the boy swung it at the Cerberus's head. Let this fool bite such a weapon. The guy's jump was superb, as well as a clear blow to one of the faces. However, Cerberus seemed not to feel this blow. Swinging his paw, he literally pushed the guy aside towards the river. He hit the ground, not understanding why this dog was so powerful. Damok had never met such enemies before. There is not a scratch left on him and he is still ready to attack. Perfesona shouted that Damok needed to stay away from the river. If he falls into it, the monsters will catch him and eat him right away. But for Damok, everything was as if in a fog and he did not hear the words of the goddess. Then she turned to Cerberus and ordered him to stop. She tried to attract attention by calling Cerberus a mongrel, but he only became angry and threw the goddess aside with his tail. And then he rushed towards the desperate guy who himself became food for the dog. But Damok certainly didn't intend to die like that. So I pushed off with my foot and flew to the side. So Cerberus couldn't grab him. After all, the guy fell into the river, from which hundreds of dead people's hands were sticking out. Seeing this, Perfesona covered her mouth with her hands in horror. She screamed the guy's name, but he had already sunk into the depths. At that moment, Damok was cold and couldn't even move his finger. The guy even thought that this is what death felt like. Everything that happened to him flashed before his eyes, starting with the part-time jobs he worked so hard at, finishing with all the moments from his life. Was his whole life just a dream? His work, his mother, his life, and the gods. The body became numb, the eyes closed more and more. But Damok still wanted to buy so much in the god's shop. But it turned out that I didn't buy anything. All these things are now simply useless. It felt like all of Damok's memories were leaking away. It must be my life flashing before my eyes. In the last moments, the boy saw Snow White. He wanted to tell her not to swim after him, because he wanted her to survive. But he could not say a word to the little animal approaching death. Snow White tried her best to save her master. But when he even stopped trying to get out, she bit him on the nose. It hurt so much that the guy screamed even underwater. However, it helped him to wake up just at the moment when his hands began to crawl out of the mud. They grabbed the guy by all his limbs. After that, it was as if they began to absorb him. He already thought that this was definitely the end. But no. He had to do something because even the dwarves fought to the last. Remembering the fire fist weapon, the boy changed Snow White. A hammer appeared in his hand, which allowed him to fight off the attacks. But they continued to try to drag the guy to the bottom. And he activated the skill of the dwarven hammer, after which he dealt a blow of incredible force to the enemy. With its help, he was able to fight back and float to the surface. Only then did Damok realize that he could no longer breathe. I had to swim quickly upward to get some air. The surface of the water seemed calm from above, but suddenly it began to turn into a real whirlpool. And at that moment, Damok finally got out of the pool. It felt like he had crawled back from the brink of death. Snow White was still sitting on the boy's shoulder, who was trying to catch his breath. But as soon as he looked forward, he again saw the huge mouth of Cerberus. He wanted to hit the guy with his paw again. And then he bent his head and bit off half of Damok's body. His head ended up inside the Cerberus's mouth. He thought he was finished, when suddenly he noticed a strange notification. A previously unknown effect of the river Styx will suddenly become active. Its effect lasted for 1 hour, but the guy did not understand what it was. But suddenly he remembered the legend that whoever plunges into the river Styx will become a great warrior. The goddess Thetis lowered her son into it, only the child's heels did not get wet. This is how the tale of Achilles' heel begins. But Damok got soaked in this river from head to toe. This means that now he is invincible, even before the jaws of Cerberus. Perfesona tried to pull the boy out of the mouth in fear. She realized that the guy was alive and ordered Cerberus to let him go. Then Cerberus sharply spat Damok to the side. Perfesona then shouted out and asked if Mr. Yu was okay. But other than being covered in drool, everything seemed to be fine. The guy looked at Perfesona with resentment. Because how can you talk about drool to a person who almost died? She immediately apologized and asked again if the guy was okay. After all, he fell into the river Styx, but he replied that he just got out. This statement shocked Perfesona, but the guy added that he simply swung the hammer. This was the first time Perfesona had heard of anything like this. and suddenly Cerberus began to attack Eudemoc again, to the fear of the goddess. The dog tried to tear the guy to pieces, but he only felt the sore spots itch, and he was surprised that the dog didn't get tired of biting him. He was too much for Cerberus, and his bites didn't even sting. Perfesona couldn't believe that a lower-level god had survived a Cerberus bite. Is this the blessing of immortality? But it was given to Damoc only for an hour. Cerberus was already tired of attacking Damoc. He kept growling and growling, and the guy kept laughing. He said that if Cerberus continues to growl, then he won't get a walk. These words seemed to stun the dog. Cerberus let out an annoyed sigh and stopped growling. And then he turned around and left, proving to the guy that all dogs are the same. Those dogs from the cafe and the huge Cerberus are all the same. Taking his chain in his mouth, the Cerberus headed towards the guy. And then he sat down and wagged his tail, inviting Damoc to go for a walk. After all, it's the same dog as everyone else, only bigger. Taking the chain in his hands, the guy was already getting ready to go out. And then suddenly Perfesona appeared again. She warned that Cerberus had not been walked for a long time, so it was better to walk slowly. But Damoc replied that there was no need to worry because at the puppy cafe, they nicknamed him the Puppy President. But the guy was wrong to think that it was a trifle, because Cerberus immediately pulled the guy with great force. Naturally, Damoc couldn't hold him back. Cerberus was dragging him along the ground, which was unpleasant. But Damoc couldn't stop the dog. Then a notification popped up saying that because the guy ran 3 kilometers at a speed of over 100 km/h, he received a new skill. It was a wind speed skill, but then the boy felt another energy. It was Perfesona, who was racing after Damoc. She shouted at him to use divine power to strengthen his body. Damoc was surprised that Perfesona could keep up with them at all. But she kept running and saying that Cerberus was too strong and that the body needed to be strengthened. She didn't understand why Damoc didn't use divine power. The guy thought it was a stat and didn't know how to use it. The fact that Damoc didn't know how to use it shocked Perfesona. It just couldn't be, but the guy really had no idea what to do. He only asked how long the dog was going to run. But Perfesona asked the boy to remember the feeling when the boy uses force. Damoc didn't quite understand what the goddess was talking about, but he tried to feel it. But what does he feel when he uses power? In the battle with Karen, she became active on her own. For example, at that moment his intuition was activated. Perfesona advised the guy to remember the image. You need to imagine that power, like water, spreads throughout the body and is controlled. Closing his eyes, the guy tried to imagine the image. He thought about controlling the water around him, and then the energy enveloped the guy's body. And then he found the strength to slow down. Oddly enough, Cerberus suddenly stopped. Damoc was finally able to stop the dog with his power. He couldn't even believe that he had stopped. He was finally able to activate the power and stopped dragging himself along the ground. Perfesona encouraged the boy by telling him to focus his divine power on the part of his body that needed to be strengthened. Cerberus, meanwhile, was clearly unhappy with the stop. So I started pulling even harder. Damoc didn't like this, so he concentrated. The part of the body that needs to be strengthened is the arms. The divine power increased in that very second, and Damoc was able to pull the huge Cerberus like a small puppy. Moreover, the guy pulled the chain so hard that the dog flew up. Even the goddess was surprised that Cerberus flew up like a little puppy. And then he hit the ground, falling from a height. Damoc said that there was enough walking for today. Cerberus still wanted to resist, grinning at the guy. Then the guy decided that things would be bad, and he just dragged the Cerberus along with him. Perfesona was shocked by the guy's courage and strength. She said that Damoc was the first one who handled everything so well. Looks like they have a great worker this time. But for the guy, it was strange why the girl didn't intervene, because she was quite strong. If even he, a low-level god, could stop the dog, then she definitely could. Then Damoc decided to ask Perfesona why she didn't approach Cerberus. After all, she could easily handle him. The girl fell silent awkwardly, looking down. And then she quietly replied that it was all because of the restrictions. The goddess explained that Cerberus guards the underworld. Thus, he prevents countless lost souls from returning to the mortal world. And it also stops those who try to look in here out of curiosity. And Perfesona herself is one of them, of those who also want to return to the world of the living. Therefore, Perfesona is limited in her actions here and cannot do anything about Cerberus. All she can come into contact with are a few lesser gods, like Damoc. After all, according to mythology, Hades kidnapped Perfesona and imprisoned her in the underworld. And all because of her beauty. It turned out that this was not nonsense, but the real truth. It's hard to imagine how long Perfesona spent alone and how unhappy she was. But Damoc decided to put aside his sense of heightened justice. After all, her husband is Hades, the brother of the god Zeus, so the guy couldn't do anything. But then Snow White blocked Damok's path. He had already forgotten about her, so he apologized for leaving her. At this time, Cerberus was already obediently following the guy. But suddenly they reached a huge fiery gate. Cerberus sniffed and began to get nervous and bare his teeth. Damok didn't understand what had come over this dog again. Perfesona replied that he was following the trail of the dead, and despite his appearance, he was doing a good job of it. And this is the reason why Perfesona could not leave this place. And now, as soon as the guy chains the Cerberus back, all the tasks for the morning will be completed. But to the guy, Hades now looked like a real stubborn person because why would he need a dog that only obeys him? And then he felt that the power of intuition had activated itself again. This meant that there was something inside the crevice. But it doesn't seem to be something alive, so we can check it. Perfesona said that now it was time to prepare for the day's activities. But she was shocked when Damok suddenly broke through the stone wall. She didn't understand why the guy was pulling something out. She stared in surprise at the strange object in the guy's hands. He apologized, saying he thought it was something valuable, but it turned out to be just a collar. And this was the collar of Cerberus with the help of which Hades trained the dog, and when using it, he listens to all commands. Perfesona was surprised, as she did not understand why Hades made the collar here. She had been looking for him for a long time, but couldn't find him, but Damok found him so easily. But is this collar really that all-powerful? But Perfesona replied that if you control Cerberus, you control the entire underworld. But to be honest, it looked like a regular collar. But the guy couldn't use it because it belonged to Hades, even though it would be easy to complete the task with it. Perfesona wondered what could be done about this, and then an idea came to her mind. She said that none of it mattered. It wasn't she who said where the collar was, and Hades himself sometimes allowed them to look for it. He said he'd let her train Cerberus if she could find the collar. Damok understood that Hades and the goddess had a lot to deal with, but he couldn't miss the opportunity to make his life easier. Then he approached Cerberus and beckoned him with a new collar. Cerberus was dissatisfied, but realized that it was useless to compete with Damok, and the guy only hoped that the stove had learned its lesson. He grinned, but couldn't do anything. Finally, tears of humility flowed from his eyes. But the guy said it would be great if the dog was this docile from the start. And then he smiled, realizing his capabilities. Then the guy remembered his old years. And then he began to give Cerberus commands, which he obediently carried out. The dog even did a somersault and jumped. That it worked delighted Damok. But this guy was taking revenge for the bites and for being dragged along the ground, so he ordered the dog to sit in the corner. At this rate, this job will become much easier. A truly villainous laugh even escaped the guy's lips. Then Perfesona, noticing this, approached the guy. He smiled and spoke mockingly about the dog. But then the goddess used a strange spell, touching the guy's cheek. Damok didn't understand what she wanted from him. But the next second he fell to his knees, exhausted. Then the goddess said that the husband gave Cerberus 2 orders. The first is to keep an eye on the dead who are trying to escape from the underworld. And the second order is to keep an eye on her. And at that moment, the guy's eyes began to close. The last thing he remembers is Perfection wishing him sweet dreams. But she promised to return before Hades arrived, so the guy had nothing to worry about. And then Damok realized that for Vid, the most important thing was not the underground kingdom. And it is this beautiful girl who is the meaning of his life. But the guy couldn't think anymore because he fell asleep. The first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was the face of a fox. Snow White circled excitedly around her master. The guy tried to come to his senses for a couple of minutes, and then it just dawned on him what had happened. He couldn't believe he passed out because of a goddess. And by the way, where is Perfesona herself? There's no one around except Snow White and the Cerberus in the corner. Did the goddess escape while he was unconscious? If this is so, then he is definitely finished. But it was necessary to find out how long Damok slept. It turned out that it was less than an hour, so everything could still be fixed. The guy rushed forward, because before, Perfesona could not leave the underground kingdom because of Cerberus. If it becomes known that she ran away because of Damok, Hades will beat the crap out of him. So the guy has to find her and take her back as soon as possible. And suddenly, he remembered that he had recently acquired a new skill, wind speed. This skill increases significantly based on the boy's physical abilities. And because he was strong, he was able to move very quickly. Even the guy himself was surprised by such enormous speed. Then he decided to try activating the skill while using divine power. So his abilities should have increased even more. After doing this, Damok felt a surge of energy and was shocked by what happened. His jump was incredibly fast and powerful. The liftoff was incredibly powerful. And then, hovering in the air, Damak noticed Perfesona in the boat. She swam down the river Styx to escape the underworld. The girl didn't suspect anything. The boat moved calmly along the surface of the calm river. It was quiet and dark around, only she was radiating light. But then, having almost reached the shore, she heard a strange sound. The boat stopped as if the goddess had run over a rock. But what was her surprise when she saw a guy emerge from the water? Damak looked tiredly at the girl and asked where she was going in such a hurry. After all, she herself said that even the dead are not allowed to cross the river. Then how will the girl explain this? But Perfesona immediately apologized, and then she replied that she just really wanted to see him. With mother, Damak was familiar with her feelings because his own mother was sick. But Perfesona said that her husband would return only in 2 days. Perfesona had already escaped like this more than once, but Damak was the first to catch her. But suddenly the boat unexpectedly rocked, because it actually hit a rock. Because of this, the wood split and a crack appeared along the bottom. Perfesona and Damak were scared and didn't know what to do. The guy didn't think the boat could handle them. The effect of the river Styx only lasted for 15 seconds, and they had no choice. The guy held his breath and stared at the water's surface. And then he jumped up and dived straight into the water. A couple of seconds later, he emerged, gulping air. And then he grabbed the boat and began to push it towards the shore. He told Perfesona to hold on tight and continued pushing. Luckily, they managed to reach the shore. And when they passed through the thicket, the sun's rays hit their faces. The goddess was incredibly happy to see the light again. But then Damak called out to her and asked her to promise something. Perfesona should return immediately after seeing her mother. But the girl replied that there was no need to worry, since she had never been caught before. But Damak would definitely be dead if they found out about this. But the girl assured him that everything would be fine. If a guy doesn't trust her, he can just go with her. Having reached some cave, which is not surprising for Greek gods, Perfesona entered inside. The guy was no longer surprised that all the Greek gods lived in caves, but he was surprised when he saw a beautiful woman, the goddess of fertility, Demeter. She immediately stood up and looked at her daughter in surprise. She couldn't believe she saw perfection after so many years. Out of joy, both girls hugged each other and burst into tears. Damak, standing nearby, felt like a fifth leg. And suddenly, his attention was drawn to the energy from below. It came from a flower that had just appeared. In myths, the earth withered because of Demeter's grief for her daughter when she was in the underworld. But now everything is fine, so the guy seemed to remember something and said that we need to go. Perfesona looked after him in surprise, and he shouted for her to come to the river at 8. The goddess was surprised that Damak decided not to follow her. She called out to him, then looked him in the eye and sincerely thanked him for his trust. And the guy himself soon returned to the dark underground kingdom. He was able to fix the boat in a couple of hours. However, 3 minutes had already passed since Perfesona was supposed to arrive. But then the guy felt steps behind him. He was sure that the goddess had come. But when he saw a man's silhouette, he was taken aback. The handsome man merely summed up that a cheeky fellow had come to him for a part-time job. The intuition skill activated instantly and signaled that Damak was finished. Then the man turned to the boy and asked where his wife Perfesona was. The question asked in that voice sent shivers down Damak's spine. He remained silent, but Hades clearly didn't like it. He didn't understand how someone like Damak could find the collar. Moreover, to collude with perfection and let her escape? Anyway, it doesn't matter, because the guy is definitely finished. Hades's hand reached out to Damak's head. He was about to feel pain, but suddenly he heard a female voice from the side. It was Perfesona who asked why Hades was killing an innocent. God looked at his wife in surprise and asked where she had been. But the goddess replied that he himself always told the workers to find the collar. And Damak found him. Then why is Hades angry? God coughed and agreed with his wife, but running away without saying anything was a bit strange. But Perfesona only snorted with displeasure and said that she had not run away, but had simply visited her mother. A frustrated Hades replied that he could have said so, but the goddess replied that she was not a child to talk about every little thing. Hades was completely at a loss, trying to calm his dissatisfied wife, which shocked Damak. It turned out that the girl had pinned down Hades, who, moreover, was also a romantic. But then the girl took the box in her hand and said that they would continue in the dungeon. She then gave the gift to Damak and added that it was his bonus. Hades was again upset that the guy would have to be left alive, but Perfesona replied that he had done a great job. So she gives him a gift and takes care of the payment, just so Damak doesn't send a complaint to the system. Touching the guy, Perfesona sent him back, advising him not to wander around here anymore. Although Hades was dissatisfied, Damak nevertheless relaxed. So he was transported back to his world. Standing on the dark street, he tried to remember how many times he had almost died today. This job adds gray hair to his hair, but also gives him gifts. Damak didn't even think about what was inside the box, so he went back home to open it. As soon as he opened the lid, a bright light poured out of the box. Inside her lay the forbidden fruit, which granted the ability to distinguish good from evil, and along with it, a golden apple, a symbol of immortality, the fruit of the gods, granting eternal youth. Damak had already thought about his mother, but he didn't know if people could eat the fruits of the gods. Taking the golden apple in his hand, Damak felt a light energy, but there was still forbidden fruit in the box. Does the guy really have to eat it? After the successful experiment, news of the miracle spread throughout the hospital. The doctor said in surprise that all the cancer cells in the woman's body had disappeared. She herself could not believe it, because there is no medical explanation for it. Mom couldn't believe it. But Damak said he knew there was only happiness ahead, and he himself was incredibly happy that the golden apple worked. It's a good thing he didn't peel the apple when he put it through the juicer, otherwise the effect might have been lost. But now the doctor said that Mom was ready to be discharged, so the guy suggested that she go home. The woman was incredibly happy as she left the hospital arm in arm with her son. He opened the taxi door for her and let her go first. Then he sat in the front and told the taxi driver to go to Hwaseong, Banwol district. But the taxi driver replied that they would have to make a big circle, which surprised the guy, because there was a shortcut. But the taxi driver replied that the guy apparently hadn't heard yet that there was chaos there. The news is full of talk about Yedo Park, where an underground cave has appeared. Guilds and individual hunters were called to the scene, but traffic jams are making their journey difficult. Then Damak felt his mother's hand touch his shoulder. And then she said that she would get there herself, telling the guy to go ahead. He is needed there, and she can't wait for him to appear on TV. When the boy jumped out of the car, his mother said goodbye to him, saying that she would watch him through the screen. Damak told her not to worry and set off on his way. When he arrived at the place, he saw something like the Leaning Tower of Pisa. It looked impressive, which means there will be a lot of work today. Smiling, Damak told Snow White to get ready. But first he decided to look into the shop of the gods. But it turned out that Damak's salary had still not arrived. After the update, Damak saw a new title for himself. Cerberus Temur. Thanks to this title, all dogs will obey the guy. Now he is a real master of dogs. But the guy was not particularly happy with this title. And suddenly someone recognized Damak and shouted out that they recognized him. But the guy didn't want to attract unnecessary attention to himself, so he replied that they were confusing him with someone else. But then he realized that they were not shouting at him, but at Ju Soil, who was surrounded by journalists. They said it was a normal dungeon, but why is a hunter of that level here? Soil replied that their guild Sangan, as usual, would give it their all. After that, she fell silent and continued to ignore the journalists. But Damak had no time to think, because he needed to catch up with Soil. She, in turn, was already leading the squad into the dungeon. The squad discussed that a sudden attack by hounds could not be serious, but one of the hunters remembered how the second one was bitten pretty badly last time. He didn't expect that someone saw it, so he got angry. But then Ju Soil raised her hand and interrupted the cursing. The hunters realized they were being noisy and began to whisper. But then one of the hunters noticed the commander's strange behavior. Usually the girl behaved more calmly. And although she is taciturn, she usually doesn't get angry over nonsense. And that means she noticed something. To see better, the hunters also lit torches. And then they stared into the depths of the dungeon. And then Ju Soil just said that they were coming. After which the evil face of a dog appeared in front of the hunters. And then again and again, until a flock appeared. Seeing their number, the hunters became frightened. They weren't told there would be death hounds here. The slightest bite from their poisonous fangs and in 10 minutes you are dead. These dogs are worse than snakes and are very poisonous. Their poison flowed down their tongues and onto the ground. Soil took out a knife to deal with the troublesome guys. Then she commanded those who were not strong in close combat to step back. She ordered the rest to follow her. But suddenly some funny voice beckoned the dogs to it. One of the hunters told his friend not to play the fool. But he admitted that it was not he who said it. The sound came straight from behind the crowd of hounds. And then it repeated itself again, and the voice ordered the dogs to come to him. After which they parted and revealed the owner of a terrible sense of humor. Hunters couldn't believe that someone had tamed the deadly hounds. It must be just a monstrous person who could also turn out to be an enemy. Then the hunter told Soil to step aside so that he could protect her himself. And then he ordered that fool to show himself. Is he a monster in the guise of a man? Or a man in the guise of a monster? Then Damak looked at the sword and advised the hunter to lower it. He scares these dogs with his screams. Seeing an ordinary guy, the hunter was surprised that he was a man. One of the dogs was already standing behind Ji Soil, but did not attack. But Damok noticed this too late. Had to use wind speed to help. He immediately walked around the hunters and approached Ji Soil. The hunter was angry because he was passed over. But Damok was only trying to save the commander. He pushed the girl away and thrust his fist forward. Then, he put his fist on the dog's face and twirled it around the top of his head, telling him to calm down. Because of his title as a dog whisperer, the boy now only had to touch any dog for it to obey. The hunter was surprised that Damok did not intend to attack the dog. Ju Soyul also looked at the guy with bewilderment, but with interest. But Damok, for now, did not answer anything. He stared at Soyul's familiar bracelet. And so they met this Mrs. Ju again. Ji Soyul's bracelet was undoubtedly the same as Perfectona's. Then Damok decided to ask where she got this bracelet from. The girl did not answer for a long time, calmly looking at Damok. And then she replied that the guy was too much trouble. And by the way, there are too many witnesses here. And he knelt down in front of her and took her hand. And although Damok wanted to justify himself, the cameras captured this moment. The hunters thought the guy was proposing to the commander in the dungeon. Instantly, everyone took out their cameras and started filming. But Damok shouted that everything was wrong while controlling the dogs. They obeyed him obediently. They seemed to read Damok's thoughts and followed commands. He ordered the first 10 to search the area and the rest to help here. The dogs seemed to have turned into service dogs and carried out the order. This raised many questions among hunters, but before they could ask them, the dogs rushed forward. One of them noticed a strange object and ran towards it. It turned out that they were bright red crystals. One of the hunters noticed the dog's interest. After all, he ran up to Damok with a stone in his teeth, for which the guy praised him. And then, under the surprised looks of the hunters, he ordered the stone to be placed nearby. The hunters thought they were dreaming it all, but Ju Soyul silently and attentively watched what was happening. And when the guy had too many crystals, she said that he had a wonderful ability. And then she asked Damok where she got it from. He became worried because, in theory, it was clear that he had talent from birth. How did Soyul know that he got it somewhere? Then the guy lied that he was born with such talent. But he had a question about her bracelet. Does this really belong to Soyul? But she replied that it was her bracelet, otherwise she wouldn't have worn it. Then Damok asked where she bought it. But the girl did not answer, so the guy repeated the question. But another silence served as proof. There was no doubt, this was a unique, antique design. It's the same as the friendship bracelet that Perfesona was talking about. So why does Ju Soyul have it? The guy thought she was just a suspicious person. But is she someone more unusual or something? And then Damok remembered that he had a forbidden fruit that allowed him to distinguish truth from lies. And when the girl replied that she had bought the bracelet online, the notification showed that her intentions were close to good. And if Yu Damoku liked the bracelet so much, then she can send him the link. Realizing that Ju Soyul didn't seem to be lying, the guy became embarrassed. And then he replied that it would indeed be nice to buy the same bracelet. The hunters, hearing Damok's desire to buy a woman's bracelet, grimaced. And they started whispering that the guy liked girls' bracelets. Damok thought he had gone completely crazy with these travels. Now everyone will think he has terrible taste and his image will be ruined. If that's the case, then we need to divert the attention of others to something else and disgrace Soyul as well. Damok asked how the girl knew Snow White's name, but she simply replied that she had heard it from others. Near the gate, the boy himself told Snow White to come with him. The notification immediately showed that Soyul was not lying. Now there was an awkward silence between the two of them. The guy realized that he had been acting like a madman all this time. He simply misunderstood everything and wound himself up and then disgraced himself. But, be that as it may, it was necessary to move on. They reached the gate, which stood quietly. Suddenly, there was an unexpected explosion. The dungeon boss emerged from them, saying that the weaklings who came here had doomed themselves to death. It was very stupid of them, but death will atone for this crime. But before the boss could finish his speech, he received a punch in the face. Damok attacked him with his fists and ordered him to shut up. The hunters were surprised at how easily Damok beat the boss. Moreover, he dealt with him single-handedly. And then Damok raised his crazy eyes. And then he approached the hunter and asked him to hide the fact that Damok was in the dungeon. And everything Damok said was also a secret. The hunter nodded fearfully and promised not to tell anyone. So Damok approached each hunter and had a conversation with him about this. And all this time, Ju Slul was looking at her bracelet. By this time, it was already evening. Journalists crowded around the dungeon to film the exit of the hunters and Ju Soyul. They pounced on her, asking her to tell them how the cleanup had gone. She replied that as the leader of the raid, she was glad that there were no casualties or injuries. Damok had been hiding in the crowd all this time, and previously he didn't care about any of this. But now, to become a hunter, he needs to get a license like everyone else. And Damok, who could not be found in the databases, was an unofficial hunter. This attracted the attention of others, but the guy could not lose his reputation because of this, and, as a result, his divine power. So for now, he didn't want to show himself and decided to leave everything to Ju Soil and leave. He walked through the crowd, but then a man recognized him. He shouted Udamok's name too loudly. There were immediately a bunch of flashes around the guy. His interlocutor laughed contentedly, realizing that this was indeed that same Udamok. And then he asked what such a talentless little bug was doing here. Journalists immediately took notice of this. But why was Udamok called untalented? He is not like that. And the guy himself immediately recognized the one who called him by name. Suddenly, that same guy put his hand on Damok's shoulder and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. It was Jong Juak, and Damok had no idea what he was doing there. This bully from the Chaebol house cast a shadow over Damok's entire school years. The guy even began to think that it was not God who ruled the world, but the rich Chaebol families. But now everything is different, and Damok will not allow himself to be humiliated any longer. He then replied to Juak that people don't change and he still bullies others just because he is from the Chaebol family. This attack on Juak stunned him, but Damok really wanted to surpass him. Juak pulled his hand away, shouting that Damok was getting too cocky because he had become a little famous. On the news, Juak saw a guy clearing out a labyrinth and breaking into some gates. But this is all somehow very strange, because this fool had no talent. Laughing, Juak added that he should have come up with a more convincing legend. It sounds too stupid, and among the bottom without talents, Damok is the very bottom. Journalists immediately began to doubt the guy's strength because he really wasn't on the hunter's website. Damok realized that the situation was becoming much more complicated. But then Ju Soil appeared in front of him. She snatched Damok's cap from Juak's hand, which he took. Thus, the girl found herself in the middle of two guys. And then she handed Damok his cap and asked him to take it. Juak was surprised that Soil defended Damok, since he is trash with no talent. But Soil replied that people without talent are not trash, and can Juak be held accountable for her words? Juak got furious and shouted that he had known this fool for a long time, and that he had no talent. Then Soil stared at Damok. He realized that she wanted him to do something. But is she really waiting for him to prove it? If this is so, then there is nothing complicated about it. Taking a couple of steps forward, Damok smiled. And then, in one leap, he jumped onto a bus parked nearby. The fact that the guy was able to do this surprised Juak beyond belief. He shouted that the guy couldn't have talent because he definitely didn't have it. But Damok only felt sorry for the time spent on him. So he just waved his hand and said he was leaving. There's something he realized after the incident with Young Juak. He needs to qualify as a hunter as quickly as possible. And the news just reached him that today Docto would be taking the hunter qualification test. The guy was going to go alone without attracting attention and called a taxi. But the girl sitting behind the wheel of the taxi knew where Damok was going. It was Ju Soil who decided to give him a ride. When the guy arrived, he thanked me for the comfort in the car. All this happened on one small island. There was a whole arena built there and there were already a lot of people. Damok, of course, didn't understand why Ju Soil followed him all the way here. But Snow White clearly didn't mind. He then asked if the next heir to the guild was allowed to spend time like this. She replied that she had no business today, and then switched to informal address, concluding that she and Damok were the same age. This meant that they could be good friends, and as Damok saw, the girl sincerely wanted this. The guy didn't mind, but then they said over the loudspeaker that number 1117 needed to go to Zone H for physical strength measurements. It was Damok's number, so he went, asking Soil to keep an eye on Snow White. It seemed that this was the only reason she came. Apart from feeding seeds, she doesn't do anything strange and always shows good intentions in the window. So there shouldn't be any problems. Testing could start now. They also asked to take into account that during the test, only equipment provided at the venue is allowed. First came the lower body test. Number 1117 was set to a high difficulty level, and the guy couldn't even move with the bar on his back. It was a very strange fitness test. But he didn't know that everything was being supervised by Chan Juak, who wanted to show the guy his place. Now Damok could be out if he didn't lift a whole ton above himself. Juak's presence angered the boy, but he quietly exhaled. He remembered that the main thing was to simply get a license. Juak scoffed, saying that Damok would break under the weight and be crushed like a beetle. But the test showed that Damok's lower body strength was equal to rank 6. He relaxed and tried to concentrate his strength in his hands. Therefore, he calmly completed the following tests, and his main strength was equal to the 5th rank. The reaction reached the 6th level, but Juok's reaction was terrible. For him, it was just some kind of nonsense. He couldn't believe that this talentless fool was capable of such a thing. He ran to the organizer and ordered him to stop the test, but he could not do this because no errors were found. But Juok understood how in the eyes of the organizer this could not be a mistake. However, number 1117 completed the basic fitness test and scored quite well. He was then told to go to another testing region. The organizer congratulated the future hunters who managed to pass the tests. The current test is a test of teamwork, the most important skill of hunters. The use of personal equipment other than that provided is prohibited. Victory over other groups' trash will not count towards the other team. At that very second, the floor beneath the hunter's feet seemed to disappear, and terrible monsters appeared underneath him. Small platforms to stand on separated the humans from the monsters in the water below, but it turned out that they can jump very high. One of them jumped out and attacked one of the hunters. He immediately pinned the boy to the ground. He couldn't move under the pressure of the monster's paws, and then the monster raised his sharp sword over him. The guy covered himself with his hand, realizing that he was finished. But then he heard strange footsteps. Damok suddenly appeared in front of the guy, reflecting the monster's blow. Then he turned to the stranger and asked if he could stand up, and then he decided to take on the entire attack of the monster. Damok thrust his sword forward and rushed into the attack, and a moment later, he was able to throw the monster aside. He fell to the ground and did not move again. But then Damok heard the girl's screams. Nearby, 2 participants were fighting a monster. However, they almost lost, so Damok decided to intervene. Having moved forward a few meters, he had already managed to hit several monsters. The participants did not even understand what had happened, looking in surprise at their defeated opponents. 1117 dealt with all the monsters alone, and thanks to him, they can now move on. Juok was watching this entire fight. Seeing the victory of the guy he hated, he became angry. So I decided to resort to trickery. Opening a bottle of red liquid, he poured it into the monster's mouth. He seemed to have gone mad, and Damok felt obvious hostility from him. He was able to realize this thanks to the apple of knowledge of good and evil he had eaten. The monster even acted meanly by attacking from behind. However, he did it too loudly and growling. Damok managed to put his sword in front of him at the last moment. However, the monster's blow threw the guy aside. He managed to get his bearings and landed on his feet. The participants standing nearby were surprised that Damok remained alive. The monster was also surprised and decided to continue the attack. He jumped up, pushing off the ground. And then he hit the guy in the face with his paw. Thus, he pinned Damok to the ground. The standing participants were also affected by the shockwave, but they decided to help Damok and attacked in response. But the monster easily threw the participant back, and he no longer moved. Thus, all members of the group except 1117 were excluded. The guy couldn't believe it because the exam shouldn't have been that hard. Then Juok came in and said that without his teammates, he couldn't score points and asked if the guy was going to continue. He found it quite an interesting game. But this only made Damok even more angry because he understood what was going on. Did he really do all this just for Damok? Most likely so, and if so, then it's time to turn off emotions. Juok kept thinking that the guy would refuse, but he went forward. Juok replied that it was useless if you attacked without your teammates. But Damok was already oozing destructive energy. And then he crouched down and prepared to attack. He said that a good hunter will always find a way, and he hit the target. With one blow, he dealt enormous damage to the monster, and then he headed to the other platforms and destroyed all the other monsters of the other teams. After a couple of minutes, he finished with everyone. So even if he doesn't get points for teamwork, there should be individual points. You can earn them by destroying monsters yourself. If 100 points is the maximum, then he scored about 200 points, right? Juok, as the host of this test, was in shock. Nervously, the man decided to announce the results of the second test. The loudspeakers announced that an emergency had occurred and asked all participants to evacuate to a shelter. It turns out that there was a major tsunami near Dokdo, and all the water is heading here. It was necessary to urgently evacuate from the exam venue. But Damok, I decided to check what was really going on. Then he jumped onto the platform, knocking it down Jalka. And then he jumped up again to the boy's disgruntled cries. But Damok had no time for him now. The guy wanted to get up and figure out what was going on. Having done this, he turned back sharply. At that moment, he saw a huge wave destroying the stone walls. The guy was surprised that such a huge wave appeared here. If she doesn't calm down, everyone here will die. It was necessary to come up with some kind of plan urgently. But then the guy received a notification from Persona, who apologized for delaying her salary. So the guy finally got paid for his work. He immediately began frantically searching there for something useful and saw the wave-cutting skill, and that was what he needed. It was an SS-rank skill that gave a sharp sword that could cut through even the waves. Suddenly, Snow White appeared unexpectedly, carrying something in her teeth. It looked like a jacket, but Damek was surprised that Soil was not with her. But now there was no time for this, as the wave was advancing and destroying the walls. He asked Snow White to help him, and she turned into a sword. Damek immediately decided to activate his new skill. At that moment, he felt a new strength. The boy thrust his sword forward and swung it through the air. At this time, a wave approached, and Damek was actually able to cut it. Standing next to two walls of water, Damek was glad that he succeeded. But then these two walls collapsed right on top of him. The loudspeakers continued to ask all participants to take shelter. The probability of a second tsunami was very high, even though the guy cut the first one. Upon hearing this news, Damek was very surprised by the arrival of the second wave. He didn't know if he could stop this one too. But then he received a new notification about an urgent order from Poseidon, who was recruiting a repair team for the Dragon King. It said that a tsunami was occurring in the human world due to damage to the palace barrier, and it will continue until the repairs are completed, and no one has responded to the vacancy yet. Damek exhaled, remembering the gnomes stealing equipment, and then to Perphason, who tried to escape at every opportunity. The gods are causing more and more trouble, but if the guy wanted to live, then he had to go. Thus, he was transported to a wonderful underwater world, and this time the movement went smoothly and painlessly thanks to the water. There was a huge palace here with many stone statues, but here, Damek heard a familiar male voice behind him. Turning around, the guy was surprised to see Hephaestus. He laughed, saying that he knew that he and the boy would meet again. Then he looked at the moon fox and noticed that it had grown quite a bit. But the fox did not respond to his compliments and avoided his petting. Hephaestus was upset, thinking that the fox hated him, but the guy justified her, saying that she was just shy. Although it's not like her, because she immediately fell in love with Jew Soil. Then Damek asked why Hephaestus came here. He smiled and replied that the blacksmith could not be absent during repair work. So I came to help, but before that I decided to explain something to the guy. Then he stretched out his hand and told Damek to look in the direction indicated. At that place, the barrier was broken and water was leaking into the human world. Even if it looks like a wave in a pool to them, for people it is a huge tsunami. And all this happened because of a strange gate in the sky. They constantly appear no matter how much you get rid of them, and they cause trouble. Damek was surprised to learn that the gates were not created by the gods, because he thought that they were the same as the dungeons. The guy decided to find out later what the gate actually was, all because Snow White caught his attention. Damek had to be distracted, as the animal was very persistent. But the fox pointed to a whirlpool that had formed right around the gate. They, like a black hole, sucked everything into themselves. Now the whirlpool became so huge that it almost reached the guy. He angrily shouted that nothing happens normally in this terrible world. But Hephaestus said that he would deal with it, and he himself advised the guy to hold on to something. If Damek or his pet gets sucked into the gate, they're done for. But then Snow White couldn't hold back and flew into the whirlpool. Hephaestus immediately activated his powers. He raised his hands above himself and created a huge portal, and from it emerged a fiery hand of enormous size, and then he stretched his hand forward, as if subduing that fist. Hephaestus swung his sword and was ready to strike. He controlled the hand above him, pointing at the gate. A huge fist flew towards the gate. They all continued to eat everything around them. Hephaestus was extremely angry about this rebellion. He reached out with his huge hand towards the gate. Then he surrounded them like a small ball. Damek watched this with admiration, especially when two hands came together around the gate, and the spectacle was worthy of a god of the highest rank. These gods were clearly on a different level if they could do such things. It seemed like it was something on the level of space and infinite power. Damek could only watch this spectacle. But suddenly, a creepy bony hand appeared from the gate, and then a huge number of monsters jumped out of them. It turned out that in the world of gods there are also gates with waves of monsters. This was a revelation for Damek, but then someone called him. And then a sword appeared in the air, given to the guy. Hephaestus told him to deal with the monsters while he closed the gate. Damek no longer hoped that this would simply be a barrier repair. He let out a disappointed sigh and rushed forward. Damek thought about asking for extra payment. He used his intuition skill to attack. This way, he was able to defeat several monsters. But then he saw a monster approaching. He attacked from behind and managed to hit Damok. The guy flew back but landed on his feet. It was some kind of nonsense to him. He hit the monster with divine power, but the monster survived. But suddenly he even spoke and said that he would tear the Olympians to pieces. Damok realized that these were not the weak monsters that usually appeared from the gate. These are stronger opponents, and fighting them alone can be dangerous. But then Damok noticed something curious. A whole army of monsters carried flags. They depicted other monsters and the squad moved forward. But these were clearly not the monsters that came out of the gate. They pounced on the same monsters as them and began to fight. So the identical monsters began to fight among themselves. The only difference was their shape. This means that these monsters are Poseidon's reinforcements that have arrived. Damok was already afraid that he would have to deal with this alone. At this time, a monster wanted to attack the guy from behind. But he fought him off with a blow of his sword without even turning around. And if it's just one more time and not one against the crowd, then you can try. So Damok rushed into attack. He made several swings of his sword in front of the monster, but he noticed that he couldn't cut it. But this only means that the damage from Damok's attacks is weak. He cut them with all his might, but only scratches remained. It was strange that they were so strong, but apparently the monster got tired of playing. He swung, knowing that Damok was weak and was confident of his victory. But he wasn't going to give up so easily. He crouched down and told the monster to take this blow at least once. He then activated the wave-cutting skill, and then he sent a shockwave through all the monsters. They stood motionless as they realized they had been hit. Everything around, even the stone walls, were cut by this blow. The next second, everything and everyone around fell apart, after which Damok was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. He raised his sword over his head and told them to come next. But the monsters were incredibly angry about this. They all pounced on Damok at once, but he ordered them to grit their teeth and raised his sword. But then a notification popped up saying that there was no longer enough divine power to use the new skill. This notification simply destroyed the guy from the inside, after which he became incredibly angry because he thought that at least this would be easy for him. But even now we will have to fight against strong enemies. And that guy felt a strange shockwave. Turning around, he noticed that half of the monsters were under attack. Oddly enough, it was the gnomes who did it. As it turned out, the monsters hated the gnomes too. Fire Fist decided to try out his weapon on the monsters, so he tossed the grenade and threw it behind himself. He caused a huge explosion and looked at Damok, saying that he had come to repay the debt. The guy only managed to hide from the shockwave that resulted from the explosion. He was still surprised by the appearance of the dwarves here. Moreover, they were so strong that they could easily fight against strong monsters. And although water is not their element, they looked dignified. Here, one of the angry monsters looked crookedly at the gnomes, and then he rushed towards them to attack. However, the dwarf held a cannon in front of him and was ready to fight. And suddenly he noticed something strange in the monster's hands. He flew towards the gnome with a stone in his hand, and then he threw this stone and hit the dwarf's weapon right on it. He was discouraged, and the monster took advantage of this. So he delivered a strong kick and the dwarf flew to the side. He hit the rocky reefs, surprising his comrades. Fire Fist, seeing this, became seriously angry, after which he materialized his hammer in his hand, and he swung it at the frightened monster. The dwarven hammer was a powerful weapon that hits hard. Even Damok was surprised by the hammer's power. As expected, the real weapons of the dwarves are very powerful. The guy already used it once when he fell into the river Styx. Perhaps he was able to do this because of his talent for fighting. So now I decided to check if he has a dwarven hammer in his arsenal. It turned out that there was, and fortunately, it didn't require much divine power to use it. Turning around, the guy noticed how one of the monsters attacked the gnome. He was already ready to strike him with his claws, but then he was distracted by Damok, who activated the skill. But unexpectedly, its effect was cancelled, as the hammer could only be used with blunt weapons. So in the end, Damok simply struck the monster with his sword. But it was absolutely useless. This only angered the monster that attacked him. So he just threw the guy aside with one hand. Without having time to dodge, Damok flew into the wall. This time he slid down the wall, sitting on the floor, thinking about his failed skill. Since Snow White is not nearby, the skill cannot be used. But then Damok seemed to remember something. He must have a blunt weapon, and these are his own hands because they are the ones that belong to the fighting skill. This means he can use the dwarven hammer with his bare hands. And then Damok heard the sounds of a monster fighting a gnome. He realized that there was no time to hesitate, so he trusted in his fighting talent, after which he rushed to the place of the battle with his fists. He had already raised his hand to strike and activated the skill. The monster noticed Damok approaching, but did not take him seriously. But this time the guy's blow was quite strong and the monster bent in half. However, at that very second he intercepted Damok's hand. Smiling, he looked at the captured guy, and then he began to accumulate energy in his hand. The monster certainly didn't expect this. The power of the Dwarven Hammer skill was concentrated in Damok's hand, and now with his blow he pressed the monster to the ground. Now the Dwarven Hammer skill has been changed to Dwarven Hammer. Hand strike A. At that moment, Snow White returned to Damok. The guy immediately grabbed her joyfully in his arms and checked to see if she was hurt. When he was sure that the fox was okay, he asked her for help. With Snow White's strength and this skill, he could fight monsters. So he immediately ran into the next one and hit him. This time, the blow was even more powerful. The guy's foot hit him right in the face, and he flew straight into a crowd of the same monsters. They were surprised by the sudden emergence of Damok's enormous power. It was clear that they had to be on guard with him now, because Damok was already running towards them to attack. One blow knocked several enemies aside. They flew several meters and crashed into a wall. Rubbing his wrist, Damok said he had warmed up a bit, and then he continued the fight while Hephaestus was still trying to deal with the gate. But they seemed to be radiating more and more power, so Hephaestus ordered everyone to get ready, after which there was a huge explosion, which sent out a shockwave. Then the god shouted that he could no longer hold back the gates. Dark energy poured out of them in a whirlpool. It fell on everyone around, drawing them into a whirlpool. Damok realized that at this rate they would all be sucked inside. But what he saw next made him doubt that he would survive. The gates took Hephaestus to themselves, pulling him inside. His hand was already almost through the gate. Damok didn't know what to do if Hephaestus got sucked in. But then, with the help of intuition, Damok sensed something more. It was a danger of the highest order that came from the figure that emerged from the whirlpool. A male voice said that the warriors had dealt with his servants quite well. That voice only evoked a feeling of great danger. Damok tried for a long time to peer into the stranger's face, and upon recognizing the god standing before him, he was dumbfounded. Poseidon's eerie smile could frighten even the bravest warriors. The monsters immediately rejoiced when they saw their master stop the whirlwind, and only now did Damok realize who was in front of him. It turns out that this is the famous Poseidon, but why does he look like this? Then he decided to draw the monster's attention to the man's eerie aura. After all, he was not like the Poseidon that Damok usually heard about. And if you look closely, he also looks different. And the guy felt pressure on the back of his head. The ugly mark on Poseidon's forehead was the same as the pattern engraved on the monsters from these gates. The guy's intuition warned him again. She screamed that this god was dangerous. Poseidon said that the warriors had done a good job trampling his dear subordinates. At that very second, Damok shouted for everyone to hide. And Poseidon at this time concentrated his forces at the top of his trident. This terrible sight made everyone hesitate. The monsters didn't know who to trust. But what Poseidon was doing was indeed suspicious. The next second, he spread all his energy and destroyed all the warriors. Damok immediately fell to the ground so as not to be hit by the cutting rays. They were everywhere and left only red marks behind them. Poseidon suddenly laughed at the stupidity of the monsters. His laugh was like the laugh of the most terrible villain on earth. However, Damok survived and listened to his intuition. He realized that he was facing a monster that he could not defeat. But the most terrible thing is that this monster noticed him. Poseidon turned to destroy another bug, and then he pointed his trident and released energy from it. But the guy was able to dodge, almost falling to the ground. It was very bad that Poseidon noticed him, but he decided to use the gust of wind to move faster. We had to run away from here as quickly as possible. But Poseidon apparently did not like to leave things unfinished. That's why he instantly appeared next to the guy asking where he was running to. He wanted this fool from Olympus to die right now. So he directed energy from his weapon at him. A huge, bright explosion occurred because of the trident. But when Damok opened his eyes and saw only destroyed reefs, and then the kind voice of the man who apparently saved him, he recognized the villain as Neptune, calling him a pathetic fake. Did Neptune really think he could hold off Poseidon himself for long? But Neptune snapped back, saying that he was the absolute god of the sea. But before he could finish speaking, a fist flew towards him. Poseidon ordered Neptune to shut up, delivering a strong blow. Apparently, even the name Neptune originally belonged to Poseidon. How dare this fool pretend to be the god of the seas? But Neptune suddenly grabbed Poseidon by the hair. He replied that it was mean, but Neptune did not let go and asked him to take his words back. Damok couldn't believe that he was seeing a battle of high-level gods with his own eyes. But I didn't expect that they would fight so childishly and even grab each other by the hair. Poseidon shouted that today he would definitely destroy Neptune. But that time he laughed and said that Poseidon only knows how to threaten. After all, he had already failed 87 times, but Poseidon hired the great god because of this. And it seems like he is about to come, as the energy from the gate began to increase. Damok was surprised that Poseidon personally hired the god. How great must this god be? But suddenly Hephaestus appeared from the gates, calling Neptune's methods vile. The god of crafts didn't think it would be so difficult. But he was able to get out and get rid of all the enemies. He said that he hadn't fought like this for a long time and that all his muscles and bones were aching. But now was not the time to think about that. So Hephaestus spoke into the void for someone to take care of the rest. The next second his request was heard, and several warriors appeared from the portal. There were 3 of them. A huge man who looked like a monster, a small flying magician with a staff, and in front of them stood a beautiful girl with sharp blades in her hands. Damok saw the first 2 warriors for the first time, but the girl was familiar to him. How she ended up in this gate, he didn't know. But he couldn't believe his eyes when he saw Ju Soil in front of him. It's strange that she makes friends with such warriors. However, as the strongest hunter, she could also learn about the gods. The girl cut through the core of the gate with one swing of her sword, after which she poured out their remains onto the ground, and the gates began to collapse. Neptune was furious to see his creation destroyed. He was ready to take revenge on Soil for this. These fools destroyed not only his servants. Even his house was now completely destroyed. Damok, seeing what technique Neptune decided to use, became worried about Soil. But God did not wait, and at that very second directed a stream of energy at her. But the girl did not move, even though Damok shouted to her about the danger. All she did was duck her head to avoid the blow, and then she took the knife and squeezed it tighter in her hand, after which she jumped high, ending up above Neptune. A few swings of her knives were enough. She left no space without her cuts. However, she was only able to cause minor damage to Neptune. He got angry and decided to attack. He had already extended his paw to the girl sitting next to him. She was extremely calm, as if she was expecting something. But suddenly Damok appeared in front of her, blocking the god's path. His intuition wavered, so his body acted on its own. Neptune clearly didn't like this, and he raised his trident right above the guy about to strike. But suddenly Damok felt someone lightly grab him by the collar, and then he threw it aside, saving it from being hit. It was Soil, who was immediately covered by a huge warrior. His inhuman size allowed him to deal a strong blow to Neptune. God flew to the side but quickly got his bearings and landed on his feet. But then a third warrior appeared above him. He banged his staff on the platform he stood on, after which a huge flow of energy fell upon the god. Watching this, the guy tried to comprehend what was happening. Soil asked why Damok interfered unnecessarily. The guy grimaced and replied that he just wanted to help. But the girl replied that there was no need to think that something like that would offend her. The guy was irritated that it was true, but he couldn't admit it. However, the girl noticed that Damok became faster than before. Neptune was already in an unstable state, but the guy had a lot of questions for Ju Soil. And the most important one, who is she? But she promised to answer as soon as everything is over. And she herself took and threw a strange jar with a potion to the guy. Due to lack of information, Damok couldn't understand what it was. But Soil insisted that the guy drink it. And then she added that it was Damok must interrupt Neptune's last breath. The guy didn't understand why Soil needed this. However, she did not explain anything and rushed forward, saying at the end that she hoped for Damok. The guy asked her to explain properly, but she had already rushed away. He didn't understand what all this meant, but Soil was already next to Neptune and attacked him. She used her technique for the second time. Her knives were lightning fast and strong. Neptune didn't have time to follow her dexterous movements. Time after time, she managed to deliver lightning-fast blows. Moreover, her comrades helped her. The huge giant struck Neptune again. He crashed into the ground with a huge shockwave. However, the giant did not relax. He was still on guard, looking at the stricken god. Then that same little magician appeared. He pointed his staff straight at the god, but he was not going to give up. He was just pretending to be powerless. At the last moment, he grabbed the magician with his hand, and then he pressed him hard to the ground. He couldn't escape from such a strong onslaught, but his huge friend was already rushing to his aid. But Neptune, as if having found a second wind, dealt the brute a strong blow. Damok thought that all this was impossible. Neptune was able to scatter the gods in an instant. And how does Ju Soil want Damok to deal with this monster? But then Poseidon appeared, realizing that Neptune was out of control. The guy watching all this understood that just a few days ago he was nobody. Now he is a low-level god. How can he fight with such opponents? But suddenly Damak stepped on a stone, which distracted Neptune. He roared in anger, not understanding how this weakling dared to interfere with him. The maddened god was ready to tear the guy to pieces. Seeing his unbridled energy, Damak became frightened. But suddenly she was interrupted by a bright purple light. All the guy managed to notice was the ends of his hair slipping away. Who would have doubted that he was saved again, Jew soil? She hovered over the guy and asked why he froze. Damak, looking at her, still did not understand what she wanted, but suddenly a strong shockwave threw her to the side. Neptune hung over the girl, pressing her to the ground. He said that she behaved stupidly. After all, she could have escaped and stayed alive. Did she really think that everything would work out if she saved this bug? Damak really didn't understand why she did it. It was all obvious to her. She replied to Neptune that Damak was more incredible than he seemed. So Neptune will die at the hands of a low-level god, the very one he so underestimates and despises. Damak himself replied that he was nothing against this monster. But Soil smiled, knowing that the guy could do it. She said that she believed only in him, something the guy had never heard in his life. After all, people born with worthy talent live in the same place as others, but their world is completely different. The guy can't remember how many times he heard that he was useless and pathetic. The only person who supported him was his mother. Only she thought that talent wasn't that important and believed that the guy would succeed. And Damak still tried his best to keep up with the talented guys until they ended up in debt because of his uncle. And at this point, the only person who believed in Damak blamed himself for the fact that it was because of him that the guy had no talent. Then he realized that his mother's trust was only a consolation to remove the guilt from himself and his child. What Damak felt then was not anger or sadness. It was relief. Now he could give up because he had no one left to disappoint, because no one believed in him. But he developed a disgust with himself. He ran away once before and then he had nothing. Now the excuse of, "I tried so hard but it didn't work out," was no longer an excuse. This time, things are definitely different. After all, there are people who believe in him, and he will try no matter what to justify their trust. So Damak drank the potion and felt the blessing spread throughout his body. In an instant, he received a huge boost in divine power, and now he realized that this time he would definitely never escape. The potion increased his strength and restored his health, after which, in 1 second, the guy jumped up. He ran past Neptune and picked him up in his arms. Soil, carrying her away. God couldn't even notice such a quick maneuver. Damak put Soil in a safe place and said that he would return soon. At this moment, Neptune was already hanging over him. However, Damak felt this and called Snow White. To the god's surprise, it turned into a sword which flew into his face. Neptune managed to dodge only at the last moment, and the guy felt that his body was filled with strength. So he jumped up again and rushed into the attack. Now he may well be able to defeat Neptune. But God said the guy just got a little stronger, so he shouldn't be so arrogant. And the next second, Neptune knocked the sword out of the guy's hands with his trident. He was sure that he had become stronger, but he realized that there was still a huge difference between them. Well, even if that's the case, he can't just back down. He is obliged to protect the one who believes in him. So the guy clenched his fist with all his might, and then, using his new technique, he hit Neptune with his bare hands. He clearly did not expect such power and fell to the ground. Damak's only task was to strike as quickly as possible. He struck blow after blow until he suddenly missed. But this did not stop him, and he was only able to get closer to God. Thus, he smashed it completely. But that was not all. The guy wanted more. He kept throwing more and more punches. Neptune could not believe such power and endurance. And the guy kept on fighting and kept on fighting. The only way to win is to hit without stopping, without giving them a breather. This had to be done until Snow White returned. But suddenly, at the last moment, Neptune grabbed the guy by the collar. He brought it to himself and was about to attack. But Damak pushed away from him with all his might with his legs, after which he jumped back, avoiding the strongest attack. Neptune was sure that this time he would put an end to everything. But at the most opportune moment, Snow White appeared again. And then there was a huge explosion. The guy was thrown back by the shockwave, but thanks to the shield, he was saved. Once again, Snow White was able to save him. But Neptune did not give up and pulled the trident towards himself. Does the guy really think that his attempts will change anything? But suddenly Poseidon appeared and used the power of the water dragon. In this way, he was able to summon a huge water monster. His mouth was simply enormous and was directed towards Neptune. It felt like the dragon had swallowed the god. Poseidon breathed a sigh of relief. not believing that Neptune had finally been caught. But the guy felt that it was not all over yet, and that there was definitely something hidden behind this veil. And then the watery depths parted, and Neptune appeared behind it. He was pretty battered and said he'd had enough. If he doesn't survive, then no one will. But Damok couldn't allow him to do that, and put all his divine power into the skill of enhancing the cutting of waves. Faith does not prove truth, but even a fool can understand that. Damok had previously received only contempt from others. But now, for the first time, he received genuine trust, and he couldn't trample all the expectations of this man. Gathering all his strength and hatred, the boy delivered the final blow that defeated Neptune. With the final blow, he nurtured the power of the forgotten god and raised the level of the moon fox. The guy was glad that everything worked out, but his eyes were closing. Eventually, he fell down, exhausted, and lost consciousness. The last thing he saw was Soil appearing above him, smiling. When the boy opened his eyes, he was still underwater. The first thing he saw was a pensive Poseidon. Frightened, Damok woke up instantly and found himself on the floor right in front of the god's throne. Poseidon said that all the boy's wounds were healed and his clothes were returned to their previous state, but his hands were tied. First of all, Poseidon thanked the guy for defeating Neptune. However, God had one question for Damok. Thanks to the guy dealing with Neptune, most of the god's powers returned to Poseidon. However, because he dealt the final blow to Neptune, some of the god's power passed on to Damok. With this power, one can establish order in the world, but also create chaos. Then Poseidon asked what the guy was going to do with this power. Intuition told me that the goal of God was coming from an intention close to evil. And Poseidon's power, the eye of the depths, saw right through the guy, so a lie won't work. Poseidon is probably going to destroy Damoka if he answers incorrectly. Then the guy said that he destroyed Neptune not for the sake of power, but if God allows him, he will use it. But he needs it to become stronger and become a god recognized by everyone. This goal puzzled Poseidon. He looked at the boy as if he were himself in his youth. Damok was sincere, and his soul was like the soul of a newborn god. Having destroyed the cursed gate and met such a smart god, there is no reason not to celebrate today. Poseidon decided to throw a grand party for everyone, and so began the bright celebration of the victory over Neptune. Everyone drank and had fun, rejoicing for their ruler. Damok noticed Soil among the crowd and approached her. He said that the two of them needed to talk, and he was still interested in the main question. Who is Soil, and why does Snow White always react so happily to her? She jumped into the girl's arms again, which angered Damok, because they had an important conversation. But Snow White flatly refused to go back. This disappointed Damok, as the fox did not even pay attention to him. Suddenly, someone in the crowd hit the guy with his shoulder. Girls started running to Soil, looking at her in delight. They really wanted to talk to the huntress and push Damok into the background, if not the third plan. And no matter how hard the guy tried to prove that he was the first to talk to Soil, it was all useless. And then his shoulder was touched by Poseidon's hand, which suddenly appeared behind his back. And as Damok refused to go with him, Poseidon grabbed him to chat until the work was finished. Damok shouted that he didn't want to, but Poseidon liked his courage, and Soil could only watch them go. She said that she and Damok had only recently met, but she would like to succeed together in this life, since in the past, in 1869, she had already been reborn. Soil had many SS-rank skills and talents, and was the god of samsara and rebirth. In any case, Damok would find out later, but for now, it was time for him to get a hunting license. He did this, and of course immediately became a 6-star hunter, because the entire rating system of hunters is based on stars. There are hunters with no stars, and up to 9 stars, although this has never happened, and there are only 13 above 5 stars, including Damok. Suddenly, Yuak burst through the door, still unable to calm down and calling Damok a liar and a criminal. He acted pathetic, which made the guy laugh because it was just envy, since 6 stars are a great rarity. But suddenly, Damok felt that Snow White seemed to have become heavier. He thought that the animal had grown, but then he remembered that Snow White's level had increased. Maybe she will continue to grow and eventually become independent. Although it is unlikely that she will abandon Damok because the fox is a real cutie. She definitely loves him more than Soil. And then the girl seemed to materialize from the conversations about her, saying that the guy had a good fate. She called him to follow her to tell him everything. She will tell you everything you need to know and what will happen in the future, about Ragnarok and the end of the world. They got into the car and Soil took Damok out of town. After the conversation, Damok understood why he always had such a strange feeling. That day he asked, "Who is Soil?" The girl looked at him, saying that there were more curious things. 1 year ago, a window with a part-time job from the gods appeared before her eyes. Thus she gained powers and became a mid-ranking god. And then she gained the ability to see visions. She herself doesn't understand how it works. But this way she can see the future, where the war of the gods is about to begin. Sometimes the names of the gods differ from myth to myth. Zeus and Jupiter, Poseidon and Neptune. People know it as the same poem. But these are all different gods with different names. There are gods who have survived to this day thanks to faith. In contrast, the ancient gods, forgotten from the past, accumulate their power through the gates. Their dream is to regain their names and influence. The gate is a refuge that contains the concentrated power of the ancient gods. Once the ancient gods have gathered all their power in the gate, they will come face to face with the existing gods. All this to restore their names, and thus the 6th Ragnarok will happen. But Damok said that there are gates in the human world too, and that is true. To ensure that even humans could withstand the gates, the gods created dungeons, making them look like gates. It's a kind of training ground for people. This statement angered the guy because so many people died there. Even some of his acquaintances were subjected to this. People have been dying since the creation of the dungeons until now. Why then don't the gods intervene and stop all this bacchanalia? Soil replied that the guy himself saw Neptune and should understand that he appeared before his strength was restored. But he was already at such a high level that even the gods were puzzled by the existence of the gate. The more the forgotten gods gain power, the more difficult it will be to block the gates. And the gods are still trying their best to protect their own world. And when Ragnarok comes, there will be no god to protect the human world. Many people are not aware of this fact. They consider the danger of the gate to be analogous to a car accident. But it's unknown what will happen if someone like Neptune appears in the city. Most likely, then everything around will be destroyed in one moment. It was at that moment that the puzzle came together in the guy's head. Talents and skills similar to the power of the gods, created along with the dungeons. So everything here is like in a game. Magic stones and items dropped by monsters. This is the last gift that the gods give to people. Does this mean that people should survive on their own? How can they close the gates that even the gods cannot handle? Soil replied that she would help because Damok could do it because she saw it in the future. It is Damok who will be able to protect the world from countless armies and gates. And Soil will do everything possible to help the guy with this. And then she told him to get out of the car since they had been standing for a long time. Damok didn't even notice how they got there. He got out of the car and thanked Soil for giving him a ride. But then Damok saw a poster about the presentation of a new 6th rank hunter, Damok. But it wasn't even this strange announcement in the middle of the street that surprised the guy. And the fact is that there were already a lot of journalists in the area around his house who wanted to interview him. The guy asked Soil if they were sure they had come to the right place, since it looked like they had come to the wrong one. But the girl stepped on the gas and drove away, and that was exactly the kind of help she had in mind. After all, this way the guy's fame would increase. And a month later, it was announced that the hunter Damok had completed 3 dungeons in 1 month. All dungeons were successfully cleared without losses. As the person who cleared the most dungeons this month, he made hundreds of billions in profits from dungeon products alone. But for Damok, great popularity did not bring anything good. Although he knew that it was necessary to increase his divine power, these reporters were too intrusive. When the guy lay down, he seemed to remember something. His pet Snow White also has her own fan club. Without doing anything and without talking to reporters, Snow White became popular, and Damok even envied her. And then Soil appeared at the door and said that the guy just needed to try harder. After all, this glory will soon become his strength. The upcoming battle will be more difficult than expected. The guy must be crushed and disappointed with his hopeless future. It might be creepy and scary. But is Damok ready to face his destiny? After all, he bears a responsibility of universal proportions. The guy replied that it would be better if he didn't know the end, because everything has a limit. But now that he knows this, he's not going to just sit back and wait. So now he will accept a new job from Apollo. Soil smiled and said that she knew Damok would react like that, and wished him luck in his part-time job with the gods. So Damok was transported right in front of her into the world of the gods. Apollo immediately appeared in front of him, greeting the boy and calling him a chick. God told him to consider it an honor to work for him. Apollo! But Damok was surprised to see the blinding sun with his own eyes right behind God. But Apollo said that the sun is naturally dazzling because it personifies him. Even his solar carriage is beautiful because it resembles him, for it has the same smooth curves as the god's body. Well, even in this case, she is still not as perfect as Apollo because he is perfect. God praised himself almost without respite, while Damok and Soil, who went with him, were on their way. The girl driving the carriage was already thinking about hitting Apollo, but suddenly Damok replied that it was even funny, which surprised Soil. But the guy explained that every time he works part-time, he does something new, something worthy of God. When, for example, will he again have the opportunity to carry the sun? But then Soil asked if the guy really believed that this was the real sun. It's just a fake created with Apollo's powers. They simply fly across the sky, coinciding in time with the sunrise. When the guy asked in disappointment, "Why is Apollo doing this?" Soil was about to answer, but suddenly people appeared below. Their carriage flew right over the city with many people who bowed to it. The girl explained that if you carry the sun, people will believe in the sun god and be faithful to him. In this way, he increases his divine power. This is how Apollo became the god of the sun. Damok exclaimed that this was a scam, but Soil did not argue with him because she knew that Apollo only feeds on people's faith. He is indeed a scammer, but the guy has nothing to worry about. He'd better concentrate on his work because the reward for it is really good. So Soil decided to finish this terrible job quickly and urged the horses forward. Damok noticed that the girl was rafting well and asked if she had driven a cart before. She replied that she had already suffered with this part-time job countless times. Damok was surprised that this was not Soil's first time at this part-time job. It was just strange that Apollo didn't recognize her. Soil understood that Damok was slow-witted, but at times like these he became quick-witted. She understood that the guy would understand that she was lying, so she replied that Apollo only cared about himself. Therefore, no matter how many times you come to him, he still won't remember. Suddenly, a whole pack of fire dogs appeared in front of the carriage. They pounced straight on the crew, but Soil didn't even flinch. At this moment, Damok's intuition skill suddenly activated, and the dogs continued to attack and their numbers grew. The guy tried to evade them, not understanding what they wanted. But suddenly the horse smelled some strange odor. Soil found this strange, since sun wolves were not usually found in these areas. Damok realized that these were the creatures that looked like hell dogs. So he activated the dog master skill to deal with the dogs. Soil shouted that these dogs were beyond his strength because if you touch the fur of this wolf, you would burn. But Damok replied that he must become as strong as the prophecy. Therefore, he has to deal with it himself. Besides, he already had everything thought out. Having said this, he jumped out of the carriage and headed towards the wolves. They still attacked, and the guy attacked back. He passed all the sun dogs in a few seconds, and then he stood against the whole pack. He wanted to show everyone how beautifully he was about to win, and then he launched a lightning attack. The dogs clearly did not expect such strength from their opponent. Damok managed to distract them in order to get closer. He then knocked the flames off the wolves to touch them, but they were still very hot. Had to get burned a little to complete the mission. While the guy's body activated the power of Neptune, the wave's blessing spread throughout his body and eased the pain. In this way, he was able to tame as many as 33 wolves. There was only one left, and this was not difficult, to Soil's surprise. She smiled, thinking that Damok was very funny. When she first met him, he was just a fool who couldn't do anything. But no matter how hard it was, he still moved on, even if this step seemed small in the eyes of others. 2 times, 3 times, 100 times. The guy tried and improved. To achieve such a result after 1869 reincarnations is not so little, and now he is the only one who can destroy it. And Soil is reborn only for this purpose. At this time, Damok played with the wolves and gave them names. Now he decided that the sun wolves would be with him. They will help him drive away the rest of the enemies. Now, with his army of wolves, Damok will definitely cope with everything. These fearsome wolves with sharp fangs are excellent allies. All the guy had to do was point his finger at the enemy, and the wolves rushed forward to help their master. Their strength was enough to stop their relatives. It's confusing when your own comrades suddenly attack you. But Damok was determined to try them on soon. With one swing of his sword, he separated the grappling wolves, and then he continued to tame the rest. He caught them one by one and used his strength. Soon, as many as 40 wolves were under his command. Thanks to his persistence, the boy developed an additional skill, howling. Now he had the ability to summon all tamed dogs. Among those tamed, the death hounds will be of little use now. Well, what if we call Cerberus here? This will clearly be a very spectacular fight. Soil told the boy to hurry up and tame the others. Sun wolves are not so dangerous alone, but when they feel threatened, they merge together. They turn into one huge solar wolf, and now they can emit huge amounts of energy. So a huge fireball flew at the guy and his wolves. Damok was surprised to see such power. When the ball reached its target, there was a huge explosion. The carriage was thrown off course and badly damaged. Soil, who barely managed to jump on the horse and save the guy, told him not to fly in the clouds. He always did this at crucial moments, so you have to keep an eye on him. The girl told me to get ready and quickly climb onto her horse since there was no time. But Damoka was worried that the cart with the sun had fallen down on the village. And then Soil added that there was something else she hadn't told. But now the village is in great danger. So first we need to save people from the fire dogs. After all, they all rushed after the falling sun. Here one of the villagers was already running away from the impending danger. A huge boulder was flying towards her and was thrown back by the blast wave. She thought she was finished, but then the stone split into two pieces. A figure appeared before her. Damak told us to get out of here quickly. And then he rushed to help the rest of the residents. His main rival is the huge sun wolf, and now he had to repel his attacks. Damak barely managed to dodge one of them, passing a clawed paw. However, the sun wolf did not want to stop there. He roared and decided to just eat the guy. His fangs were already very close to his face. Damoka. But even if the solar wolves merge into one, there is one downside. They still won't be able to defeat the Cerberus they summoned. Demok. He listened to the guy and protected him. This huge dog easily dealt with the wolf. Damok ordered Cerberus to hold him tighter, and then he raised his sword up to attack. He decided to finish off the solar wolf and dealt a crushing blow. The residents couldn't believe their eyes because it was the first time they saw such a strong guy appear from the sky. But Soil, who was standing nearby, said that it was you, Damok. She called the guy the strongest god who protected the village. The old man, who heard the boy's name, stared at him silently. Soil added that Damok has a degenerate talent for attracting attention. Meanwhile, the guy decided to take a rest and praise the wolves. He let them have a snack, hoping he wouldn't have to clean up after them. But then his attention was drawn to other wolves. He turned around and shouted, "How dare they hang around while the guy isn't looking? As soon as you turn away, they start playing the fool." But then an old man approached the boy and called him the God of Swords. He bowed and said that they wanted to convey to Damok, on behalf of the entire village, greetings and great gratitude. The guy tried to justify himself and said that it all happened by mistake. But the old man was adamant, because thanks to the gods who look after their village, they are still alive. The village has great gratitude to you, Damok, and from now on they will make sacrifices every month to gain the favor of God Damok. Everyone began to praise the new god, but then he suddenly disappeared. The guy barely managed to escape from the strange phrases about sacrifices, because it seemed like the delirium of a madman. He's done a great job, but now it's time to find out what Jew Soil wanted to say. The cart was broken into pieces, and the sun wolves devoured the sun. Apollo had a week left before his part-time job ended, and he had to do something. Soil suggested creating the sun again. Damok thought it was a joke because who could do that? Soil replied that it would definitely not be a clumsy new god. His old friend Hephaestus will do this. So Soil and Damok had to move to the forge of the god of crafts. But someone has to pay for the sun, so Damok decided to ask how much Soil earned. He hoped so much, since she offered to create the sun. But the girl replied that she did not have a penny. This caused indignation in Damok because Hephaestus would not do anything to them for their kind eyes. But Soil told the guy to stop talking and ordered him to just follow her. Damok's anger began to boil with renewed vigor. He started shouting and claiming that Hephaestus wouldn't do anything for free, but Soil argued with him otherwise. And it turned out that she was right because Hephaestus easily agreed to it. He said that he owes Soil for the rest of his life, and in 3 days he will at least make 2 sons. Damok became interested in what the girl had done to God that made him agree to make them a new son for free. But now they had descended into the underwater kingdom, and Damok decided to raise one topic again. He wanted to know what Soil wanted to talk to him about. The girl reminded him that Damok owed her a wish, but first she would tell him something. To prevent the war of the gods and the end of the world, Damok must acquire priests. When a lower-tier god's divine power exceeds 50,000, the god call ability will be unlocked. Thanks to her, Damok will be able to enlist the support of priests and call on them for help during battle. But to the guy it sounded like some kind of joke. You can't just grab a priest and say, "Hello, I'm a god and I need your support." But Soil replied that the guy would have to do it anyway, because he couldn't prevent the war alone. He needs to gather 12 priests from the prophecy, who are in different dimensions, and only together with them will he be able to save the world. Damok asked the girl to slow down, as he was already confused by the amount of information. He left out the fact that there should be 12 priests, not 1, 2, but what does that mean in different dimensions? Soil replied that now Damak could only earn extra money on the continents, but he will gradually increase his divine power and will have access to part-time work in every dimension. Damak couldn't believe that even in Greek legends everything was so complicated. But Soil said that there was nothing to worry about, because in their world there lived the first priest, who would become a capable assistant in the future. Well, now it's time to fulfill the girl's wish, and what she wished for will remain a secret for now. Now they had to raise the sun over the next village. All its inhabitants worshipped the mighty luminary, but then one of them raised his head and saw something strange. He asked who Damak was, and they gave him the same answer, that he was a new god. He protected a nearby village from fire monsters, and Apollo values him, attaching a banner with his name to the carriage. However, the guy himself was very ashamed to ride in a carriage with a huge banner of his face. He, of course, wanted to increase his divine power, but this is already a disgrace on a universal scale. But Soil replied that the guy agreed to do whatever she wanted. Damak's main goal is to unlock the power of the call of God, and he should not be able to do anything to make sure that as many people as possible know about him. Well, or at least make sure that the guy is of some use. At the end of the working day, Damak decided to test his skills and acquired a talent for SS-rank shooting. This should improve long-range combat to some extent. Damak had to deal with Neptune because the only way to defeat him from a distance was to cut through the waves. Now we need to see how much the guy's divine power has increased. Carrying around a banner every day was simply a disgrace, because of which the guy couldn't even sleep. But suddenly he saw that the ability God's Call was unlocked, as his divine power increased very quickly. He couldn't believe that the banner actually worked. But suddenly Damak heard a voice behind him and became seriously scared. It was Apollon who said that the mother system is not visible to others, so there is no need to be so afraid. This was a new discovery for the boy, and Apollo extended his hand to him. Damak smiled and decided to accept Apollo's help and rise. He extended his hand to him and asked if anything special had happened. Damak replied that they were attacked by sun wolves, but they had completely recovered. Apollo remembered those capricious wolf cubs and thanked the guy for his work. So he decided, in addition to his salary, provide Damak with a small bonus. God gave Damoku has a new ability to self-heal. He felt new strength spreading through his body. Apollo said that this ability can only be obtained from his part-time job. People are lining up to get this ability from him. But Damak no longer listened to the god's minions because he noticed that Snow White had woken up. So he decided to ask the animal to help him. The fox turned into a small dagger, and this surprised Apollo. Damak decided to check in advance what kind of ability God had given him. He slightly injured his finger, but the wound began to heal quickly. It was truly amazing. And suddenly Snow White licked the healing finger with her tongue. Damak hugged the little animal to himself, thinking that the fox was apologizing for having pricked him. Apollo, however, showed interest in a spiritual being that could transform into a weapon, as it was a rarity. And then he looked at the guy and asked if he really knew how to tame? Damak awkwardly replied that he had indeed already tamed several animals. Apollo said that lately he had been bothered by someone, and his soul was not in place because he did not know how to deal with it. God was getting pretty tired of his son being constantly eaten. If only he could tame the sun wolves, everything would be different. He had heard that no god had yet been able to tame them, but Damak suddenly summoned them all. Apollo could not believe that a lower-level god had done something that no other god could do. He decided to ask how the guy did it. He promised to tell, but on one condition: teach him to shoot a bow. For most people, Apollo is the god of the sun, but he is also the god medicine, arts, music. But what the guy needed was a god of archery in the transmission. Then Apollo decided to begin the lesson. To create an arrow, you need to concentrate your spiritual power on your fingertips. Then you need to hold your breath and pull the bowstring. Having done this, Apollo fired and hit the bullseye, and it was a real apple hanging very far away on the tree. In general, this is all that Apollo could tell, because for him it was as easy as pie. Damak agreed that the god's actions were rather primitive, but the shooting ability at the level of a god was able to hit an apple on the other side of the widest river. Surprisingly, Apollo turned out to be quite a strict teacher. A month had passed since the boy began practicing the basics of shooting in the world of gods. Now I knew exactly what archery was. The guy felt like he could now shoot no worse than Apollo. Until now, I have been honing my skills with the help of YouTube videos. Either he copied the movements of the gnomes or the monsters from the palace of the Dragon King. They were a good example, but not comparable to Apollo. After all, studying the techniques of the gods themselves is a different matter. If Damak combines his talents with the teachings of the gods, he will reach a new level. He was thinking about this until he was distracted by a female voice. It was Soil who said it was time to return to the human world. There is not much time left before the meeting with the first priest. The guy agreed, but first decided to say goodbye to Apollo. But he played the sun wolf like crazy. The guy said that when he worked part-time at a dog cafe, he realized that any dog can be trained with treats. Soil was glad that it worked and the dogs didn't attack Apollo, but for Damok it didn't matter. Soil told the boy to think first and then act. He replied that the girl was overly worried because he had improved his divine powers, acquired abilities, and learned techniques. Everything that could have been is working out for the best. However, this information reached the underworld of Hades. He didn't like that Cerberus was summoned into this world without permission a month ago. It was a very brave and rude act on the part of the criminal. Hades was perplexed as to who dared to touch Cerberus, the symbol of the underworld. Whoever it was decided to get it out from under the ground. This scoundrel will learn the price for daring to insult Hades, the god of the underworld. But this scoundrel was now in the Sangun Guild. He trained and improved his fencing skills. First, he cut the wooden beams in half. With him was Jew Soil, who was sure that a priest would come here. She enjoyed training with the guy, but she persuaded him to wait. It's been weeks since Damok has been swinging a sword here alone, and because he trains alone, his skills grow more slowly than when he was working part-time. But Jew Soil didn't seem to listen to him and suddenly found a new part-time job. Damok wanted to go with her, but she ordered him to stay put. The guy was indignant, but Soil said that it would take a long time to explain the reason why she needed to go alone. Damok became even more angry because he had been standing here alone for a week already, waiting for some unknown priest. But then a familiar, nasty voice was heard behind the guy, calling him poor because he had to earn extra money. This voice of Damok could not be confused with anyone else's. It was Chung Juak who, upon hearing about the part-time job, said that the guy was only pretending to be a good hunter since he needed part-time work. But he added that the guy made the right decision. Untalented people should take on mediocre part-time jobs. Damok just waved it off and asked if Juak was tired of teasing him. And why did he even come to this guild? Is he really a priest? The guy was ready for anything but this, but Juak refuted his assumptions. He replied that there was a dog training tournament taking place there today. You won't get far with a washcloth like the mangy cat Snow White. But Juak's dog is a descendant of a deadly hound from the dungeons of Germany, who will bring him victory. So Juak told Damok to go and do some extra work and not bother them, because today was an important day for them. However, the guy ignored the enemy's ridicule and thought about the competition. When it started, Jaeon Juak received 39 points. This was the highest result in the entire history of the tournament. Juak was glad that this would bring them a few more points. Today he will prove to his father what a wonderful son he has. His father is the president of South Korea's #1 guild, Iris Young Gunok. Juak dreamed of inheriting his father's guild, but then the last section was announced. They also added that he is currently the most popular person in Korea. Member number 10. At that moment, a huge fiery paw stepped into the arena. And then Damok came out with his huge beast. One of the jury members said that in her entire 10-year career she had never met such an animal. The firehound is a new species of hound about which nothing is yet known. Juak didn't understand what was happening, but Damok put his hand on his shoulder. And then he whispered, "Did Juak agree that Damok's dog was incredible?" He added that Juak wouldn't succeed anyway, because he wouldn't win with such a small animal. This greatly angered Juak, who was told that he would not succeed. He shouted, "Why is this fool always one step ahead of him and constantly putting spokes in his wheels?" But then Juak's father stood up and shouted that if his son wanted to participate, then he should do it calmly and without problems. Juak immediately hesitated and began to apologize, but his father threatened to send him abroad again if he did not shut up. Then Gunok turned to Damok and said that his son had no manners and he apologized for him. Damok replied that everything was fine and it wasn't worth it. He remembered Young Gunok, and Young Gunok remembered him. So the man said that Damok had grown since their last meeting. Gunok greeted the guy warmly, and he replied that time really flies. Then the president said that there was no point in wasting nerves on Juak because his son was a brainless fool. These words made Juak very angry and he went berserk. With all his strength, he smashed some glass jug that was standing nearby. His father again compared him to a brat who didn't have a drop of his blood in him. Ever since that fool Damok showed up, his life has gone downhill. His friend kept asking why the guy was so tense. Who is this Damok? But Juak was more interested in why his colleague had only come now. He replied that he was simply playing too much, since today was the last day of the event. Juak realized that this madman had broken his father's promise because of the game, but he always did what he wanted because his father cared about him. That's why Juok hated him as much as he hated Damok. So he will make sure that these two destroy each other. And while Juok was hatching a plan, evening came and Damok returned to the guild. He cheerfully told Soil what had happened while she was at her part-time job. Young Juok looked like he had lost everything in this world. And it was a beautiful sight. But the girl didn't seem to share the guy's positive emotions. She just looked back and said one word. He came. Damok didn't pay attention at first and asked what she was talking about. But then the guy's intuition told him that danger was approaching. A male voice was heard from behind him. Damok turned around and saw a young guy with a sword, which he began to take out. He said that Damok shouldn't have crossed Yuek's path. And then he told him not to get too angry and to attack with all his might. Then he smiled. A pleased with himself elite hunter of the Iris Guild. White Cloud, Mapai, concurrently. The first priest. White Cloud is an elite member of the Iris Guild and one of Father Juke's favorites. He was born with SS-rank swordsmanship talent. An amazing genius who developed his abilities to master level by the age of 10. Due to his tall and ruthless nature, he beat his opponents half to death. For this reason, he received the nickname of the White Demon. So this time, Yu Damoku is finished. At least that's what Yuok had hoped for when he set the demon on him. But he still did not know the true power of Damok, the god of swords. The guy managed to repel the White Cloud's strongest attack. And then he asked if this was what he called a surprise attack. White Cloud rushed forward in rage. But Damok dodged again, attacking, realizing that this guy was sent by Zhongjuok. And apparently not in vain since he really was strong. The White Cloud, having received a scratch, even became interested. He planned to end everything quickly, but Udamok even managed to wound him. So now this guy is definitely finished. White Cloud ran up to his opponent and attacked, but he dodged. Damok was about to attack back, but his opponent flew up into the air, and then he landed in a jump, exploding everything around him. Udamok was hit by a shockwave, and he realized that the blonde guy had become active. But then he appeared right in front of Damok, flying out of the dust. Then he asked which hand should he cut off first. Udamok was surprised when he bet on his opponent and realized that it would be difficult. It seemed to him that the first condition that Soil told him would be easier to fulfill. She said to start by instilling awe in the enemy. And the easiest way is to show overwhelming superiority in strength. However, the White Demon only grew angrier with each passing second. He pounced on Damok and managed to wound him in the shoulder. The boy didn't understand how he could surpass his opponent in strength if he wielded a sword better than the god of swords. It will be quite difficult to convince this monster. But the White Demon did not relax and dealt blow after blow. He rushed at Damok, who flew off to the side. It was obvious that he couldn't defeat the demon with just a sword. But why should they suddenly fight only with swords? And then Damok remembered that he had one more skill. And, unexpectedly for the guy, he put his hand forward, interrupting the sword strike. The demon did not understand what had happened, but his sword was already grasped by Damok's hands. After which, with one hand, the guy dealt a strong blow to the White Cloud. It was that very powerful blow of the dwarf's hammer. The sound of this blow could be heard even on the street. White Cloud was surprised by such power. However, he didn't even move from his place after the blow, which surprised Damok. But White Cloud said that a swordsman should be ashamed to use his fists. But Damok said that there are things that cannot be achieved with just a sword. But apparently White Cloud is not mature enough to understand this. The guy got angry and replied that he had simply lost his vigilance, but Damok replied that he would not lose it now. And then he told the enemy to get ready. But he stopped him in fear. So the guy decided not to punish the boy too much and returned home. He left a note for White Cloud asking him to come to him if he was upset. But the question is, will he want to come? Damok actually beat that boy up pretty badly. But Soil was sure that if it really was the White Cloud, then he would definitely appear. Damok sighed and said that it was even more tiring than the part-time job. He still needs to fulfill 3 more conditions. This is necessary to secure the support of the priests. The first condition, to earn the respect of the priest whose support you wish to have. The second condition, the priest must make a clear-headed decision to become the patron of the god. And at the end, the priest has to take an oath, and this whole procedure is incredibly complicated. And suddenly Damok asked why Soil doesn't use the power of calling the gods, since she is a mid-level god. The girl was silent for a moment, and then said that there were certain circumstances, so she could not use this power. When Damok asked what those reasons were, Soil remained silent. Damok didn't understand why she didn't tell him the truth. But Soil said that it was a long story and was about to leave. But under Damok's indignant questions, her hand stopped at the door handle. And then Damok felt that it was not just like that. He heard White Cloud standing outside the door and told him to come in. But the guy didn't open the door and decided to ask a question through it. Who is Damok really? A fighter or a swordsman? White Cloud wanted to hear the answer through the doors. But Damok replied that he could be both a swordsman and a fighter. And then the door was kicked open, and the indignant White Cloud said that it was impossible to be a specialist in two areas. Coming closer to Damok, the guy asked what was stronger, fencing or martial arts. But Damok replied that if he doesn't believe it, then let him fight him again. But then the guy answered in fear that he had not come to fight. He would like to know and analyze the reasons for his defeat. Damok was surprised that the guy himself did not understand this. Then he stood up and began to talk about the reasons. But suddenly he smiled and replied that he wouldn't say anything. Damoku wasn't particularly willing to reveal the secret of his weaknesses to a boor like White Cloud. But if the boy wants to know so badly, then Damok will tell everything. But first, White Cloud must say, "Big brother you, Damok, please take me as your disciple." White Cloud, hearing this, experienced a range of emotions from fear to bewilderment. He had already begun to repeat after Damok that phrase that was humiliating for him. But suddenly, he got angry and shouted that it would be better for him to bite off his tongue and not say anything. As he walked towards the exit, White Cloud wondered how this big brother could be so impudent. It took the thick-headed Zhongjuak 10 years for White Cloud to notice him. And they have known this fool for 5 minutes, and he already demands respect. But Damok said that he just wanted to teach White Cloud one fighting technique, but since he was leaving, it was not meant to be. Damok himself understood that the reason for this boy's defeat was his ego, and most likely Pak Kurum himself understands this, which is why he is angry. A style that combines combat and fencing, extremely effective. And Pak Kurum clearly wants it, he just needs a push to calm his ego. Trembling with anger, Kurum suddenly began to try to say that very phrase again. But Damok just mocked and said that he didn't understand why Kurum was mumbling so quietly there. Then the boy finally decided to do it with his eyes closed. He knew that when he mastered the martial art to perfection, he would smear Damok across the wall. Then he pulled himself together and shouted out this phrase, burning with shame. And Damok in response put his hand on his shoulder and said that since his brother asked so, he would teach him. But first he wanted to ask Kurum for a favor. Then Pak Kurum performed the priestly rite to become a disciple. The first condition, reverent fear, was fulfilled. And when the conversation turned to devotion to God until the end of his days, or to going together to the world of the gods, the guy fell silent. But, contrary to expectations, Pak Kurum took it extremely calmly, because for him it was like a game. So the ceremonial oath to become a priest ended well, and Damok and Kurum began training, where the boy made progress. Once again, when they finished, Damok praised the student. But he was clearly not pleased with himself, thinking that his mentor was lying to him. But Damok wasn't lying, because Kurum was not only good at it, he was much more capable than Damok thought. Could this boy really learn a lesson from just one blow? At this rate, he'll soon be able to use the dwarven hammer strike. But now, Damok decided that they needed to repeat everything they had learned today. Out of breath, Kurum admitted that Damok was a strict teacher, since he made him work so much. But then, a notification appeared that the priest had acquired the skill 1-2 combination. This increased the fighting power of both the priest and Damok. The guy realized that the priest's system was not bad at all, even if it was very similar to hard labor. Because as Kurum's power grew, Damok also became stronger. In the end, the boy was even able to get the dungeon. But Damok didn't want to go into it, which really angered Kurum, because he had gotten it with such difficulty. It definitely already had a skill rune, but Damok wasn't interested in that. The most important thing for the guy was to prevent the war of the gods. But Kurum did not understand Damok's logic. Vitamins, so they should not miss the chance to go to the dungeon. But Damok understood that he hadn't told the guy all the details yet, so this was a normal reaction for him. Not long ago, Damok himself was in his place, so he decided to talk to the boy like an adult. He said that they were going to the gate to determine when the war of the gods would occur. They also needed to find other guardians in various dimensions, but Kurima was angry that he was not developing at all in the gate. In moments of such psychosis, Damok increasingly understood Soil, who did not want to explain anything to him. It was long and tedious, so Damok ordered the unbearable guy to follow him without asking any questions. But then Soil appeared and said that there was another way. After this, Damok and the girl left, leaving Kurum alone. He played his console and easily reached the game levels. However, he couldn't concentrate because he was constantly thinking about Damok and Soil. Still, as a student, he should have followed the guy. But then Kurim realized that he was worried about Damok, and this feeling made him furious. He paid a lot of money for the dungeon, and Damok didn't even look at him. Does he even know how much time Kurim spent finding out about everything? But then the guy noticed a bright light above him. This flash was very bright. It transported Kurim into another dimension. When he opened his eyes, he saw the teacher and Soil in front of him. Damok smiled, finding out that this guy could really be summoned anywhere. Kurim became angry, but the teacher replied that he had only used his powers to summon the student. And then he told the boy to calm down and first deal with the huge monster behind him. Kurim sensed danger and immediately began to act. He turned around in a few seconds and destroyed the monster with his sword. Such skills surprised even Damok, who was watching the fight. But he simply told Kurim that he was not bad, but the others needed to be dealt with. The boy was so disappointed that he didn't want to go. But Damok smiled and called the priest again. The boy had no choice but to follow his teacher. Soon they destroyed all the monsters and everything ended well. Kurim learned martial arts skills and already felt more confident. Damok was glad that the boy was so taken with the blow of the dwarves' hammer. But Kurim replied that this was not so, and asked when they would go back, but Damok was in no hurry. The gate is just a stop, but today they have a real destination. After these words, Damok used the price of the god's name, 2300 U Damok, to move. And naturally, he told Kurim to follow him and Soil into that very dungeon. Seeing the entrance to the dangerous dungeon, Kurim no longer held back his negative emotions towards the teacher. However, this did not change anything and they landed in the dungeon. Kurim looked around and was completely delighted by what he saw. For the first time, he was in a real magical world. However, it was not only the young hunter who was surprised. Damok also imagined him differently, but Soil didn't understand it. Damok explained that it was impossible to find the next priest in such a large area, even without knowing his appearance. But Soil replied that there was no need to worry and that finding him would be easy as pie. She then pointed to the facade of the building, where a certain Adele Sharon, age 27, was depicted. She was the winner of the Best Actress category at the Magic Film Festival, and Damok didn't know how to convince her to become a priest. Soil said that it would be even more difficult with other priests, and she was supported by Kurim, who was eager to begin the adventure. Soil added that it wouldn't be as easy with Adele as with that simpleton, which Kurim was offended by. Why is the girl calling him names? Now it's definitely time to clear something up. He wanted to attack Soil, but it was a bad idea as the girl dealt with him in a second. Kurim, lying on the ground, realized that he had gone too far and asked for forgiveness. Then Soil turned her attention to Damok and told him not to bother about meeting Adele. According to the prophecy, she goes to magic school every Friday, even though Adele is no longer a schoolgirl. However, she is special, but the guys will have to deal with this on their own. Soil will simply take them to a luxurious magic academy. When he arrived, Damok pretended to be an exchange student. He understood that Soil had been working alone for a long time to send him to school. Suddenly, the guy heard some strange laughter. They were already making up humiliating rumors about him, and he realized that this school was the same as all the others. He already felt this atmosphere of dividing people according to their talents, but suddenly the teacher calmed the children around him. The teacher said that there were plenty of seats, so the newcomer could sit wherever he felt comfortable. She told the rest to get ready for class, and the boy headed to the desks. He already had one place in mind that would be advantageous to him. If you get closer physically, you'll get closer mentally, so you need to sit next to Adele too. He approached the girl and tactfully asked if the seat next to her was free. She looked at the guy indifferently and replied that she didn't care. Damok smiled and sat down next to him, then asked where the magic laboratory was. The next lesson is a magical practice, and he is new here, so he doesn't know anything. Damok never thought that his part-time job as a consultant would come in handy in a situation like this. But suddenly the guy's chatter began to really bother the girl and she stood up abruptly. Adele then angrily told the guy not to pretend to be friendly, as he would not be able to befriend a celebrity. If they study in the same class, it doesn't mean anything. And Damok only apologized to her irritation. He knew he had screwed up from the start, but then the bell rang. This meant that the lesson on magical practice would soon begin. Damok wandered through the corridors and tried to find Building A. And suddenly he heard someone turning to Adele and talking about her promise. If she doesn't finish school this year, she will focus entirely on acting. How can a girl not understand that mana deficiency cannot be cured? She needs to stop being stubborn and trying to be someone she is not. Damok decided to think about this conversation later. And now he went to a magic lesson. The teacher spoke of a flow of mana that would turn into a fireball and hit the target. It can only be used if the mana is properly concentrated. And when the teacher showed everything by his own example, Damak was completely delighted. He was eagerly awaiting his turn to try. He wanted to summon a fireball, but it didn't work. He tried again and again, but it was all in vain. Damak couldn't believe he was so useless. He wanted to use divine power instead of magical power, but apparently mana is needed. The students, looking at Damak's strange movements, laughed at him. When asked what he was doing, Damak replied that he practiced magic, which made the students laugh even more. They all laughed at him, and only Adele remained focused. She was very familiar with this taunting, and it made her furious. So she decided to protect Damak and turn to him. The guy didn't expect this, but the girl had something to talk about with him. After classes, they met on the stairs at the academy. Adele stood at the window and said that she knew that Damak had no magical powers. But even without mana, it is indecent to behave like a fool. Why doesn't the guy just give up magic then? After a short silence, Damak replied that it was indecent for a stranger to express dissatisfaction with his situation. Doesn't Adele think this looks pathetic? The girl immediately faltered and replied that it was nonsense, but Damak knew that she lacked mana. Adele had a rare disease that prevented her from using mana, no matter how much she had. At that moment, the girl realized that she was exactly the same as Damak. This disease was untreatable and destroyed all her dreams, so when a guy who looked like her appeared in front of her, she was overcome with a feeling of disgust because of the feeling of similarity to him. That's why Adele can never become an archmage, and that's terrible, so she constantly challenges herself. And they said that she was acting like a child, and that she should learn to give in and do what she had talent for. Adele knew it looked pathetic to take her anger out on an innocent man, so she burst into tears. But then Damak said that he would make it so that Adele could use magic. But in return, she would also help him with something, but the girl did not believe him. After all, no matter how hard she tried, even basic magic was difficult for her. And Damak doesn't even have mana, but the guy said he needs 1 week. During this time, he will show the girl how to use magic correctly. She thought that Damak was making fun of her because he couldn't even use basic magic. Then the guy decided to make a bet with her. After that, about his plan, Damak decided to tell Soil. She said with disappointment that it was too self-confident. But the guy replied that there was nothing he could do, because if he hadn't done that, Adele wouldn't even listen to him. And Soil admitted that it wasn't the worst way to get her attention, since she was only interested in magic. But the only surprising thing is that Damak promised to teach her magic in a week, and now he asks Soil how to do it. Soil replied that you can't buy talent for magic even in a store. And even in her past life, it took her 3 months to learn how to cast spells. In 2 months, Kairos, the forgotten god of magic, will appear to the world and try to destroy this magical city. Vermouth, the side of magic, will post a request for help, and one of the rewards is a talent for magic, and this is the only way to get it. But if Soil will tell everything at once, it can hinder Damak's development, so she decided to tell everything gradually. She told Kairosa about the vacancies, so Adele should wait 2 months. This is the best option. But another idea came to Damak's head. He said that there was no need to wait so long because everything could be done now. Soil didn't understand how the guy was going to do it, but he had an idea. In any case, the main thing is that Vermouth felt threatened and simply published help. So they just need to disguise themselves as gate monsters and start an invasion so that Vermouth will ask for help. Soil, hearing this, thought that Damak had completely gone crazy. The wizarding world is confusing and complex, and Damak has been reborn 1,169 times. All this time, he solved problems in the same way. But will Damak really act differently in this life? Only Soil thought that this plan was dangerous. If anything goes wrong, the guy could die. But Damak said not to worry about it because Soil will be the one playing the role of the monster, because she is the strongest. The girl didn't really like this idea, so she demonstratively moved Damak's index finger away from her face. After much shouting and objection from Soil, the action moved to the Temple of Vermouth. This place was much bigger than Damak thought. He found a place to hide and told Soil and Kurium to start the show. The priest immediately attacked the teacher and said that he was here to fight with God. Damak replied that there was no need to fight, he just needed to be bait. Otherwise, Kurium would meet his end at the hands of Damak. Frightened, Kurium agreed, and the teacher told the boy to be careful and go on his way. He came out of the bushes and attracted the attention of all the magicians around. They asked who dared to invade them, but Kurium remained silent, cursing Damak. He is a priest, not a slave, but he is ready to face the impending danger. The magicians warned him and ordered him to stop. But Kurium felt offended by Soil and Damak, so he rushed forward. He gathered all the anger boiling inside him and moved forward. At that moment, the magician directed a firestorm at him. However, Kurim did not move from his place and stopped, looking at the fire. He wanted to show his mentor all his best sides, so he easily cut through the fire in front of him. He shouted that when he mastered all the powers, everyone would bow before him. In his mind, he sent Damak and Soil, continuing to attack the mages. For this attack, Kurim created several new skills which surprised Damak again. His student was truly a genius, but now it was time for them to wrap things up. Damak used his howl skill and summoned fire dogs, directing them towards the mages. When they saw the dogs, they were seriously scared because the temple they were guarding was under threat. They decided to create a magical barrier against them. Someone was about to call for help, but Soil stopped him. Then she dealt with all the other magicians one by one. With one last swing of her sword, she exhaled, leaving behind a pile of black robes lying around. It happened even faster than she thought. Since the god living here is extremely powerful, Damak went a bit overboard with his plan, and Kurim agreed with this, poking the weak guard with his sword. Damak realized that they were making a huge fuss. Then he sat down and said that it was time for Vermouth to show up. He didn't have to wait long. The god appeared right behind Damak. It was strange that God came from the wrong side and asked what they were doing here. Damak asked who he was, but the stranger replied that he had asked the question first. Damak noted the stranger's calmness, since if he wanted to destroy him, the guy would already be finished. So the guy turned around and replied that he noticed something strange near the temple. He just wanted to look at those fools who attacked the temple. When something like this happens, they, as gods, are naturally always interested. Then Vermouth grabbed Damak and replied that he knew about the attack in broad daylight. But does the guy really think that they are on the same level? His gaze was penetrating and eloquent. Damak smiled and replied that that was not what he meant. Then Vermouth helped Damak to get up and shake off the dust. God admitted that he had been very rude to Damak, for which he asked for forgiveness. He tested the guy for sincerity and did not feel any hostility. After that, the gods began to exchange pleasantries under Soil's watchful gaze. And suddenly Vermouth stared back at her and asked, "Were she and that guy really monsters that came out of the gate?" Kurim clearly noticed that Vermouth looked dangerous. Soil grabbed the guy by the collar and told him to get ready to run. He didn't immediately understand what he needed to do, but the girl had already taken everything into her own hands. Pushing off the ground with all her might, she seemed to fly away into the distance, capturing Kurim. Vermouth did not try to catch up with them, as their speed was enormous. Damak realized that, judging by the expression on the god's face and the tone of his voice, he would not pursue the enemies. Well, who knows, but in any case, it's not worth relaxing. There were several reasons why Soil agreed to this plan, and one of them was Vermouth's character. He is said to be a god who by nature hates battles and simply loves to study magic and spirits. And when Damak replied that he was from Korea, Vermouth said that he had never heard of this place. But God noticed that the name was similar to the dimension America, from which God came last time. Damak couldn't believe that someone in America had a window like Soil's. But suddenly, Vermouth decided to unexpectedly ask Damak for a favor. The guy replied that if it was about suppressing the gates, then he could help. Vermouth smiled and said that while that sounded tempting, that wasn't what he meant. Starting with the monsters at the gate, even a small insect has its own circumstances. The temple can be restored, and if Damak sees the violators again, he should simply intimidate them and send them back. And then it became clear to Damak why Vermouth was losing with such powerful divine power. Based on prophecy Jew Soil, it seems that Karis knew Vermouth's identity well. He will ambush him and seriously injure him, and if this is not prevented quickly, the dimension will be swallowed by the gate. So Vermouth asked Damak to merge with people and teach them magic. For the gods, the monsters from the gate are like butterflies, but for humans, they are a destructive storm that they cannot cope with. Vermouth himself would go, but he needs to rebuild the temple again. God would have sent priests too, but they are not in the best condition now. Therefore, Damak is a good option, and Vermouth will definitely thank him for this service. And since the guy will have to teach people magic, Vermouth will make it easier for him to use his magical power. This news made Damak extremely happy, and Vermouth informed everyone so that he could work in comfort. So Damak soon found himself in the backyard of the Magic Academy. The students were training and discussing the talentless newcomer they hadn't seen for a long time. They talked about Damak, thinking that he left the academy because he had failed. But suddenly their laughter was interrupted by the mentor, who ordered them to remain silent. He told her to focus on the lesson, and Adele watched all this. For this reason, she did not go to the set and was disappointed in her expectations. But suddenly footsteps were heard, and a displeased voice called the academy a real labyrinth. Everyone was surprised when they saw the pompous Udamok because he was a loser and he was also late. And their professor didn't tolerate being late, so he immediately got angry. His face showed anger until he recognized Udamok. But when he realized who was in front of him, he was very happy, and the guy apologized for being late. But the professor apologized in response, as it would have been better for him to take Damok personally. And then, he turned everyone's attention to the most valuable high priest of the Great Vermouth, Udamok. It was he who would teach them all magic, so the mentor asked for applause. But the students were perplexed, and Damok asked what was wrong with their faces. Was he really the only one who was bored? Then one of the students turned to the professor and asked what was going on. What can this talentless man with no mana teach them? He even got into this school through connections, and how can he teach them anything? The professor hesitated in front of Damok out of embarrassment, but he replied that everything was fine. The teacher felt incredibly embarrassed in front of the high priest for his students. One of them took off his glove and threw it towards Damok, inviting him to a duel. He wanted to prove that the boy had no right to teach them, and demanded a magical duel. He shouted many more unpleasant words towards Damok, but he remained silent. Everyone around was shocked by such a tense situation. However, Damok accepted the challenge and waited for his opponent to attack. Relaxing, the boy allowed the student to attack first. He was confused but did not hesitate. He summoned the power of mighty flames, which he was the best at. He then formed it into a fiery arrow and fired it at Damok. But the guy created a small barrier with one hand, and all the firepower released into him was absorbed by the barrier. Seeing this, the student panicked greatly, and Udamok looked at him playfully and said that now it was his turn. He pointed his finger forward and advised the student to be sure to block this little flash. He remembered Vermouth's words. Using high-level magic at the very beginning is difficult, no matter how talented one is. So God decided to share some of his power. However, this was enough to create the 8th circle, Hellfire. The students were shocked by what they saw next. The small flash on Damok's finger turned into a huge fiery explosion. The student who challenged him to a duel had long since admitted that he was wrong. So Damok waved his finger upward, changing the trajectory of the blow. A huge stream of fire flew high into the air, and then it exploded in the sky like a firework. Then Damok approached the student and asked if he had come to his senses, after which he asked to convey to all the sour faces that from now on this mediocrity would teach them. Even the mentor admired Damok's strength, and he couldn't believe that the boy was using 8th circle magic. No one in that era could do this, and Adele admired it the most. After training, they went to lunch, and there the girl lost her temper. Damok told her his conditions, which she promised to fulfill, and this angered the girl. She didn't calm down and continued to scream, but Damok understood that this was a normal reaction. Kurim was more of an exception. So Damok asked Adele to calm down so he could explain everything. The girl pulled herself together and sat back down. Then Damok asked what exactly Adele didn't like, but she shouted out that it was absolutely everything. She doesn't want to come to Damok at the first call and be like a dog. It's like a slave contract. She doesn't want to serve a fake god, even if Damok presents it as work. He had no intention of summoning Adele into the void. He simply needed her power to stop a disaster that would happen in the future. And for the upcoming battle, Damok will do everything he can to help Adele cure her mana deficiency so that she can master magic. But the girl replied that it was impossible to fix this even with millions of gold. Damok said that there is no way yet, but he will do everything possible. Adele shouted that this was pure deception. If these are empty words, then she too can call herself some kind of magical god. The boy then turned to Soil and asked if it was possible to fix the mana shortage right now. But she answered negatively, and she understood that even though Damok quickly mastered magic, it would still be difficult to come to an agreement with Adele. The weakness of a superstar in the magical world who does not envy anyone is only one: lack of mana. Then Jew Soil told the guy to give Adele time. There was still enough time before the breakthrough for her to have time to think. But then some strange energy fell upon the guys. Damok immediately realized that something was wrong when he saw a bright light. Looking out the window, the guy noticed a huge gate in the sky. It was hard for everyone not to notice them, but it was unexpected. Soil couldn't believe it. Another month had to pass before this moment. Then Kairos and his offspring are attacking now? Adele looked out from the balcony and asked what was going on. Her eyes instantly filled with fear. Damok asked Jew Soil why Kairos came so early. Soil didn't know this. Her plan was already falling apart when the Sun Wolves attacked. And although the overall picture was the same, the details changed. And it was difficult to know what would happen next. And suddenly Damok took out his sword, for which he received condemnation from Soil. Kairos is much more powerful than Neptune, and if Daemok goes against the prophecy, everything could change. But Daemok couldn't sit and wait for everything to settle down, so he took on the part-time job. The inhabitants of this world have already fought against huge monsters. Daemok soon joined them. However, there was no end to the monster, and the guy couldn't cope even with his priests. However, Soil still considered it lucky since they could get a reward. Since the greatest god in the world, Vermouth, never sends requests for part-time work, Daemok realized all his greatness when he had to teach students. Soil said that since they don't know how the situation will turn out, it's better to continue destroying monsters. Even if the situation differs from the prophecy, Vermouth will not lose to Kairos. Once Kairos retreats, then they will clearly plan their next steps. But then an explosion was heard behind the guys, which was surprising because Kairos and Vermouth should be far from here. But Vermouth appeared and addressed all the gods blocking the gates. It may be unconscionable, but he will correct his request, so they need to drop everything they are defending right now. The situation is stalemate, so we need to focus on evacuating citizens, and Vermouth himself will gain time. No one around saw where the voice of God was coming from. The guys turned to Soil, and she explained that this was Vermouth's appeal. Everyone around became alert and prepared to carry out the order. Adele panicked and shouted out where everyone had gone because she couldn't hear the voice of God. But she was told that Vermouth had ordered everyone to retreat. The girl couldn't believe it. Had God really given up? What will happen now to their city and the people who did not have time to evacuate? Soil replied that it was different from the prophecy, so she couldn't say for sure. But it seems that this dimension will be destroyed by Kairos. Adele, hearing this, froze in horror. It seemed to her that Soil was lying. She didn't want her world to be destroyed. But the girl replied that she was very sorry and they could not do anything. Then Adele pounced on Daemok and screamed that there had to be some way. He was her last hope, but the guy just turned away and apologized. This meant one thing. Daemok wouldn't be able to help either. Adele sank down on the rain-wet grass, not understanding why everyone had given up so quickly. Even people who don't know anything about God's fight. They protect the city and save its residents at the cost of their lives. And Daemok is also a god who must help people. At that moment, images from the past flashed through the guy's head, and only Adele's voice pulled him out of his memories. She forgave and even begged for help, just as Daemok himself had once done. But now, in the place of the weak and hopeless guy, sat Adele. Daemok couldn't just watch her suffer and die away. The next second, he summoned the interface of the god shop. Soil immediately pounced on the guy indignantly, but he told her to calm down because he was not going to die. In the store, he bought a lion's armor and Hercules club, spending all his savings. Seeing this, hope lit up Adele's eyes, and Soil called Daemok a fool. However, the boy's new equipment now increased defense and attack by 500%, and Daemok told Soil to take care of the others, and he himself headed to the very epicenter of the Battle of the Gods. Kairos flew over Vermouth and said that his black flame could not be extinguished by this rain. God felt sick at the thought that he had once been Vermouth's student. He replied that his student had not only lost his way, but had also forgotten what he had been taught. But Kairos laughed and replied that Vermouth and the miserable people of this world had lost their way. Why doesn't Vermouth crave more? It's natural for any magician. Here Kairos has already entered the highest level, and now he was ready to show real dark magic. Having concentrated it around himself, Kairos attacked his opponent. But Vermouth replied that the black flame existed only for destruction, and that this was not the truth that magicians should follow. Gods must use their power to protect people, which is what he did. Vermouth. He repelled Kairos' attack, but he replied that he didn't care about people. Let them and Vermouth feel the power of his dark flame. God defended himself as best he could, but his barrier would not hold for long. Kairos had already begun to rejoice in his victory, but it was not to be. The 8th level hellfire completely engulfed Kairos. And then the figure of Daemok came out, who said that Vermouth seemed to be having a hard time alone. Vermouth was very surprised when he saw Daemok, as he thought that he had escaped with the others. But here he is, the god Daemok, standing before him and saying that reinforcements have arrived. Vermouth asked why Daemok came, because with his level, he is helpless against Kairos. But Daemok replied that he did not come here for a reward. The reward is not comparable to human lives. That's why Daemok doesn't need Vermouth's power, which is already in short supply. The guy had a plan. Kairos laughed in response, calling Daemok a little fool. Is he really the new disciple of the impatient Vermouth? But this is even better, because now Kairos can burn them both. And when he directed his flame at the gods, Vermouth immediately put up a defense. The flames literally crashed into her, but the god held on. Then he turned to the god of Korea and said that he would not last long. But Damak said he needed a chance to hit Kairos once, then they could neutralize him. Vermouth saw in the guy's hands the club of Hercules, which gives 100% stunning to the enemy. God said that he could provide a chance for attack, but he could not protect Damak from the flames. But that was enough for the guy, since he also had a trump card. He activated the wind ray skill and approached Kairos from behind, striking him. However, God was not stupid enough to miss this attack. He was able to defend himself with his dark flame. Damak couldn't believe that with his power he couldn't touch this god with a finger. Moreover, the dark flame instantly enveloped the god of Korea. Kairos was simply amused by all this. He was able to encase the guy in flames and asked what they should do with Vermouth now. His student just became a pile of ash. But Vermouth did not answer. He only whispered something to himself. Suddenly, chains flew out of the fireball, restraining Kairos with magic. He laughed at the pathetic attempts to restrain him. But Vermouth said that thanks to this magic, he only gained a couple of seconds, and this will be enough for Damak to attack. The boy, having flown out of the fireball, was unharmed thanks to Neptune's protection. Kairos didn't know this, and was very surprised, and then he saw the weapon in the guy's hands. As he thought, it was the club of Hercules, but it was limited to only one blow to the head. However, this was enough for Damak to strike straight at Kairos' head, sending him flying down. He fell to the ground, creating a pile of dust, and his flame went out. Damak ran up to him at the same second. He stared at the god, who sat hopelessly on his knees, and then he asked Vermouth if he could finish off Kairos. But God looked at his disciple and felt a sense of déjà vu. On the day he first met Kairos, it was raining too. God was not like this from the beginning. Although he was cursed with a dark fate that no one wanted, he was also a child with a brilliant talent that everyone around him coveted. Vermouth's thoughts were like this when he taught magic to Kairos. It was he who changed the fate of this child. The great god Vermouth. It was presumptuous, because he did not realize the terrible desire that lurked inside Kairos. Vermouth helped him master the black flame, and he was unable to destroy Kairos after he showed his true face to God. So Vermouth resorted to exile, even though he knew that Kairos would one day return to destroy him. If only he had set Kairos on the right path and not taught him dark magic, everything would have been different. Vermouth has always clung to his regrets from the past, but now it's time to let them go. Of course, in the end he was unable to destroy Kairos with his own hands, and Damak did it, leaving him with nasty feelings inside. So the guy received the power of Kairos, the dark flame, and the level of his fox increased to the third. Damak decided to use this power as well as the power of Neptune to save himself. Suddenly, Kurim appeared next to the guy, looking enthusiastically at the light in his hands. The boy was very eager to hear Damak's story about the victory, but he hid the equipment and said that it could wait. Kurim freaked out like a little child, wanting to hear the story now. This angered Damak, and he grabbed the boy by the collar and ordered him to shut up. In addition, Adele appeared, who looked at Kurim with disapproval and said that one should not speak like that to the god one serves. Hearing this, Damak turned to Adele and asked if she realized his awesomeness as a god. Adele blushed and admitted that Damak was brave, and now she knew that he was definitely not a fraud. The guy looked at Adele with enthusiasm, leading her to his proposal. She interrupted him and said that this was a ridiculous agreement, but she was ready to become a priest of a god like Damak. However, she planned to stay here for a while. Now she knew for sure that without magic she couldn't help in any way, so she would look for something to be useful. Then Vermouth suddenly appeared and said that he could help the girl. It was a great honor for her, but Vermouth only wanted to repay the kindness of the god she believed in, so he would be happy to help in this way. And Damak at this time told Soyul and Kurim to hide. Soyul said that God had already forgotten that they had destroyed his palace, but Damak decided to play it safe. But looking at Adele, he thought that it really was better for her to stay. There was no way to cure the mana shortage anyway, so the hooligans and Damak will go home themselves. The guy spent 2,300 divine power to move. However, strangely enough, they were not at home. More precisely, the guy hoped that it was not a house, since everything around was destroyed and burned. After taking a couple of steps, he finally recognized his native streets. There were many monsters flying around, which the guy decided to attack. He used the howl skill and summoned fire dogs. He commanded them and fought himself, not understanding what had happened. He thought that there was a dungeon breakthrough somewhere nearby. Why are there only monsters around and no hunters or soldiers? A huge snake had already attacked the guy, but Soil attacked it. She protected her friend and ran to him. According to her, everything happened much more quickly. She said that it was not a dungeon breakthrough, but a gate rupture. Damok understood that this was at least on the level of breaking through a C-rank dungeon. Soil added that this means that the forgotten gods are becoming stronger here. Damok couldn't believe it because he only found 2 priests. But Soil said not to worry, as she did not sense the presence of the forgotten gods. But then they all suddenly felt the wind from the helicopter blades above them. It was a military helicopter from the Gate Control Bureau. An employee looked out from it and recognized the boys. He shouted and asked the hunters to follow him. So the guys found themselves in the office of the Gate Bureau. The strongest hunters were gathered there for an obvious reason. The city experienced a simultaneous breach of 12 gates. There were many civilian casualties, but the hunters responsible for the region did not respond. A hunter from Eros, Kim Capchul, said he was sorry to hear that from his boss. This was the first time such a case had occurred, but what was the Bureau doing? They believed there was no threat, so they sat on their hands until things came to this. And now the hunters are shifting all the responsibility onto the Bureau. Then Yuok's father stood up and ordered everyone to be silent. They are not here to argue about who is right and who is wrong. They need to take steps to prevent similar situations from happening again. Regardless of why the hunters have gathered here, they must not turn a blind eye to a country where trouble is happening. However, 12 out of 18 hunters were late today. Then Yuok's father came out and said he had a proposal. All hunters present here will join forces and begin a large-scale operation to suppress the gate. The hunters were in favor because it was a proposal from Iris's guild. Damok realized that the hunters didn't care about the authorities, since they were fans of Iris. Then Damok stood up and replied that if they were only going to destroy monsters, then he would act on his own. Yuok's father approached the boy because he wanted to know the reason for such a decision. Damok replied that he was the only one who could enter the gate. He understood that if the attack that happened in the magical world happened here, it would be unstoppable. The only answer is to end the war between the gods that is causing all this. At this point, Kim Capchul suddenly jumped up and called Damok an arrogant boy. In response, there were condemnations directed at the guy and his arrogance. Everyone said he was a child who became arrogant and thought he was special. But then, one of the hunters burst in and shouted that they were in trouble. The gate rupture happened right at Incheon Airport. This news shocked all hunters. The entire area was destroyed, and the damage is scary to even consider. Damok wondered, was this destruction really the work of a forgotten god? Before, I couldn't fix this because there was a powerful god nearby. But with their current strength, they have no chance of winning. The boy panicked, but then Ju Soil appeared and told him to calm down. There is no reason to worry because the airport is not a forgotten god. Hearing this, Damok was indeed able to calm down. Then he asked the chief if a 6-star hunter could request a plane. He replied that it could be done, and Damok decided to deal with this gate. He soon arrived at a destroyed airport. Explosions were heard everywhere there. The airport was destroyed by monster attacks. The guy even had to call Cerberus to deal with all the monsters. He spent a lot of divine power to summon Cerberus. But he needs to finish this as soon as possible and get back to training. I wonder how things are with Adele Sharon's mana shortage. Damok hoped that everything was fine and decided to prepare before leaving. But suddenly, using his intuition skill, he felt that there was someone behind him. It was dangerous to turn around, but someone was definitely watching the guy. And when he finally turned around, he saw a bright light. It was Ju Soil who protected him from the attack. The girl clearly recognized her attacker, but Damok had no idea who it was. Soil called him Baron, a strange man with a blindfold. Soil asked what Baron was doing, but he told her not to interfere. Did they really think that nothing would happen if they dragged away the pet of the master of the underworld? The Baron warned that if Soil interfered, she would also be destroyed. But then a girl's curved knife appeared at the Baron's neck and she asked if it was within his reach. The Baron said that she made a stupid choice with the girl because she decided to protect a fool. He told Damok to enjoy his freedom, for soon Hades would lick his wretched life. The Baron added that he would look forward to his punishment in the underworld, and then disappeared into thin air. This hint was creepy, but now it was time to think about training. Damok once again brought Kurim to complete exhaustion. He also added that the boy had been slow lately. Kurim indignantly replied that they had been training for 17 hours already. Damok didn't even notice how time passed, so he ordered the evil Kurim to get out. The boy shouted, "Where is Damok going again, dumping all the responsibilities on him?" The guy replied that the gate needed to be destroyed, but he forbade Kurimu to follow him so that they would stop saying that he was connected to Iris. Kurim leaned back, offended. He didn't know what was happening at the airport since he was being ignored. This greatly offended the boy, who thought that the teacher did not see him as a priest. Karim was about to go home to play, but he remembered that the teacher had ordered him to clean up. If this is not done, Damak will get angry, so the guy took up the mop. He convinced himself that he was cleaning not because he was afraid, but because it was part of the training. Suddenly, someone behind him rudely asked what the guy was doing, and he irritably replied that he was doing what he was told. Well, when the boy turned around, he saw Chan Juok in front of him. He said irritably that Karim had never set foot in Iris before, and now he was cleaning here. Is this how Iris's family behaves? Father values Karim so much, but he replied that these were all trifles. He told Juok to stop telling him what to do as he would remain on Damak's side. Juok indignantly asked why Karim followed who needed to be humiliated, but he irritably replied that he would stay with his brother, which angered Juok even more. They have known Karim for 10 years, but he never called Juok brother. He grabbed Karim by the hand and said that his father had ordered him to take part in the destruction of the gate. Juok told the boy not to argue and to follow orders, but he got angry. He irritably told the surprised, annoying guy to let him go, and then, with all his might, he pulled his hand out of Juok's. Suddenly, the name Yu Damak was heard from the TV hanging nearby. The news said he destroyed another gate, and Juok noticed he was wearing new gear. Everyone was wondering what kind of black flame skill this was and why Damak had so many techniques. Kurim responded to this by saying that he had something to gain from this guy, so why should he go after Juok? To this, Juok could not answer and only shook with anger while Kurim left. Juok didn't understand why Yu Damak was always ahead of him. It would be better if he didn't exist. At that moment, Damoku's ear began to itch, which meant that someone was remembering him. Soil asked why Damak looked so carefree, but he replied that it was all his ear. Soil said that they don't know when Hades will appear and are wasting time on the gate. But Damak replied that this is how he protects people and increases his strength. Soil replied that a good option to promote her and avoid Hades was to get a part-time job. If you continue like this, Hades will get angry, so it's better to travel between dimensions. But Damak didn't want to spend his whole life on the run. Soil thought he had a plan. But Damak despised the plans and replied that if Hades wanted it that way, he would come to him himself. Soil, hearing this, even choked on her coffee and began to shout about Damak's stupidity. But he was flattered that his words even made the cold Soil choke on her coffee and worry. And Damak decided to find a place where Hades would not be able to destroy him when they met. Soil calmed down a little and asked what kind of place this was. Damak replied that it was a banquet of the gods, a part-time job offered by Zeus. It took place on Mount Olympus in the temple, and Zeus needed helpers in the kitchen and in serving the hall. The centaur was in charge of everything, urging the cooks on. There are less than 3 hours left until the start of the banquet. Damak called everyone for help and gave Adele the fruits that Demeter had brought. Kurim also helped with everything, helping to set the table. Damak seemed to be mocking, agreeing with the centaur's commanding tone. The priests immediately pounced on Damak because he promised an important task and they abandoned their work. How can peeling an onion help prevent Ragnarok and save the world? But then the centaur said that the banquet would soon begin and ordered the staff to leave. Damak volunteered and left his poor priests in the kitchen, but he was grateful to them. Thanks to them, the banquet will definitely go according to plan. The gods all gathered together, but their attention was drawn to one of the gods. He was young, but already looked respectable and delivered wine. Damak came to the banquet in lion armor and was called the spitting image of Hercules. However, Damak was always on the lookout for Hades because the whole plan was designed for him. And suddenly someone sharply and unexpectedly put a hand on the frightened guy's shoulder. It was Apollo, who called Damak his favorite student and praised his outfit. They were chatting until Poseidon's voice came from behind them. God was glad to meet Damak and asked if the boy remembered his offer to join the ranks of the Knights of the Dragon Palace. But before the guy could answer, Apollo intervened and asked why Poseidon was interrupting them. But the god of the sea asked Apollo to give him his place, because he had much to talk about with the lesser god. So many people noticed Damak, but they saw him for the first time. This is clearly a low-ranking god, so why are high-ranking gods fighting over him? And then the boy heard a rough voice call him God of Mountain. Damak looked back and immediately greeted Thor with joy. And then he immediately bowed to him and said that he regretted what happened in the dungeon. But he laughed and said that everything was fine, but their pleasantries were interrupted by Hades' voice. He said that the little god does not apologize before, and he didn't choose the best place to die. Hades didn't know what Damak was thinking when he came here. Although he saved him from unnecessary trouble, now God will take his own. He directed deadly energy at the boy, saying that he would take his life. But then Hades' hand was intercepted by Thor's mighty hand. He looked at Hades and asked how the strong dare to attack the weak. Hades called Thor an Asgardian, and added that this was Olympus, not Asgard, so he shouldn't poke his nose into something that wasn't his business. Then Thor smiled and said that the host of this banquet, like Olympus, is Zeus. And after that, the situation began to get very tense between the gods. Because of this stress, even the plaster fell off the walls. But then a trident flew between Thor and Hades and hit the wall. Poseidon threw it, ordering the gods to stop, because on such a day there was no need for bloodshed. But Thor could no longer be stopped. He was outraged that Hades was trying to intimidate the weak, and he also insulted the great warrior of Asgard, so they will never retreat in the name of Odin. Apollo tried to calm Thor down while Hades was confused. And then the trident with which Poseidon protected him appeared again in front of Damok. God told Hades to stop. Does he really need to shed blood to calm down? But Hades watched this silently and scolded his anger. He's tired of this, and if they all want to die together, then he'll help. The next second, darkness fell on the temple due to the sun being blocked by the moon. Darkness was everywhere, enveloping the space and the gods around. The gods couldn't handle it because Hades was strong. Damok began to feel guilty because this fool dared to do such a thing at the banquet. But suddenly a bright light of solar lightning appeared at the entrance. A god unknown to Damok entered the hall and dispelled the darkness. It turned out that it was Zeus, who certainly did not expect a showdown when he called the banquet. Hades caused the most indignation because they were having a banquet, not a funeral. Hades immediately apologized, and Damok was surprised by the power of Zeus, who dispelled the darkness in an instant. Hades apologized for the misunderstanding to the evil Zeus and said that there was a man here who had stolen something from him. Zeus was surprised to hear that Hades had been robbed, and judging by the psychopaths of the god of the underworld, this thing was valuable. Then Hades, after a short silence, replied that it was Cerberus. This little god stole the guard dog of the underworld. Upon hearing of Damok's atrocity, all the gods were shocked. But the guy didn't understand why he was being accused of theft, because he immediately sent the dog back. Then Zeus looked at the little god in surprise, not believing that he could steal Cerberus. Then he asked, what kind of god is Damok? The guy didn't know what to answer, but Zeus repeated the question more insistently. And then Damok replied that he was the god of swords, which stunned Zeus. He said that contrary to expectations, the guy looks talented. He is clearly a low-level god, but that raises a question. How he managed to tame a Cerberus that growls even at Zeus. Then Damok realized that he had surprised Zeus and decided to tell. He told the whole truth. How he forced Cerberus to go for a walk. How he pacified him. And then, as he discovered his leash inside the column of the gates of the underworld. This story made Zeus laugh out loud because a lesser god could do such a thing. Damok hoped that Zeus would intervene, and their troubles with Hades would resolve themselves. But Zeus replied that for the purity of this matter, a duel was needed. Hearing this, Damok was stunned. How could he defeat the god of the underworld? Apollo intervened and said that this was nonsense. How could a higher god fight with a lower one? Zeus said that divine power cannot be used. And since these two ruined the banquet, let them answer for it. Hades got angry and said that the guy's death date had been moved. Let him enjoy his last breaths before Hades takes his life. The guy still hadn't come to his senses and was thinking about resistance to blows. Then, Soil appeared and said that Damok was in deep trouble and she had warned him. But Damok didn't know that it would happen like this and what to do now. But Soil answered that there was only fighting. Then, some god appeared behind the guy and said that he could help with training. It turned out that it was Hercules from Greco-Roman mythology. He told Damok to come to Ares Stadium to train together. God presented Damoku training ground for their next month. The boy thanked Hercules as he did not expect help from him. He turned around and said that we needed to help our brothers in armor. Damok heard that Hercules is the greatest hero in Greek mythology, and Hercules knows his way around armor. It's good that he took a liking to the guy because of the similar armor. Suddenly, he noticed a duel between two warriors in the arena. They fought well and had a lot of skills, but the girl was able to defeat the man and knock him down. He angrily replied that he was simply distracted and that it was not a loss. But the girl said that if there was a real fight, he would have died 10 times already. Damok realized that judging by their skills, they were unusual gods. But the strange thing is that they were not at the banquet. Suddenly, Hercules turned to the man, Ares, and laughed at the fact that he lost to Athena again. Damok immediately remembered that among the 12 famous gods of Olympus, these two have titles associated with war. Soil also said that all these gods are good at fighting. Ares, Hercules, and Athena are the best of the best on Olympus. Ares embraced Hercules, but Hercules wanted to introduce him to someone. Ares immediately noticed the two nondescript guests. Hercules replied that due to his training, His friend didn't even know who the most talked about god was right now. He completely ruined the banquet today, and even scheduled a duel with Hades. Athena and Ares could not understand who Hercules was talking about because the girl had more divine power, and the guy has some kind of strange power that they had never seen before. Ares then decided to fight to verify this information. The fight will show everything, and he will lend the platform to the strongest. So God grabbed the sword and pointed it at Damok. Soil immediately pushed Damok forward. The guy didn't want to fight alone, but Soil replied that she needed to go to Korea to help with the gate. Damok understood that her help was really needed there now, so he will have to fight Ares alone. This god said that Damok's aura is amazing and he is interested in fighting him. Athena didn't understand how this little god got into a fight with their uncle, but Ares didn't care, and he bet on Damok's terrible character. In any case, he will have to train as hard as he can now, and this will be his only way to survive. After which Ares rushed towards the guy and attacked with all his might, raising a pile of dust. Hercules smiled, realizing that Ares is at it again. Athena still couldn't decide. Is Ares stupid or just pretending? However, Damok withstood this blow, showing good endurance. Then the god decided to test Damok's sword skills, and then he rushed into the attack, swinging his weapon at the guy. But he only managed to defend himself from strong blows. In the end, Damok got used to the pressure and decided to attack. However, his attack was useless against the power of the god. But the fact that he was able to fight back surprised Athena. It was pretty good for a low-level god. But it wasn't just about power, it was also about speed and endurance. Although it was obvious since the fight was so unequal. Ares had no intention of stopping and didn't give him a break, attacking again. His blows were very strong, but Damok managed to endure them. But in the end, he decided to give up, since he could not withstand such power for long. But Ares did not accept his defeat and ordered him to continue fighting. Thus the battle continued for a whole hour, to the surprise of Athena, and Hercules was already tired of watching Ares's burning eyes and the frightened guy. He suggested that Athena leave them, but she wanted to look further. She noticed that Damok reacts well to blows. Hercules said that Ares simply gives in, and Athena did not rule out such a possibility. There is hardly a god who can block a sword. Ares. However, they did not know that God did not give in to Moku. The guy seemed to learn by the minute, blocking attacks over and over again. He didn't believe that this was possible and thought that the guy was hiding his skills. So he decided to attack once again, but Damok attacked in response and cut the enemy's sword. It was a powerful weapon that was almost impossible to cut. That's why Damok was able to destroy the weapon. Ares left Ares, Athena, and Hercules in shock. After that, Damok straightened up and finally exhaled. Damok, unlike the gods, understood how it happened during the battle. Thanks to his talent for fencing, the more he hit, the more Ares' skill became apparent. These gods, with their abilities and legendary weapons, don't even know what the true power of talent is. It is thanks to her Damok was able to quickly learn and defeat Ares. God was still thinking that Damok was simply hiding his skills, so he attacked Damok with his fists, hoping to defeat him that way. But the god's fist stopped halfway, held back by Athena's hand. The girl stood between the fighters and told Ares to finish. This is just sparring, so it's best to calm down. Ares was angry, but he couldn't object to Athena. Then the girl looked at Damok and said that his fencing skills were great. But the boy knew that this was not true, because the god did not even use divine power, and he was still thrown back. Although the duel was short, his sword skills improved to a new level. If Damok learns fencing from the gods, he will tear Hades apart, and this became his goal. Then the boy looked at Athena and Ares and said that he had a request. Damok wanted the gods to teach him fencing. Athena looked at the guy with interest and asked why they would help him. Damok understood that the request was sudden, but if they would help, he would do everything in his power for them. Athena replied that despite the difference in strength, Ares was not disappointed. On the contrary, he kindled his fighting spirit, and Hades would not have liked that. But Athena is already bored with the same type of training, so she doesn't mind training Damok. But he must understand. If he learns from the gods of war, he must be ready to die. And indeed, the training was very tough. First, Damok fought with a whole bunch of stone monsters. Ares shouted that Damok had 10 minutes left to destroy all the monsters. Otherwise, they would be reborn. The boy understood that there were too many of them, and his divine power was running out. If there had been a little more of it, he would have blown away the monsters with a wave cut. But there was no choice, and Damok decided to gather all the remaining energy. And then he used that same skill, cutting down all the monsters at once. Ares, seeing this, tried to remain calm but was incredibly surprised He walked forward and looked at the stones left by the monsters. But what kind of trick was this? Was it magic? Then he asked Damok who he really was. Gods don't use such primitive power. Is Damok really a Typhon? The guy replied that it was a misunderstanding, and then Athena intervened and calmed her partner down. She said that gods can use magical power because first God gave people magic. But Ares didn't understand why he would use magic instead of divine power. Only the Typhons do such a useless thing. Damok looked at the gods and said that he would prove that he was not Typhon. It's unlikely that he would have done such a thing if he were pretending to be a god. After which, Damok snapped his fingers and summoned the priests. Looking at his uncomprehending priests, Damok asked if this was enough. Athena was convinced that she was right and told Ares to apologize, and he did so. But then, Adele couldn't stand it and started yelling at Damok again, calling him a crook. Hercules noticed their bickering and said that he had never seen priests befriend a god. Athena said that the power of the priests is strongly connected with the power of the god. And if Damok trains with the priests, his strength will instantly increase. Therefore, it is worth increasing the number of monsters to at least 10. The priests were frightened and did not understand what was happening, and Damok could only apologize. He understood that now he and the priests would have a hard time. And then, with a snap of the fingers of the gods, a crowd of iron golems appeared around. Athena wished them luck and survival. The priests were perplexed, but they managed. Thus passed a month of Damok's training with the gods, and the time came for the duel with Hades, and Soil was waiting for and fearing this. She approached Damok, who was sitting on a mountain of stones, and asked if he was ready. The guy replied that there was no need to worry, as he would never lose. Now he is ready to fight the god of the underworld. On the day of the fight, the arena stands were completely memorable. Hades was surprised that Damok did not run away, but stood in the arena, although otherwise he would still have haunted him until his death. But as a compliment, Hades decided not to be too cruel. The duel was led by a goddess with angelic wings. Her name was Nike, the goddess of victory, who was ready to begin the sacred battle. As is already known, the use of divine power is prohibited in this duel. Nika handed out laurel wreaths to the participants, which seal the power for a time. The fight will continue until one side falls. After these words, Nika wished the participants good luck. The duel began, and Damok activated the wind slide, after which in a second he found himself next to Hades. Training in the gladiator arena bore fruit. All sword skills have risen to level D and above, so Hades is finished. But Hades was not so simple and avoided the guy's blow. And then he was even able to strike back and wound him in the neck area. Then Hades asked in disappointment, "Is this really why Damok is called the god of swords?" Now Hades will definitely send him to the realm of the dead. Then he jumped up and attacked. A whole series of attacks from Hades began, and Damok barely had time to defend himself. Spectators watching the fight noticed that Damok began to lose ground, but it was obvious. A higher god could not lose to a lower one, but Ares had a different opinion. People were surprised that the god came to watch the obvious battle, but he said that he was only watching his disciple. Everyone was surprised that a bully like Ares would take on an apprentice, but he replied that he was interested. It's not clear what this guy will show today, but he will never lose. Damok had already gotten used to Hades' movements, but there was a strange feeling inside him. There is something else besides his movements. Hades was angry and ready to destroy Damok, which is what everyone expected. He pounced on the guy, wanting to attack with all his might. But Damok already knew these movements from training. But Hades were special. There was something about them, although it was a sword technique that looked different. But the tip of the sword always pointed to the same place, and the guy knew the counter to these movements. He rushed forward and used the intangible sword technique skill. After that, like a whirlwind, he swept past Hades. He clearly did not expect such an attack and began to cough. He, without even noticing it, was struck by Damok's sword. There were surprised gasps in the stands and silence fell, and suddenly, the bright light of the sun illuminated the battle arena. It was Zeus, who smiled and said that he hadn't felt so high in a long time. He formally invited Damok to the banquet to have some fun. The guy thanked Zeus because last time he was there as a service staff. Hades suddenly stood up and said, "How can a lower god go to a banquet? He must be at least of average level. Is Zeus really going to break his oath on the river Styx?" Hades was not ready to see Damok at the banquet as a god. But then the guy received a notification that all the gods on Olympus knew his name. And this meant a clear increase in divine power. So, despite Hades' objections, he found himself at the banquet. Damok decided to celebrate his victory properly and drank a lot. By the end, he had a headache and realized that he had rested too well. But then the familiar voice of Perfesona called him from behind the door. Damok did not expect to see this beautiful girl, but she said that she watched the fight and noticed that Damok had become stronger. The guy looked down awkwardly and said he just hoped he wasn't causing any inconvenience. But Perfesona calmed him down and said that she felt even better, since Hades had started the mess, so let him sort it out himself. He doesn't listen to Perfesona anyway, so she's resting and even brought Damok a gift. It was a golden apple, a gift from her mother Demeter. She said that this apple would instantly solve all of Damok's problems, and she constantly praised it. Having exchanged pleasantries and thanked Perfesona, the gods parted. But then Soil approached the guy and said that Damok clearly liked the banquet. The guy was happy to see her because an ad for a part-time job had appeared in the morning. Damok suggested going now, but this suddenness surprised the girl. Damok was invited to the banquet and he could find the key to solving the problem of Adele Sharon's lack of mana here. But Damok had already taken care of this and showed Soil the golden apple. She was surprised, and the guy decided to call Adele right then and there. The girl did not expect to be called, and then a portal appeared above her head. And the next second, Adele was transported straight to Damok. She, as usual, ran into the guy because why call her if she was right next to him? But Damok got tired of listening to her chatter and he put a golden apple in her mouth. The girl was forced to take a bite and asked what it was, but at the same moment she felt a strange feeling and calm. Damok said that it was the mana returning and congratulated Adele. Now she is cured and can call herself the sorceress Sharon. The girl tried to cast a spell at that very second. She felt the magic inside her and couldn't believe it. Damok asked how Adele was feeling. The girl looked at her hands and replied that everything was just fine. She struggled all her life to hold this light in her hands. Her deepest wish has come true, and she doesn't even know how to repay him for it. Then Soil appeared and said that now was not the time to think about it. The golden apple only pierced mana, but now Sharon still can't be called a sorceress. There is no change in her strength, so she better start training. Damok said that Soil only spoiled the mood, but Adele agreed with her. However, Soil at least praised Adele. After all, she was able to manifest mana as soon as she felt it. And this is worthy of praise. Adele almost cried when she heard Uni's words, but Soil said she was only 27. Adele replied that she meant that one could learn a lot from the girl, and Damok was happy with the good atmosphere of the team. Soil is very unusual in principle. They are the same age, but it feels like she is from another world. In any case, Damok finished all his business, and it was time to go. He told Sharon to return to the magical world and learn magic, and the rest to follow him to his new part-time job. Kurim asked where this part-time job was. It turned out that it was a demon world, where you had to do as you were told, and the salary was the power of demons. Random payment. The boss also warned that angel spies will be ground to pieces in hell immediately upon discovery. This task was strange but interesting, and Damok and the guys were transported to the world of demons. However, the system did not transfer them directly because the world is in a different time and space. Damok had to adjust his navigator to get there. But at this time, in the real world, sheer horror was happening. Security has issued a code red to headquarters as the medium-sized gate has suddenly become large. One of the employees screamed for help and tried to run away. A huge stone block was falling on him from above. But then it broke in half from the sword of a warrior hanging in the sky. At first, the man did not recognize this person. But it turned out to be Damok, who ordered the man to leave here. He ran away, and Damok stared at the gate. He would have to go through it to get to the world of demons. In any case, order must be restored so that there are no more victims. So Damok and Soil were the first to enter the gate. The system said they had arrived at their destination. Damok wondered if the gate was connected to the demon world. Or are the forgotten gods also in the demon world, and not in the gate? Then a huge, creepy monster appeared behind the guy. Before Damok could turn around, the monster was destroyed. Soil did this with her sword, saying that it was time to restore order to the gates. And at this time, several more monsters were already crawling towards Damok. One of them was huge and roared loudly. The guy smiled because he was ready to get down to business. Some time passed and they dealt with the monsters. The only thing left is the gate barrier. It will be difficult to overcome them because they were everywhere. No matter which gate they entered, there was this thing everywhere. Previously, Damok couldn't even get close to them. But now he was ready to lower the curtain and directed his power at the gate. A notification popped up saying that the eyes of the abyss are watching Damok. But he did not give up and continued to destroy the barrier. He concentrated all his strength, feeling that he could do it. Soon it couldn't take it anymore and cracked under the guy's force. Then he turned to Soil and asked if they were on the right path. But the girl suddenly hesitated and replied that she had poor attention and it would be better to go back. Damak was surprised because they had already come so far, and this was an opportunity to gain the power of demons. But Soil replied that the demon world is a place filled with demons and monsters, but there is no one around them, which means that there is a large predator nearby. And since there is no one can approach him. And then the girl shouted that they were caught and ordered Damak to destroy the gate core. And then right under Damak, a huge eye opened and asked, "Who is there?" Damak felt a terribly powerful force. The monster that appeared before him threatened to destroy the boy. It loomed over him, and he didn't even need the warning to sense the mortal danger. Soil immediately told Damak to dodge, but he didn't have time, and the monster hit the guy with all its force. When Damak opened his eyes, he realized that he was in a strange place. He didn't understand where he was, but this was definitely not the demon world. This place was like a starry sky in space. But suddenly he saw children, a boy and a girl, running somewhere. Damak didn't know who they were, but maybe they could tell me what this place was. So the boy chased after the children walking in the sky. But suddenly he stumbled on a hard surface and tripped, after which he seemed to fall into infinity, shrouded in darkness. He fell for a long time until he felt the ground under his feet again. Everything around was gray, dusty, and destroyed. The guy didn't understand where he was and stepped back. But suddenly he felt that he had bumped into someone. He wanted to ask for forgiveness, but fell silent when he saw the guy at his feet. It was a body that did not move but seemed familiar. The coat on the lying guy seemed especially familiar to Damak. And then it dawned on him that this guy was Damak himself. Suddenly, Soil's voice was heard behind the stunned guy. But she did not address the living Damak, but approached the body. The girl began to apologize for not protecting Damak. But the real Damak shouted to her that he was there and touched her shoulder. And at that moment, everything disappeared, as if it had never happened. Ju Soil, who was sitting above the boy's body, disappeared into thin air. Damak was frightened by all this, but suddenly his attention was drawn to a light. He looked around and noticed a huge glass puzzle. It reflected himself, or rather, his motionless body. The puzzles were everywhere, and Damak, sitting on them, could not move from shock. His brain couldn't digest so much terrible information. This caused a hysterical cry to escape his lips. He closed his eyes and wanted it all to finally end. And suddenly a strange feeling pierced his body, and the guy opened his eyes. He stood up abruptly to Kurim's alarmed cries. Rising, Damak noticed his priest and Soil next to him. But he urgently needed to talk to Soil to understand what it was. Then the guys moved closer to the barrier. Damak told the girl that he had a dream about her, and it was part of his memories. Then the guy realized that they had already met before. Soil realized that this happened because of Asmodeus, one of the 72 demons and the King of Swords who rules over all the swords in the demon world. In his past life, Damak had died at his hands 1,000 times, and his memory might have been distorted by his attack. Damak asked Soil to say just something, but she remained silent. And then she apologized because she didn't know what to answer Damak's questions. But Soil was only thinking about the Eye of the Abyss and how to get rid of it. So now she replied that she wouldn't say anything for the guy's sake. Damak realized that good intentions in the notice did not mean that the girl was telling the truth. It seemed like a white lie for the good, so the guy decided not to ask for an answer. Soil was even surprised that Damak agreed with her so easily. But the guy was really worried about the girl's secrets. However, there is one thing that Damak has always been confident in and will be confident in the future. Soil will always be on his side, and her intentions for this are close to good. Then they decided to think about what to do next, because they needed enormous power. It is dangerous to return to the demon world again, as Asmodeus may still be there. The guy was surprised that Soil knew the demon's name and didn't tell it to him. But Soil didn't know about him because in his past life, the guy met the demon only after he became a god of the highest level. Then, Damak replied that they could no longer rely on foresight and that they had to look for another way. So the guy came up with a plan for which he had to take part in the interview. It was a documentary about the hunter Damak. The director constantly complained that the guy was not following the script. It was supposed to hit the M Company shield, which was written in the script. Damak did so, but the shield was pierced through, and this is definitely bad advertising for him. Damak said that it was a deception of young hunters to sell them such shields. But the director got angry and decided to finish filming the documentary without advertising. So they moved on to filming the strategic part. Company M's 5-star hunters were supposed to attack Damak. However, this was not a scripted fight, but merely an attempt by the director to put the hunter in his place. As if on command, the hunters pounced on the guy at the same time. They were strong and fast, but Damak only smiled. He fought against a fraudulent program to extort money from novice hunters. It was planned jointly with the foreign company Midos and the Iris Guild, and Damak would definitely make them scapegoats for his next plan. So what the director saw next shocked him. Under Soyul's steady and calm gaze, the director stopped filming. Afterwards, the guy was interviewed and asked if teamwork was important for a hunter. He replied that brute force was a priority, since you had just failed to defeat a well-coordinated team of hunters. And since they are hunters protecting citizens, it makes sense to first focus on improvement and then teamwork. So it's useless to say that teamwork training in a company is cool. Only hunters who can be strong alone can protect both the citizens and the country. After the interview ended, Damak left the guild building. At the exit, he was met by a strange man who praised the interview. He introduced himself as the manager of the Korean branch of the Midos company, and then he said that their chairman would like to meet at their headquarters. Damak did not object and met with the chairman, who greeted him warmly in the office. Damak praised the Korean foreigner and asked why he wanted to meet him. He said directly what he wanted. Damak has officially retracted all comments made on air. Damak smiled. Because in the US, these stupid hunters who don't care about the government or the opinions of others are like big children. They fear for their reputation, so they offered Damak a reward for his service. The guy didn't understand what kind of reward this could be, but the foreigner wanted to reshoot the commercial according to the script. Then, Damak said that he had long been eyeing a sword from England, the roots of which go deep into the past. There are tens of thousands of 5-star and higher weapons, so the chairman was surprised that the hunter only needed one. But he choked on his coffee when he heard the name of the sword, Excalibur. Damak said it was a generous reward, but is Excalibur really that difficult? This sword is the most powerful on Earth. No one can find it, so there are only rumors about it. This is the ancient sword of King Arthur, which was given to him according to legend, so no one has seen it in reality. The chairman didn't understand how the guy could know that they had this sword, so he pretended not to understand what they were talking about. He replied that he knew everything, and his conditions were this sword, Excalibur, and also what the company did to get it. The chairman banged the table and told the guy to stop talking nonsense. He tried to calm the man down and asked him to just look at him for 5 minutes. Then Damak will go back on his word and promote the company's training program. The chairman did not think for long and pushed back his chair to stand up. He told the guy to leave because he was out of his mind, and it was impossible to have a dialogue with him. And he himself exhaled, because he shouldn't have admitted that he had the sword, even if this hunter knew everything. He said that he could not give Damak the sword, but he could provide any other weapon. The guy was upset, even though he assumed that he wouldn't get the sword right away. However, he wanted to insist on Excalibur, and Soyul supported him in this. She herself thought that this sword had disappeared long ago, but the guy heard something from Thor at the banquet. Recently, people from Midos countless people to get the sword. Luckily, King Arthur didn't see this, but Soyul was still surprised that the guy asked for the sword so directly. However, now he decided to go to the dungeon, although in the girl's opinion they were of no use. But Damak had other plans and told Soyul to wait for him at the guild. A month later, an interview with Damacom went online and really angered the chairman of M. It was also reported that Damak had conquered the massive dungeon KN 391, discovered on Jeju Island. He did it in the shortest possible time, and the hunter's popularity infuriated the chairman. In just 1 month, Damak conquered simply impassable dungeons and advised not to rely on equipment. The attack may well be successful if each of the hunters is experienced enough. The chairman immediately ordered to contact the hunter. He had no choice but to please this guy. Otherwise, his equipment manufacturing company would soon have collapsed. Soon, Damak, Ju Soyul, and the chairman went down into the huge basement. The man, as promised, decided to let the hunter look at the sword for 5 minutes. Huge iron doors opened in front of the guy. They are with Soyul entered a huge treasury where many coins lay. And right in its center there's shown a sword stuck into a mountain of gold. The guy had only heard about this legendary sword, and now he sees this treasure in person. It could increase the owner's morale and double his abilities for 10 minutes. And suddenly the boy looked at Snow White and smiled. She understood the owner without words and began to duplicate the legendary sword. But the guy didn't know that all this time the chairman was frantically touching the wall. He was trying to find that one and only brick. Soon he did so and pressed on it, and the brick went into the wall. I heard this Damak sensing something was wrong. The chairman had no intention of letting the guests go and close the door. Finally, he said that it couldn't be knocked out even with dynamite because there was a seal on it. There will never be any way out of here, and the guys will simply die of hunger. Damak smiled awkwardly from this knife in the back. And then he transformed Snow White into a new sword and decided to test what the chairman had said. He was already leaving and planning how to get rid of the bodies in 3 months. But suddenly he felt a powerful energy behind him. He returned, not believing his eyes. There was a huge explosion that smashed the door into pieces. The news of the discovery of Mr. William Jones's treasure quickly spread. According to the FBI, he was suspected of violent crimes, but the person who opened the treasure has still not been found, because he quietly celebrated his victory and rejoiced at his new acquisition. This sword was probably also made by Hephaestus, otherwise it wouldn't have so much power. Suddenly he burst into the room. Kurim asked where the teacher had been for so long. He saw him, and Soil has only been on TV for the last month. But Damak seemed to be waiting for this moment when his priest would come. The boy immediately noticed his new acquisition in the form of a sword. But Damak didn't want to explain anything to him, even though Kurim insisted. The guy saw that his student really wanted to look at the sword. Then he threw Snow White into Karima, who clearly did not expect this. The boy got angry, but Damak fulfilled the request to touch, so let him touch Snow White. But suddenly Soil told them to stop joking and get ready to take the third guard. The place they went to was snowy and cold. There were mountains and a real snow desert all around. Damak was frozen and already thought that Soil was in the wrong place. But the girl replied that the third guard Jotun is located between the 4th and 5th depressions. Adele, who went with them, did not understand how one could live in such a cold place. Kuryum was also whining, and Soil, do they want to go back? But everyone understood that if they returned, the world would end. So there was nothing left to do but move on. Soon, they reached the last peak that they had to cross to meet the Guardian. Kurim was delighted and ran forward to find him faster. But then something caught my attention. Eudamoka. Kurim himself suddenly noticed that the snowstones began to move. It was as if an avalanche was starting to roll over them. Eudama quickly ordered everyone to run back. And everyone immediately turned around to run away from the avalanche. But suddenly, they saw a passage ahead that was too narrow. Not everyone would pass, so the boy called Snow White for help. She turned into a sword to break apart the passage ahead, so they were able to hide from the avalanche and survive. But it was dark all around. Soil lit a fire and said that the snow around the cave would melt in a few days. But then Adele stepped into the picture, delighted that it was her turn to shine. She didn't waste time at the academy and learned to control fire. Now she could show the power of the third circle fire magic of the future archmage Sharon. But the fire didn't work, and Soil said that this snow only melts with the help of the light of the sun or the mana of Nephelheim. Kurim started kicking the snow with his foot and enjoying the snowballs, but Damak told him not to waste his energy. Who knows how long they will have to wait, but they don't have time for that. The old gods could become stronger, and even Snow White understood this. She jumped off her master's shoulder and looked around. Damak was surprised when the fox ran towards the ice wall. She lay down next to one of them, attracting Damak's attention. He sat down to see what the little animal was hinting at. Suddenly he saw a crack in the ice wall. Then he heard a strange sound and decided to knock on it. After a couple of knocks, the wall fell apart into small pieces. But behind her, Damak saw a strange creature. It looked like a small, snowy fairy fluttering in front of him. They immediately named the hunter Loki, and then Loki's accomplice, and were frightened. They thought that Damak will eat them, but he only saw fairies from a children's book. Then he turned to them and said that he was not an enemy. But suddenly the fairies noticed Snow White and called her a demonic beast. They thought the fox was Cerberus and trembled with fear. And then they flew away, shouting that Loki wanted to steal Mjolnir. Damak remembered that this is what Thor's hammer was called in mythology. And suddenly a male figure came out to the guy in response to the noise. It was Thor who told the fairies to sit quietly until they had regained their strength. And then he saw Damak and laughed, realizing that it was not Loki. Kurim couldn't believe that Thor himself was standing in front of him, and he spoke like a child. Thor called him an impudent priest and smiled, saying that the avalanche was the work of Loki. He planned to keep Thor locked away to build an army in Niflheim. Soil said that such rare landslides at such a time are a disaster. But then Damak turned to Thor and asked a banal question. Why hasn't God left here yet? He replied that he couldn't get out because this snow was special, and couldn't be broken even with a hammer. Damak was surprised because even if Thor's hammer was useless, they would have to wait. But then God laughed and said Damak doesn't have to worry. He pointed to the fairies and added that they would take care of their food, so they would survive. The fairies didn't like this idea. They didn't want to feed strangers. They were already trying so hard, but suddenly, Damak turned to the fairies. They immediately stopped their indignation and apologized, but the guy asked how to get out of there. The fairy said that they didn't need to know that, since they had broken in without permission. Then Thor ordered the little ones to cook him a whole ton of food, and they immediately changed their minds. If they stay here, the fairies themselves will die of hunger, so it is beneficial for them to show the way out. They were willing to help in exchange for a promise that the strangers would never return. Damek happily accepted these conditions. The contented fairies turned towards the snow. One of them said it was dangerous and advised the guy to move away, and then she ran and hit the ice wall with all her might. Oddly enough, the little fairy's strength was enough to destroy the snow wall. Damek couldn't believe it. Were fairies really stronger than a hammer? But then one of them said that if you attack ice with the same ice, it will crack. But the gap made by the fairy was too small for a man to crawl out of. They needed to make the holes bigger. But Adele pointed out that they would be huffing and puffing all night over it. The fairies themselves were afraid that their magic would run out, and were not ready to risk themselves for the sake of the gods. Damek exhaled and asked again how they would get out then. Then the fairy advised him to try to study the ice attribute attack himself. Kurim suggested using the wave cut he had studied, and Adele was also ready to help. But then Thor reminded that only the Niflheim race could handle the mana of the ice attribute. The fairy replied that this was all because the gods thought that mana was nonsense and did not study it. Do any of them have ice or water attribute mana? But everyone present had no idea how to use magic and attributes. The fairy was surprised because the attributes of water are the basis of basics. Thor smiled and said that the snow would melt anyway, so he asked for food. The fairies were shocked and definitely didn't want Thor to eat them. But then one hand went up, and Damek said that he owned this attribute. He simply forgot that the protection of the forgotten god Neptune is an attribute of mana. The fairy became inspired and said that this would be enough. After that, she began to teach Damek the necessary spell. Water attribute mana had to be used as bait to lure out Niflheim's mana. Damek noted that it was not so difficult, so he discovered the principle of the ice attribute and studied it by 10%. The fairies couldn't believe that this guy had learned the truth so quickly. Kurim and Adele were delighted with such talent of the teacher. Even the fairies said that Damek is a talent. But this is not the end, because the guy needs to train in using these attributes. But he didn't think so, so he immediately called Snow White. He was driven by some kind of premonition that told him what to do, and then he struck the ice wall with all his might. The next second he was already coming out of the cave, but another unexpected surprise awaited him there. A huge paw appeared from the cold darkness, and then another. So in front of Damek walked a whole flock of huge snow giants. The guy didn't know who they were or what had happened. Thor, who followed him, shouted that Loki had brought these monsters, and then Soil said that she felt the presence of a guard. He was close, moreover. Jotun was the king of these ice giants. The guy couldn't believe that the third guardian was somewhere among the monsters. But the fact that Jotun was the king of the ice giants was even more frightening. These giants have a very strong bond, so Jotun watches them from afar. Damek suggested that the third guardian had a grudge against Thor. Soil replied that Jotun would never side with Loki. Most likely the god of cunning and deceit controls Jotun. It was easy for him. But Thor had already rushed into battle without discrimination. He hated Loki so much that he was ready to destroy him. All that remained was to find this scoundrel sitting high on the cliff. He was amused by the reaction of the gods, and it was ignorant of them. Suddenly, Jotun approached Loki, and the god told him that his comrades were being destroyed. He offered to save them, and Jotun became angry. Thor searched for Loki, shouting at him to fight with honor. He was irritated that God was hiding, but hatred blinded him. God did not notice how the giants got too close. And then one of them hit the god, and he flew into the rock. It cracked from the impact, but Thor was really angry. And two giants were already flying towards him, ready to strike. At this time, Damek saw a guy sitting on a rock and assumed that it was Loki. And next to him was the king of the giants. They had to deal with the god before Thor destroyed all the giants, and this scared Adele and Kurim. They were afraid to fight such a strong enemy, but Damek challenged them, and they easily agreed. The guys started to talk boldly about how they would destroy Loki and not be afraid of anything, which made Soil laugh. Damek smiled back at her and commanded her to move forward. The weather was becoming increasingly violent at this time. Damek didn't know what kind of power Loki was using to control Jotun, but it certainly required a lot of concentration. Now the main thing for the guy was to distract Loki in order to stop the brainwashing. But the problem is that Jotun wasn't just watching the fight. He did not allow Damek to advance forward and protected the Loki. So the guy received a powerful blow from which he flew to the side. Jotun, like a zombie, obeyed Loki without question. Suddenly, the god turned towards Damok and said that he shouldn't be so rude. He put a lot of effort into Jotun, as he is considered the strongest in Niflheim. So he asked the stranger, or rather, the god from another world, how he liked his creation. It's definitely not Thor's style to aim for the back. But Damok remained silent, and Loki thought that this guy was too self-confident. He considered the gods funny because such impudence is very poisonous. Loki introduced himself and said that this was a fateful meeting. He said that their gods often look at mana highly, but it, like divine power, is a gift from Mother Gaia. In this cold land where even brute force is useless, Loki realized the limitless possibilities of mana attributes. Finally, he found the ultimate mana attribute, and black flames appeared in his hands. It was capable of melting even the snow of Niflheim, but this flame seemed familiar to Damok. Loki added that it was very beautiful, but he hadn't used it in battle yet. But Damok is an excellent test subject, but the guy himself didn't think so. He took out his sword, activating the black flame skill, and smiled smugly. Loki couldn't believe his eyes. How did he manage to master this, and where did he get the sword? But there was no time for questions, as Damok had already taken a swing at the god. This blow was simply powerful, creating a huge explosion. There was only a dusting of snow around, but Damok realized that he had not hit Loki. His sword struck straight at Jotun's huge paw. Damok said that he wanted to cut the god's hand, but stopped himself in time. Then Loki admitted defeat and surrendered, but Damok ordered that Jotun be released. The god of cunning agreed to everything and asked to put away the sword because he needed to concentrate. Damok warned Loki to behave properly and not cheat. He smiled and agreed, inspiring confidence. And suddenly he turned to Jotun, who was standing nearby. His eyes lit up and Loki gave the giant his final order. God ordered Jotun to destroy Damok. He immediately began to carry out the order and delivered a powerful blow. He missed, but Damok began to fall down the cliff. He shouted at Loki to stop, because he himself would die. Loki fell with Damok and smiled, ordering to destroy everyone. The giant's eyes lit up and he began to carry out the order. At the last moment, the guy was able to land on the falling ice floe. He looked straight at the giant and ordered him to stop. However, it also flew to the side Damoka to attack. Thus, the ice floe under the guy's feet split into two parts. Damok already thought that he was finished, but suddenly soil unexpectedly saved him. Loki continued to fall down with Jotun and laughed. He said not to look down on him because that's not all. So the god and the giant fell into a deep gorge. Damok walked up to the cliff and called Loki a fool. Even for the god of mischief, this was too stupid. Kurim looked down and saw nothing. He already thought that they were all dead, when he noticed strange movements. Something strange was happening beneath the thick layer of snowfall. Huge yellow eyes looked at him. The guy didn't even have time to get scared before something huge flew out of the gorge. Damok looked up and couldn't believe his eyes. You've definitely never seen anything like this before. Loki survived. But what's amazing is that he flew out of the gorge on an ice dragon. He smiled and greeted everyone again. But, according to him, it was time to move on to the second stage. However, before he could begin, he heard Thor's voice. God said Loki has gone too far. He was about to attack, but something huge approached him. The dragon obeyed Loki and pushed Thor aside. Then Loki got down from the dragon and ordered him to play with Thor. He obeyed his master and flew towards the god, and Loki went down. He looked confident and had no intention of backing down. He snapped his fingers and summoned Sambabi. And again something huge appeared in the snowy sky. Then it landed with such force that it raised a column of snow dust. When it cleared, Damok looked ahead. In front of him was the frost wolf Bobby, Loki's favorite, along with the dragon. For 100 years, Loki had not fallen into such an ambush and did not even think that a god who controlled the black flame would appear. However, he always has a plan B, and he doesn't like it when his plans fall apart. Then Damok ordered Soil to take his priests and leave, deciding to handle things on his own. But Loki immediately commanded his Bobby to attack, and a huge snow wolf flew towards the boys. His mouth was so huge that Damok stepped back in fear. However, the wolf closed it, grabbing it the whole Damoka. Loki praised his pet because he liked this outcome. He ordered the wolf to find Damok's friends and eat them. However, the wolf did not move from his place, which alerted the god. He had no idea that Damok held the title of Master of Dogs. While in the wolf's mouth, he commanded him to crush Loki. He naturally obeyed and carried out the order. After that, Damok finally crawled out of the wolf's hairy mouth. Loki couldn't believe that the boy had overcome his control, that he has special abilities and a plan C. and let Loki not delay with him either because he will lose. Suddenly, Thor appeared on the horizon and Loki's face instantly changed. He wanted to offer God a drink, but seeing Thor's face, he could only beg for mercy. When it was all over, Thor said he was in Damok's debt. He always surprised God with his height, and he will never forget the boy's exploits. In the meantime, Loki needed to be dealt with, and Thor took him with him. Soon the supreme gods disappeared into the snowy haze. Damok was surprised by Thor's kindness because if he were in his place, Loki would already be half dead. But then Soil came up and said that they had a problem. During the battle, Jotun fell off a cliff. The girl even suggested that Damok go downstairs. But it was funny even for Kurim. After all, this giant could have died if he fell from such a height. But Soil said not to worry, and at that moment a huge paw grabbed onto the surface. It was the paw of a giant who had climbed out of the gorge. The Jotun was huge and inspired fear in everyone present. He growled something, greatly frightening Kurim, and he hid behind Soil and began to challenge the monster to a duel. Damok really didn't want to fight the giant, especially when he wasn't under Loki's control. But suddenly, Etten turned to the foreign god. He was grateful to him for saving him and for defeating the ice dragon. In the permafrost, all living things were subjected to all kinds of persecution by the evil dragon. This went on for 1,000 years. But now, as a token of gratitude, Jotun was ready to fulfill any wish of the boy. However, he still had one condition. Damok was delighted that this was a great chance to make the giant a priest. However, he said that he could only grant a wish that was within the boundaries of Niflheim. The giant must stay here and protect the people, but Damok noticed that the dragon had already been destroyed. Etten said that this was a lie, and the people still needed to be protected from him. No matter how much you destroy the dragon, it lives again, so Jotun and his brothers are doomed to wage an eternal struggle with it. Damok asked if there was a way to prevent the monster from being resurrected. Jotun suggested that this was possible, since a prophecy was passed down in Niflheim. Here will appear a man who has reached the level of white ice and black flame, able to control the cold with his black flame. He will defeat the dragon and save the country covered in ice. And then Damok remembered Loki. He also used the same black flame that Damok possesses. Then the boy decided to show it to Jotun, and his eyes widened in shock. The giant was surprised, but said that the boy was a foreign god, and that this was not enough to reach the level of white ice and black flame. And all because he is not yet capable of mastering the aura circle. Although in the prophecy, the god hero has not yet reached this level either. Therefore, Jotun assumed that Damok could be that very hero. The giant ordered the boy to follow him to introduce him to the one who would help him. So they came to the dissatisfied fairies again. They recognized Damok and asked Jotun what this impudent fellow was doing here. The giant was surprised that they already knew each other, but he told the fairies that Damok was the hero of the prophecy. There are few creatures in Niflheim that can use mana as freely as the snow fairies. So the giant asked the fairy for help, but she was in no hurry to help. After all, she has many other responsibilities for finding food, but Soil turned to the pixie. She knew their weak points and offered the fairy some candy. The little girl also took a round sugar candy. She couldn't believe that the candy was real and licked it. It turned out to be true, and the fairy almost went crazy with joy. Then the girl said that if the fairy helped them, she would give her a whole bunch of candies. No further persuasion was required, and the fairy explained that the aura circle was a technique in which mana was compressed to the limit. In her case, she can create an ice attribute aura, and it is very difficult. However, the real difficulty is to own two auras of different attributes at the same time, especially with opposite properties. Etun added that this cannot be achieved overnight, so it is better to practice slowly. The fairy immediately yelled at the giant for interrupting the conversation. She knew what Damok was capable of, and she would not have explained anything to him if she had understood that he would not be able to do it. The guy understood that the mana resistance was serious, and it would be difficult, but he got the point. Jotun couldn't believe that Damok's mana had stabilized so quickly. But the fairy knew that he could handle it, and the boy directed mana into the sword. Now everyone is convinced that this guy is a real monster. Soon Damok exhaled, because he managed to master the aura circle. The attribute was black flame magic and freezing magic. Thanks to the influence of the title Sword God, a new skill was created. And this is the Dark Sword Cut, emitting a huge amount of energy. Jotun couldn't believe his eyes. The sword cut through the ice. The ancient desire of their kind could not be broken with one blow. But soon, thanks to Damok, the ice dragon was destroyed. The guy received the essence of a dragon and significantly increased all his stats and could now see the characteristics of everyone around him. And then Damok asked, "What about the wish from Jotun?" Oddly enough, the giant himself asked the boy to become his priest, which soon happened. Now the ruler of the ice giants of Niflheim, who had ruled for 68 years, became the priest of Damok. He was an excellent priest, as was Pak Kurum, a genius of swordsmanship in the east, which Damok was able to read in his stats. He considered himself the best, and people quickly got tired of him. All these stats could now be seen by Damok, and he thought it was funny. Kurum stared at the teacher in response and said that this look irritated him, but Damoka began to defend Adele. She said that they couldn't be rude to the god they served, but Kurum didn't care. He wanted to surpass Damok, but Adele only laughed while the god looked at her stats. Soon, he told them to stop quarreling, because it was time to go. He opened the portal, and Kurum was the happiest of all, because he didn't care where he went, as long as it was warm. Damok replied that they had finished their business here, so they could go elsewhere. It was time to visit another world, and the guys were transported there. Once there, they saw a strange living tree attacking people. The military reported that the gate had been breached and raised the risk level from D to A. He wanted to request support, but did not have time due to an attack by an ally. It was Chan Juak, who clearly wanted to deal with everything himself. He needed to destroy more monsters to increase his success. And if you ask for help, you will have to share the reward with them. The soldiers said they couldn't handle it themselves, but Juak didn't care. He was willing to do whatever it took to cope on his own. But suddenly he saw that the trees were being consumed by a strange fire. Looking closely, he saw a girl in the fire. It was Adele, who was happy to use the new magic. She was glad that she could finally show herself, because Niflheim was too cold for her fire. To everyone's surprise, she destroyed the A-class mutant herself. Juak ordered her to be removed, but the soldiers replied that they could not handle it themselves. They wouldn't be able to protect the citizens on their own, but Juak insisted on his own, shouting. His assistant was about to contact the gate control, but his phone was cut in half. It was Kurim, who said that Adele was of course nasty, but it was better not to complain about her. Juak was very surprised to see his old friend Pak Kuryum, but since he is here, his enemy must definitely be with him. Turning around, Juak, as he expected, noticed the hated Damok. He didn't want to see this guy here and asked what he was doing here. Damok replied that Juak needed to admit that he was useless, since there were more and more victims. And he is clearly weak, since he cannot admit it and accept help. But Juak smiled and said that this was not something to talk about with a man with dirty power. Damok must have made a lot of money from his fake stunts. Juak thought he knew all of Damok's secrets and asked him to reveal his cards. Damok was scared, because if Juak found out about his divine power, he could have problems. But Damok did not give himself away and told Juaku to step aside. Rosti knows everything anyway. But the guy seemed to be eagerly awaiting this opportunity and was not going to just let Damok go. He told Branch 44 that Damok had most likely become a monster. So the guy was suspected of monsterization and was considered the first threat. From now on, his affairs will be handled by the Hunter's inspection, and they will destroy him if he does not obey. Their leader stated that from this moment, they would begin the emergency protection procedure. Juak laughed because he was sure that he had caught Damok. He believed that his opponent had no way out and his plan had succeeded. Before that, he discussed this with his father because Udamok is a dangerous person who could get in their way. But his father replied that his son was simply very jealous. But Juak said he was sure that Damok was turning into a monster. Hearing this suggestion, Chongguak tensed. Juak reminded that last year their 5-star hunter had already turned into a monster and caused a lot of damage. The father replied that they still hadn't recovered from that blow, but that didn't mean they could blame just anyone for it. Juak shouted that Udamok had been untalented all his life and then changed in an instant. There has never been a case of an adult person awakening. And what's more, he has a strange power. Then the father replied that if Damok is truly a monster, so it would be better to get rid of him. Then, he asked the director Lee set up an appointment with the Hunter Correctional Bureau for today. And now Juak, looking at Damok, mentally celebrated the victory. But all God thought about was the safety of Sharon, who needed to be sent to another world. It was better to be on the safe side, and Damok ordered the girl to leave. When the soldiers saw her teleporting, they wanted to stop her. But it happened so quickly that they didn't have time to react. An energy line immediately flew in front of the boss, cutting through the air. It was Kurim who warned that if they crossed the line, he would destroy them all. The leader immediately recognized the guild member Iris, and then he crossed the line marked by Kurim. He called him a cheeky and impudent boy, at which Kurim got angry and began his attack. But one of the soldiers did not budge, saying that he had had enough of this insolence, after which he rushed to the side, Kurima stopped him. He was so fast that the boy did not notice the quick attack and was injured. After this, the heads of the guilds and ministries decided the fate of Damok. The management member ordered Chung Juok to help them catch Damok, but he didn't know how to do it, especially if he turns into a monster. But his father said that his son would be with a specialist, and this was his opportunity to prove himself. Juok will be assisted by the world's #1 hunter, Leo Lux. It was he who attacked Kurim and was going to destroy him for hanging out with a monster. However, he suddenly noticed a figure approaching him. It was Damok, mad with rage, who ordered the hunter to put away his sword. Immediately after him appeared Ju Soil, who understood the guy without words. While he was distracting the hunter, the girl grabbed Kurima and carried her to a safe place. Leo noticed this and turned around, realizing that he was losing his prey. This was reckless, as it gave Damok an opportunity to attack. Spinning during a fight is very dangerous, especially for the god's opponents. Soil examined Kurim and said that it was too early and not too deep, after which she focused on regeneration skills. She needed it. Damok protected them while she treated the boy. The guy said to trust him and attacked the enemy. He skillfully repelled the attacks of what he considered to be a monster guy. Damok didn't understand how anyone could consider him a monster. The hunter replied that his abnormal strength was proof of that. Monsterization is a phenomenon in which ordinary people gain strange abilities. It's nice to get something like that, but after a while you start to fall apart and forget that you were ever human. This is becoming more and more common due to the increased danger level of the gates, and Damok is no exception. But the guy tried to justify himself because it was fundamentally not true. But the hunter did not listen to him because he had already seen impudent people who turned into monsters. Their transformation ended in disaster for all of humanity. Leo then turned to the hunter's bureau and ordered them not to get involved in this. It's better for them not to be responsible for Damok's death. Then the chief ordered all the soldiers to leave and leave Damok with Leo. They obeyed, after which the hunter activated his power. He looked confidently at his opponent and rushed forward. His speed was like lightning that swirled around him. He struck, but Damok managed to defend himself. The hunter assumed that these were not all of his opponent's skills. He demanded that the boys show him his true face, and then he will be able to use all his powers, after which he gathered energy around himself and delivered a crushing blow. Damok jumped back and tried to say that he had nothing in common with monsters. Leo Lux, the world's #1 hunter, would be ashamed to lose to Damok. The guy tried to prove that it was a useless fight, but Leo wanted glory. He just wants to protect the world, so he attacked Damok again. He tried once again to prove that he was not a monster and that this fight was pointless. But Leo's ears were already hurting from these excuses. Everyone says so, but he still destroys one monster after another. Damok was angered by this stubborn fool, but he could only endure it. Hunters like Leo are vital to combating future destruction. Well, Leo decided to end it all by trapping Damok in an energy ball and cutting it. When he landed, he knew that this hunter would thank him. But then a voice came from the energy ball and said, "Sorry." Damok used the Nemean lion armor to escape the trap. Leo couldn't believe it, because no one had ever been able to get out of it before. Because of his surprise, he was unable to react in time. Damok used Black Sword Slash, his new devastating skill. This force struck Leo, and he couldn't even dodge. After such a devastating blow, he was able to survive, but it was only thanks to Damoku. He regulated the power because he didn't want to destroy Leo. This technique destroyed the ice dragon, and Leo stood on his feet. He didn't understand how such a level of mana control was possible, but he still wanted to stop Damok. And he was already wondering if Leo was really a hunter. Vermouth has already said that a hunter from America has already come to their world. Maybe it was Leo, and Damok decided to find out by asking if he knew anything about the system. Leo replied that all hunters know about the status window, and Damok is a total psycho. Leo cursed himself for not stopping Damok earlier, and now his body was damaged. He was in pain and fell to the ground, remembering the tragedy with Ellie. Damok thought that the hunter was hiding the fact that he was using the god system. He decided to talk to him later when he woke up. In the meantime, it's time for revenge on Juok, whom the boy struck with a sword. He fell to the ground and looked at his opponent with fear. Damok said that Juok had crossed the line. It's a shame to even waste air on him now, but Damok will try. After this, Juok needed a doctor, who found that the boy had multiple fractures, abrasions, and ruptures. There was no damage to vital parts, but someone was beating the guy very skillfully. Now the only thing I could afford Juok is to breathe. Chan, who was standing next to the doctor, Guok asked if the guy's life was definitely not in danger. The doctor replied that he would live, but that at least 6 months of rehabilitation would be required before he could return to his hunting activities. Father couldn't even imagine that Damok is so tough, and it has made him angry. At this time, Adele helped Kurim bandage his wounds. The guy said that he already thought he was finished, but Adele told him not to be dramatic and jokingly hit him on the shoulder. In any case, she admitted that Kurim fought well, and at this time, Damok decided to talk to Soil about whether she had met people like them. She turned around and asked what exactly the guy meant. He replied that he was talking about those who work part-time for the gods. A doubt crept into his head that Leo Lux was one of them. In the magical world of Atlam, Vermit told that before Damok appeared, a god had already been there. For Soil, this was not proof, since any god that controlled the system could go there. But Damok suddenly added the most important thing. This god was from the USA. And it's very strange because what god can say that he is from the States? And Leo Lux is from there. Moreover, he was too fluent in Mana, a god who came to the magical world from the United States, an American who freely uses mana in the human world, where such a concept does not even exist. It's too perfect to be a simple coincidence, and Soil understood the guy, but it's still hard to conclude that Leo is like them. Damok asked why, because there were enough suspicions. Soil replied that they, humans, cannot explain how the god system is controlled, but it is obvious that in this world only two people can do this, she and Damok. The guy asked why the girl was so sure of this. She replied that he would find out everything when the time came. But for now, it was better for him to just trust her. Damok let out a disappointed sigh and decided to believe it, because these were Jew Soil's words. She is always right, and from the very beginning it was she who taught them the ways to prevent the war between the gods. But suddenly, the guy received a notification from the Hunters Association that in the area of the village of Hanuk, the C-class gate had been upgraded to S-class. The boys were surprised because it was in this village Damok fought with Leo Lux. The boy became worried about the hunter and decided to visit the village again. The situation there looked very dire. The gates enveloped the entire village in a terrible fog. Damok didn't even think that they would grow to such a size. But first he needs to take care of the monsters. Having passed by one of them, Damok destroyed it with a swing of his sword. But suddenly he heard a strange groaning and coughing behind him. It was a man who was running straight towards the guy. He fell right at his feet, and Damok asked what happened. And suddenly, the man grabbed the guy by the hand. His eyes were full of horror, and he said that they needed to run quickly. If they don't run away, the old man will destroy them all. Damok did not understand who this old man was, but something terrible was clearly happening in this fog. The guy had a bad feeling. What if a forgotten god came out of the gate? And here is the skill of intuition Damoka was expectedly activated. Thanks to him, the guy was able to dodge the unexpected attack, after which he decided to attack the monster behind him. He was able to destroy it, but suddenly noticed something strange. The tree branch-like monster began to regenerate, but they turned out to be more problematic than they seemed. So Damok decided to use the mana, even though he wanted to save it for the gate. However, before he could do anything, a bright blue light flashed in front of him. Damok immediately recognized these blue lightning bolts. From the clearing haze, Leo Lux appeared among the lightning. He immediately turned to Damoku, said that he still does not believe in his innocence. But now the priority is to stop the gate for the sake of humanity. So now they decided to put their differences aside and help the soldiers. They bravely defended the village and its inhabitants. One of them had already lost hope when he suddenly saw blue lightning. The monster in front of the soldier seemed to burn in blue magic. And then he went out. Leo ordered them to line up. The main thing is to close off the battlefield so that civilians are not harmed. Hunters who couldn't use mana had to aim for deadly spots. As Leo gave the order, she thought that not long ago, even the most dangerous gates were insignificant. And now they are more dangerous than dungeons, which means the world is getting worse and worse. They didn't have enough strength to hold off the monsters in the fog. They thrust their branches towards the villagers and grabbed them. These were young, innocent girls screaming for help. The branches enveloped them and carried them away into the fog. Leo, seeing this, already wanted to rush to help. But suddenly he saw in front of him Soil, who told him not to do anything stupid. Leo, more than anyone, should know that there is something incredibly dangerous in this fog. He replied that the fog was indeed uncomfortable and clearly dangerous. Well, even so, he couldn't leave civilians without protection. However, before he could finish speaking, he stood forward in surprise. He noticed Yu Damoka, who actively fought monsters to save the girls. Soil excitedly called out to him, calling him a fool. But the guy didn't care because he also wanted to save lives. He did this and freed the girl, but received a powerful blow and lost consciousness. After some time, he woke up, not understanding where he was. Perhaps it was a dimension related to the fog? There was a dark and unpleasant energy there, a feeling as if life was draining away. And suddenly he heard a voice out of nowhere calling him a funny little boy. Turning around, the guy saw an old man who asked where he had come from. Everything would be fine if intuition didn't signal death. It was the old man himself who, with his strength, immediately threw Damak aside. The boy guessed that it was him that the hunter was talking about. And although they had not yet fought, Damak felt the greatest danger. The old man laughed and said that the guy clearly hadn't heard of ethics, and then he aimed another writhing branch at him. They were like monsters trying to pierce Damoka, but the guy was not going to give up and cut off the branch with his sword. And then the old man laughed again and said that this boy was not like those children she had eaten before. It turned out to be an old woman who clearly liked the freshness of Damak. Well, he didn't want to give himself into her wooden paws. He cut them down one by one, making his way forward. But suddenly these paws began to grow out of the ground. Damak clearly did not expect such a setup and was captured. The branches began to squeeze him so tightly that he began to suffocate. The old woman came up to him and laughed again, saying that judging by his look, the guy didn't want to give up. He was indeed different from the others, so the old woman was eager to see his true face. A brave warrior, a child looking for his mother, a widow who has lost her husband, a hunter begging for his life. They all had the most amazing faces, and now they are trapped in these trees. The old woman was amused to watch them, then distorted inside by terrible emotions. And she looked forward to seeing what kind of face Damak would have. At that moment, guys, I was overcome with fear, and the system reported that his agility and strength had decreased. It felt like he was standing in front of the Asmodeus. And when the old woman stretched her terrible fingers towards the boy's face, he realized something. What she wants to do must not be allowed to happen under any circumstances. And suddenly a notification came that the application, the request he had responded to in the morning, was accepted. The guy was glad he had a reservation because he would now be moving to his part-time job. The old woman admitted that the boy was smart because he had a plan in advance. However, she was able to detain him and he did not evaporate in her hands. Damak looked at the old woman in fear as she told him not to dare think about escaping. From the moment she stepped onto this earth, death became an integral part of her, and that is why she is death. It was she who was the old woman of the underworld who wanted to see the true face Damoka. But suddenly the guy laughed in her face. Did she really think he would give in to her so easily? After which he activated the Akkadian flame. The old woman clearly did not expect this, looking at the fire in horror. Soon there was a fiery explosion, destroying the branches. But the old woman didn't care, since it was impossible to blow them up. The branches protected her, and the guy only increased her anticipation. His sweet little face seems to mock his own impotence. Well, Damak still got to his feet and said that it was all nonsense. He will never give up and will fight. The village will end if a monster like this old woman comes there. That's why the guy wasn't afraid of death now. He decided to stop the old woman at any cost and rush to attack. But she was only burning with pleasure to see this. She was eager to get his sweet face during the desperate struggle. So she launched branches at the boy, enveloping and piercing him. It was incredibly painful for Damak, but the old woman only laughed. She lifted the boy up and ordered him to look into her eyes. But he continued to look down and suddenly felt a light energy. Some female figure used it with the help of the power of the flower paradise. The old woman's branches suddenly weakened and let go of the boy. The old woman turned around angrily and asked what the woman was doing here. But she replied that in their day, young people have no concept of time. They can't even keep up with their work schedule at their part-time job. The old woman was furious because this woman had come again to steal her child. She began to scream for her to give it back to her and pointed her branches at the goddess. But she just smiled and told the old woman to calm down, because she looked like a madwoman. She used the fallen flowers skill, and all the branches stopped in an instant. And then she added that she would no longer allow the old woman to break the laws of nature. Yes, she was furious when she looked at her withering hands. The goddess ordered her to go to the underworld, and she began to disappear. She was angry and screaming because she was interrupted and promised to return. But it seemed that the goddess didn't care, because the old woman was no longer there. She waved it off and said that it would be better if she didn't come out again. And now all her attention switched to Damak. The guy was unconscious, but the goddess was glad that she was not late. The wounds were large and the goddess took pity on the boy and began healing. Suddenly someone behind called Damak, and the goddess said that it was time for her to go. She took a branch of a flowering tree out of her pocket. After placing it on the guy's chest, she disappeared, saying that they would see each other again. At that moment, Soil, Kurim, and Adel ran up to the guy and carried him home. So Damak was saved by his employer, Grandmother Samshin, a goddess who protects babies and whom Damak was supposed to help with paperwork. However, fate turned out differently, and Damak woke up at home with a sore head. The first thing he saw was Ju Soil standing in front of him. She was unhappy that the guy didn't listen to her, but she was glad that everything worked out. Damak had a poor memory of what happened, and the girl replied that they found him in the fog. The guy was surprised that he was alone, because he met an old woman from the afterlife. She was incredibly strong and almost destroyed him without even laying a finger on him. Soil responded in surprise that this old woman was a forgotten god with power equal to Asmodeus. Even among Korean gods, she is one of the most dangerous, so the fact that the guy survived is incredible. And then Damak unexpectedly apologized to the girl for imagining himself to be too strong and even breaking the system window. Hearing this, Soil looked at Damak with anger and asked how this happened. He replied that the old woman had broken his window, and this made Soil furious. Now it gave an error, but the girl's face looked scarier. She explained that the system is a protocol that spans all dimensions, created by the primordial mother for the sake of harmony of all living things. She had never heard of the system breaking down. It urgently needs to be fixed, but the question is how? By magic or divine power? Damak had already decided to calm the girl down, but she suddenly remembered Hephaestus and realized that this was their chance. It turned out that God was absent due to an urgent business trip, and it was not at the right time. And then suddenly a female voice was heard, coming from a branch standing in a jar. The voice said that her thoughts were contained in flowers, so she shouldn't be surprised and should listen. If a guy tidies up her flower garden, she'll fix his system. Suddenly, Damak unexpectedly said that he felt the energy that he felt before his death from the old woman. But the voice suggested meeting and discussing everything, and then warned that the guys might get dizzy. After which all of them, and even Adele and Kurim, who were sleeping on the floor, teleported to another world. They found themselves in a beautiful place full of flowers. Adele, still half asleep, asked where they were, and Damak replied that they were here. Suddenly, a female voice was heard behind them, saying that it was very beautiful here. The boy turned around and saw a woman who greeted them in her flower garden. Damak recognized her energy because he felt it in the fog. The woman laughed and said that it was indeed she, Grandma Samshin. Damak immediately thanked her for saving him, and Kurim added that she looked like a schoolgirl. And then, to Damak's embarrassment, he asked if she was really a granny cosplayer. He walked up to Samshin, called her little, and asked her to play somewhere else because they had things to do. But the girl replied that she was Grandma Samshin and was glad that she had chosen happy and healthy children. Kurim didn't believe it, saying that it was definitely cosplay, and the girl moved her head. But suddenly Damak jumped up and began to apologize for his priest. He said that Kurim was not all right, but suddenly Adele appeared behind him, asking if this little girl was really Grandma Samshin. Damak almost fell into the ground from shame because of his priests. But Samshin felt that Adele was from another world. It was surprising, but she didn't take offense at all and said that it was time to get to work. They were now in a flower garden for little girls entering a new life. Their task was to water the flowers, and Adele really enjoyed this task because it relaxed her so much. Kurim exhaled tiredly and told Grandma to finish and tell him where the water is. Damak told the boy to watch his language, but the granny was not offended and said that everyone should go up the mountain with a jug. Having climbed this huge rock, you need to collect water and go down. But the mountain that Damak pointed to turned out to be the mountain where Samshin's house stood, and the one where they needed to collect water was even higher. She was next to the Zelkova tree, which was insanely high even for a god. However, by evening they were still able to reach the summit. The children's joy knew no bounds, as did their fatigue. Damak thought it would be easy, but it turned out to be the opposite. And then the voice of Mrs. Samshin, sitting on a tree branch, was heard, who said that there is nothing easy in the world, especially when it comes to repairing such an item, because this requires at least some effort. After this, Samshin came down from the branch and told me to follow her. It soon became dark, and the boys reached the gloomy staircase. As they climbed up it, Samshin explained that watering the garden was of great importance. With their own hands, they purify the souls of newborn children. And this is similar to the rotation of the wheel of samsara. Damak could barely hear what she was saying, as he had been fiddling with water all day, but Samshin replied that it would be his karma. She told him to get up quickly since the guy was already barely dragging himself up the stairs. Suddenly he saw a lake, the water in which had recently been ordinary but was now sparkling. Samshin replied that this meant that the child had received a certificate and told the boy to go into the water. He was surprised and even scared because the water was shining too brightly. But Samson replied that the guy was talking too much and pushed him into the water. He dived in and closed his eyes in surprise. And when I opened it, I realized that it could breathe and everything around was dry. Looking around, he realized that he had already been in this place after the battle with Asmodeus. There were puzzles and a starry sky all around, but how was this place connected to the pond? And now, in the air, in addition to puzzles and stars, flower petals appeared. Damak was surprised and felt the presence of Grandma Samson in this. And suddenly one of the petals began to shine too brightly, after which it deformed and turned into a huge puzzle. The missing pieces began to fit together. They shone and formed something greater. And then Mrs. Samson appeared. She stood in front of Damak, who had turned into a child. She said that everything in this world is parents, and handed the boy a flower. It contains the essence of all 3,000 worlds. The boy's eyes lit up with surprise, like the eyes of a child. He asked if he could take such beautiful flowers. Samson patted the boy on the head and said that of course it was possible. She smiled as she looked at little Damak, whose eyes soon closed. When he opened them, he was already his age again. He lay in the same clearing where he had appeared and saw Samson. She told the guy to come to his senses quickly and get up. Getting up, Damak asked what he had just seen. But Samson replied that she didn't understand what he was talking about and told him to go check the system. It turned out that it was fixed, and even new features were added to it. Since the guy encountered the memory of the beginning, from now on he can view the memories of his past life. Without thinking twice, the intrigued guy pressed the start button for past life recordings. There were about 1868 of them, but only one memory was available so far. Damak decided to look at it later and turned to Mrs. Samson. He thanked her for saving him and fixing his system. Samson smiled and replied that the boy had indeed grown up well. And then she said what she did or what she should have done. Now it was time for them to return, and she still had a gift for Damak. And so she handed the guy a small mug of tea. It was made from a herb that blooms only in the underworld and gives the will to overcome fear. Damak drank it and said that it tasted so-so, but Samson said that the old woman from beyond the grave never lets go of her prey. The boy will have to show courage to meet this evil face-to-face again. He felt that something in his soul had become stronger, but it was not enough, since his heart was still squeezed with fear. Then he decided to ask Samson, who was already giving Adele some more tea, for some more tea. She looked at the guy and said that she understood that he was worried that this would not be enough, but this is in vain, since 2 cups of tea will not give you even more strength. Samson was truly sorry that she couldn't help more, but Damak said that everything was fine. He felt awkward and sincerely thanked Samson. Well, he got a new notification about a part-time job. Subjugate a jellyfish on the island of the Gorgon, by order of Elia. If you cut off the Medusa's head, your resistance to fear will increase significantly, and Elia will reward you with Perseus's shield. This was what Damak needed, but then someone grabbed him by the ear. It was Juice Soil, who was clearly unhappy about something. She looked angrily at the guy and called him a fool, starting to scream. Why did he decide to act alone again without thinking about the consequences and those who care about him so much? Maybe he doesn't care whether he dies or not, but they all worry about him. Then why is he so selfish? Listening to all these screams of Soil, Damak only said an apology, but the girl only became more angry. And then Damak fell on his knees in front of her and sincerely apologized for making a mistake. But the order with the jellyfish is not bad. You just need to prepare for it. And Soil began consulting their small team on how to destroy the jellyfish. You need to prepare 3 things. To move to the island of Gargan, you need wings, Hermes boots. Second, an invisibility helmet that will allow you to approach the jellyfish unnoticed. Third, a mirror shield that allows you to defeat a jellyfish without looking it in the eye. They will get a mirror shield for part-time work. Invisibility helmets can be obtained in the magical world, so this is for Sharon. And lastly, Hermes boots. There is always a shortage of workers there, so one more person wouldn't hurt. That's why Damak and Kurim will go there together. When they arrived at the right place, they were surprised by the chaos around them. It was like a big post office where chaos reigned. A bunch of letters were flying in the air and the workers did not have time to send them. The size of this place really impressed Damak and Kurim. And then, in the midst of this chaos, a friendly voice of a guy was heard. He greeted and thanked Hermes for his attention to the mail. He hung in the air and introduced himself as the guy's boss for the day. But he warned that today was a busy day, but Damak replied that they were hardworking and would cope with everything. The main thing is that they were awarded flying boots. And the boss replied that his motto is honesty and trust, so he said to get to work. After which he dumped a huge pile of letters next to him and tried his best to meet the deadline. The guys certainly didn't expect to see such a scale of work, but there was nothing to be done. And then, in the midst of their work, Ares unexpectedly approached them, glad to see an old friend, and offered him a sparring match. Damok smiled and replied that he was a little busy, and offered his priest as a partner to the god. And while they were having fun, Damok went to deliver letters. He brought one of them to some gloomy, dark castle. It was Hades' castle in the underworld, and the god was clearly surprised. He incinerated the letter in the boy's hands with one glance and ordered him to leave. But then Damok said that this letter was for Persona, and Hades' face distorted. His wife immediately appeared next to him and kindly asked him to come over and talk. Whatever cruel fate awaited Ada, Damok had to continue working. By evening, he had finished almost all the letters. All the gods received their letters except one. Only Prometheus, the god of prophecy, remained on the top of the Caucasus Mountains. After some time, the guy was finally able to climb up there. He would have been incredibly happy about this, if not for one thing. A whole flock of eagles circled over the mountain and looked terrifying. And at that moment, a new fragment of memory opened up for Damok. There was no time to watch it, as Prometheus appeared before him and Kurim. This is what brought back to mind episode 1002, the prophecy of Prometheus. And this process could not be stopped. The viewing of memories began. They began with the destruction of Asmodeus and Damok's acquisition of numerous skills. He defeated enemies he thought were impossible to defeat. The guy fought desperately for his life, tirelessly, and achieved great success. But in the end, Damok still failed. Even in this life, he could not destroy him. However, it was possible to receive an important clue from the god of prophecy. Even though the body is crumbling and memories are fading, one must remember the name in the prophecy, Pandora. Remembering him, Damok's body stopped obeying him, and Kurim noticed this. The guy assured that he was fine, but he only remembered the vision. He destroyed Asmodeus, but who couldn't he defeat even in 1002 lives? We need to find out who Pandora is, but first Damok gave the letter to Prometheus. His hands were cuffed, so he told the boy to read the letter. There they addressed the dissolute descendant of the Titans, who was bound forever for the sin he had committed. And yet he did not realize his guilt. And then Prometheus told the guy to stop. He didn't want to listen anymore. He already knew what was written there. A request to think about the past and apologize. After reading further, Damok realized that this was indeed the case. Therefore, Prometheus said that if Damok had everything, then he could go. Otherwise, God already looks like a laughingstock to everyone. But Damok couldn't just leave him. This undeserved punishment once again activated Damok's sense of justice, and he used self-healing. Because he chose to use the skill on Prometheus, his strength was halved. But God was still shocked and asked what this child was doing. Damok looked Prometheus in the eyes and replied that he was healing him. God said that he was a sinner. And did the guy understand what he was doing, but he was calm. Prometheus is a god who acted for the sake of humanity, and if the price of this was eternal pain and ridicule, then his sacrifice was not for people but for animals. That is why Damok expressed his minimal respect, because Prometheus is a god who deserves it. God was clearly not ready to hear this, as he stared at the boy in surprise. He thought Damok had gone crazy, but he replied that he just liked people too. Prometheus smiled after all and called Damok a weirdo. He asked who he was, and the guy introduced himself as the god of swords. And then a dissatisfied Kurim appeared behind the guy, who already wanted to finish as soon as possible. Prometheus was surprised to see an ordinary man there, but Damok explained that this was his priest. Prometheus said that in this world it can be very dangerous for the weak. The undisciplined Kurim immediately exploded and shouted that he was not a weakling. He called the surprised Prometheus an old man, for which he received a slap in the face from Damok. Kurim asked why Damok was beating him, but he shouted that the ill-mannered boy didn't even understand who he was standing in front of. Looking at their childish quarrels, Prometheus was surprised that the gods could now get along with human priests. The world has changed, and if she had been born in this era, the same thing could have happened to her. Damok suddenly listened to Prometheus's monologue. He was interested in who he was talking about. Then he turned to God and asked if it was about Pandora. Prometheus asked in surprise how the guy knew about her. But he replied that it was hard not to know about her, and even Kurim heard about Pandora's box. Prometheus could not even imagine what had happened in the world while he was here, since he had not heard anything about the box. He asked Damok to tell him what he knew, and the boy agreed. Then God told him about Pandora. She is human but looks like a god and is the first woman born in the blessing. She was gifted with all the talents and beauty by the gods and became the wife of Epimetheus, the younger brother of Prometheus. Later, out of curiosity, she caused a terrible disaster. But at the same time, Prometheus was in love with her. She did not listen to Prometheus's prophecy, and Damok asked to tell about it. And then God realized that the guy was only there because of the prophecy. He replied that he was indeed interested in it, but that his help to Prometheus was also sincere. God realized that Damok was not lying and smiled, continuing the story. Until now, he had been imprisoned for millennia and had his flesh eaten by eagles. But that was not as painful as the future that was to come. But now God is tired, and perhaps it would be nice to share this pain with Damok. So he decided to tell about Pandora's prophecy. Soon the boys said goodbye to Prometheus and headed back. Kurim whined about his tiredness and asked why they didn't use the teleport. But Damok was only thinking about finishing his part-time job and getting Hermes' boots. In addition, I found memories from a past life and heard the prophecy of Prometheus. Pandora's box, which everyone knows will cause a catastrophe, although it has not yet been opened. Damok didn't know what this meant, but he was sure that he needed Pandora, and for now all that remained was to settle the formalities. He told the indignant Kurim not to interfere and to wait so as not to do anything stupid. But Kurim wouldn't be himself if he didn't become interested in the screams behind him. Postal workers surrounded the girl who was holding the parcel and would not give it back. It was her parcel that she came to pick up herself, but the workers insisted on delivering it with all the others. One of them realized that the girl was most likely a young god and decided to take the package away. Well, then a smiling Kurim appeared and said that this world is no different from the human one. The worker immediately pounced on the guy and asked who he dared to make fun of. But the second worker said that the insignificant man was not worth their attention. Kurim got seriously angry and already started to take out his sword. He already wanted to show what a person is capable of, but he remembered Damok's request not to get into trouble. So he hid the sword and said that there was nothing to take from these fools anyway. But then one of the workers laughed and said that the guy was simply too weak. He had already started to say something about his mama's boy when Kurim's sword hung over him. A few seconds later, he dealt with the workers, who clearly regretted what they had said. Kurim grinned and advised them to thank him, since he didn't even draw his sword. But suddenly, one of the workers looked angrily at the guy and took the whistle. He decided to show what happens to a person when he finds himself in the world of gods. A whistle was heard, which brought many workers, who were lower gods, running. Kurim understood that it would be difficult for him now, but the worker only grinned. His willfulness had backfired again, and now he was definitely in trouble. What he feared most was Damok's reaction, and he almost died from there when he appeared behind him. Damok grabbed the boy and asked him what he was going to do, because he had told him not to get into trouble. Kurim whined and decided to explain the situation, pointing to the girl with whom the workers were arguing. He insisted that he just wanted to protect her, and that it wasn't his fault. Well, the evil worker pounced right on the boy who talked too much. However, Damok simply put out his hand and stopped the attacker's blow. He said there were too many eyes around, so he would raise his own priest. But the worker said that here no one cares about anyone else. The main thing is fast mail delivery, and now they will show the speed of their attacks. They all ran into Damoka, but he only sighed in irritation, after which he activated his power and created a shockwave around himself. The workers were thrown to the sides and could not believe such force. And then one of them recognized the swordsman in lion armor, calling him the hooligan Damok. Someone remembered that this guy fought Hades last time. The workers began to whisper that this was the very same impudent god. Damok didn't like this and asked who dared to humiliate him like that. But a girl who was collecting her mail appeared behind him and said, "Enough," causing a pile of dust to fall on him. At first, Damok didn't realize what had happened, but then he looked at the girl. He started yelling at her, but she said that the packaging of her product was torn because of Damok's sword. He replied that, on the contrary, he wanted to help, but the girl said that she did not need help. Therefore, if the goods are damaged, Damok will be held responsible for it. The guy thought that all the little ones were so impudent, but the girl introduced herself as Elia, although Damok did not ask her. At first, he waved it off, and then something seemed to click in his head. She is his employer, who asked him to destroy the jellyfish. In any case, Elia said that she still wanted to meet Damok. She asked if he would accept her part-time job. Damok was surprised because he didn't even apply, so how did the girl know who he was? Elia told Damok to go to another place and talk there. So they found themselves in the courtyard of a beautiful palace. Elia explained that she was a fortune teller, so she knew everything. But for Damok, such a number of prophets in this world was already too much. But Elia insisted that she was telling the truth, whether the guy believed her or not. But now it's time to move on to making a plan to catch and destroy the jellyfish. Aaliyah practically made up her mind to accept this part-time job, and so Damok realized that she really was a prophet. He agreed, and Elia said that first of all, one must be able to fly stably in the sky. The guy said that he had just received the Hermes boots, but the girl replied that it was still not that easy. Without natural talent, it will take at least a year to master high skills, otherwise you can easily become food for the sirens. For stable flight, you first need the wings of Icarus. Damoka was interested in their cost, and Elia replied that it was about 2,000 Hermes, which was very expensive. Damok was already frantically thinking of another way in his head. And then a really good idea came to his mind. He turned to Elia and said that they could pay in her name. Looks like a guy has figured out a way to fly without wings Icarus. It would come out to about 100, and the goddess didn't mind, but she's not a very famous god, so her name isn't valuable. But Damok insisted on the purchase, and the goddess decided, although for that much one cannot buy even a lower power. However, she warned that if things went wrong, she would do to him what he had to do to the jellyfish. Be it contrary to her expectations, it turned out that the talent for flying was enough. Damok flew into the sky, not understanding why the gods insisted on strength when talents were so good. He bought a talent for flying and could now move freely through the sky. Aaliyah was surprised that the guy mastered this talent in just a few minutes. Moreover, he was able to fly insanely fast. The goddess noticed that this Damok is really cool, feeling a presence from behind, and she asked if this was true. Do Soil, who quietly crept up on the girl. She threatened Elia with a weapon and asked who she was. The girl turned around, introduced herself, and said that she was glad to meet the regressor, Jo Soil. Jo Soil was surprised because she remembered all 1869 of her past lives. Thanks to this, she did not forget most of the gods she had met, although there are many in the world whose names are still unknown, and this strange girl Elia is one of them. But these are only those who have no connection with Yu Damakom. The old woman from the underworld broke the system. Because of this, Soil ended up in the flower garden of Samshi's grandmother. This was all a first for Jo Soil. That's why she attacked Elia. The order was different, but in the end she met them. But Elia is different from them. She has the strength to repel Soil's attacks. But despite this, the girl never heard her name. There were not even rumors about this suspicious girl. Besides, she knows that Jo Soil is a regressor, so she must destroy this suspicious Elijah. And when she was about to deliver the final blow, someone's voice interrupted them. An airspace immediately appeared between them, cut in half. It was Yu Damok, who told the girls to calm down and talk. Soil stepped aside and the guy immediately followed her. The atmosphere was heavy and he didn't understand what had happened. It was the first time he saw his girlfriend so excited. What could have happened to her, and to Elia, who told him to destroy the jellyfish and disappeared? Was she an evil god in the past or now? But Slull replied that she didn't know this girl. But Damok didn't understand why she attacked her then? But Soil replied that she didn't know herself and that it wasn't like her. It was the first time the guy had seen such an expression on her face, although she always looks calm. Now she didn't say anything, and the guy already thought that he was interfering in vain. But then he decided that he had to do everything in his power. Otherwise, he would not be able to overcome his fear. He said he knew Elia was suspicious, but if he didn't increase his fear resistance right away, it would become more difficult in the future. That was why Damok decided to work part-time for her, and Soil knew it. You can't refuse a part-time job just because the customer is suspicious. Ragnarok will come in 6 months, but Damok still apologized to the girl for his recklessness. He asked if Soil was okay, but she replied that she was always okay and told the guy to mind his own business. She then handed Damok the invisibility helmet and the mirror shield. She turned to the guy and said with a smile that she would wait for him to get home from his part-time job. When the girl returned home, she decided to contact other gods. Perfesona also didn't know anything about Elijah, which is what Soil had assumed. Exhaling, she fell onto the bed and stared at the ceiling. But then a message came again from the performances that pushed Soil into a relationship again. She introduced them to Damok and said that Soil was simply jealous of him. The relationship between the two friends was so close. Damok was right when he saw Soil's friendship bracelet, and not even a year had passed since then. Soil felt like it was going on forever. Maybe all this is due to the endless repetition of past lives? How many more times will she have to live the same life? To be honest, the girl was very tired of losing her comrades and the destruction of the world. This happened every time, and she was overcome with loneliness and pangs of conscience because of her helplessness. She could never save the world, so she wanted to escape this crazy cycle. She had a very heavy burden and she just wanted to live without knowing anything. These thoughts often ate at her, so she activated the dragon's power, Soulless. She suppressed all emotional flows at least for a while. And, wiping away her tears, Soil stood up and realized that she couldn't waste time on useless emotions. She must do everything possible, because Udamok is the only one who can get rid of the Eye of the Abyss and destroy it. And if she helps him with it this time, she can finally die forever. And while she was pondering such difficult questions, Damak was already on the island. There was a dense and gloomy forest, but Elia led him along and was absolutely calm. Damak asked why they landed here if they could have flown straight to the jellyfish. But the girl replied that they needed to hide their presence as much as possible. Then Damak said that they had better rest, since he would be exhausted before the fight. But Elia told him to stop pretending and keep walking. And while the guy was thinking that there was absolutely nothing cute about the girl, they reached a dark thicket. Elia whispered that they had finally found the jellyfish's lair. Before they were noticed, they had to act quietly, and the girl gestured where to go. But Damak did not listen to her and used the shield and invisibility helmet to move forward with lightning speed. He was getting closer and closer to the girl who was the jellyfish, and then he cut it with his sword without any effort. In his mind, he apologized to the jellyfish because he himself had no grudge against her. There are circumstances that require him to destroy her. But then Ilia's voice was heard, asking why Damak was in such a hurry. It turned out that it wasn't a jellyfish, and Damak was surprised, because the girl herself said to destroy her. But it turned out that Damak simply did not understand the gesture that Elia showed. And then someone's hand grabbed the girl, destroyed by Damak, and a voice said that the jellyfish had two sisters, immortal monsters that devour fear, snake deities. They were called the Gorgon sisters, and now a real jellyfish has appeared, drawn by the delicious smell of man. However, Damak seemed to disappear and was not noticed. The snake girl didn't understand where the human scent had gone. And then a female voice addressed her and asked why she was making so much noise. It was a girl named Sefno with snakes on her head, who slept too sweetly. She was unhappy about waking up, but Eurile, the first snake girl, cried out that someone was trying to get through to them. Sefno smiled and said that no one in their right mind would bother them, but Eurile convinced her that this was not so. Then, Sefno said that this could be checked. She used her special vision and found the hiding fugitive. Because of this, the helmet's invisibility mode was disabled. The guy realized it was time to run away. He used the wind race skill and started running. However, Sefno smiled and licked her lips after him. For her, sneaking up on ladies was mean, so it was time to use snakes. She ordered them to capture Damak. The same one was agile and was able to jump over the snake's attacks. But then a fist suddenly appeared in front of his nose. It was Uriel, whose blow the boy barely dodged. The girl shouted that the boy looked delicious. She wanted to split the guy up so it would be easier to eat him. But he defended himself and attacked the snake, telling it to move away. But he underestimated the power of Uriali, who released snakes on him from behind. Because of this, Damak called Snow White for help. After that, he attacked all the snakes behind him. But there were too many snakes and they all attacked. Then Damak used the skill cutting through the waves to hit all the snakes at once. This was surprising even to Sefno. Damak was able to split her in half along with the snakes, but she smiled. And then suddenly the snakes began to recover, growing new heads. Damak was disappointed because he had put in so much divine power and there was no damage. And Sefno replied that she had not experienced such pleasure since she became immortal. She attacked the guy again so that he would make her feel pain with his attacks once again. It didn't take long to persuade Damak and he jumped up. And at that moment, Urieli appeared next to him to attack. The guy barely dodged, thinking, "Where is Elia?" He had already used up a lot of magical power during the flight to the island. But now there is no other choice. We will have to use the technique of white ice and black flame. At this time, Elia felt everything but did not appear. At the last moment, she flew out from behind cover, attracting attention. She noticed that the snakes were unbridled and said that the island had excellent land. Real black soil, fertilized with everything possible, was easy to dig up. Then Elia decided to check if immortals die in the ground. Even Damak shouted that this girl was crazy, but he didn't have time to do anything. The girl directed a bunch of energy downwards, and an explosion occurred. So the snakes ended up under a thick layer of earth. Damak looked at Elia and said that she could have warned him. She was surprised because if you want to deceive an enemy, first deceive an ally. But now it's time to hurry because soon the snakes will crawl out safe and sound. Damak was surprised because it would be difficult to survive after something like that. But Elia replied that if Damak survived, then they did too. But now the guy needs to destroy the jellyfish, which is weaker than those snakes. And Elia will hold them back for as long as possible, while Damak needs to bring the head of Medusa. Walking into the clearing, the guy saw a girl who was talking to a butterfly. She sat on a rock by the pond, and Damak had no doubt. It was a jellyfish. He put up a shield and used his invisibility cap to sneak up. But as he got closer, he saw a very beautiful girl in the reflection. She was sweet in appearance and did not have snake hair. She didn't even have a tail, just normal legs. But Damak's feelings and intuition were silent. But he doubted that this girl was a jellyfish. But the guy decided to put his doubts aside. He feels uncomfortable only because the jellyfish looks like a human. But in reality, she is a monster. So Damak decided to destroy her with one blow. So the boy swung his sword and struck. But the earth shook and he missed, hearing a cry of pain. This all happened because of snakes that came out at the wrong time. Damak's invisibility mode immediately lifted, and the jellyfish stared at him with tears in her eyes. But the guy decided to finish her off while she still didn't understand anything, and swung his sword again. The girl screamed in fear and began to beg not to kill her, and Damak did not kill. But his sword stopped annoyingly next to the Medusa's face. She was shaking with fear, crying and asking not to touch her. Damak looked at her and could not allow himself to continue the attack. This girl is too defenseless and doesn't even resist. Does he really have to destroy her? What's the difference between Damak and the forgotten gods trying to bring about Ragnarok? This is comparable to those scumbags who don't care whether something is good or evil. Those gods destroyed everything for their purpose. And now Damak was behaving in exactly the same way, and this realization was terrible. So now he decided not to do the same. He cannot destroy an innocent creature no matter how hard he tries. And this jellyfish looks too harmless, so Damak froze in front of it, not knowing what to do. At this time, the snakes fought with Elia, who used necromancy against them. This even surprised Euryale, but she is stronger than these skeletons. That's why she decided to finish off the impudent girl now. But this did not happen as the fire pushed her away. It was Damak who fired a fireball at Euryale, so he protected Elia from her power by confining the snake to a wall of fire. And then he came down and apologized to Elia for being late. She was happy to see support in the form of a guy. She asked why it took him so long to complete an easy task. From the fire came the worried voice of Euryale, asking if they had really destroyed her sister. She got angry, not understanding why no one would leave them alone. It was her little sister who couldn't even crush a bug. Euryale's rage knew no bounds, but Elia was already ready to respond to the attack. The ground beneath our feet began to shake again. Elia was able to erect a sand wall between them. Euryale decided to break through this wall and end it. But immediately after that, she came across a club. Damak used an old weapon to attack the snake, but she managed to hit Damak, scratching her cheek. Euryale looked at the boy's pitiful weapon and asked if he was giving up already. Going with a club against an immortal being is madness. But then the guy hit her again and the snake fell. Damak said that you shouldn't rely only on immortality and not dodge attacks. And then Sepho appeared, worried about her friend. She immediately directed her snakes at Damak, but he easily fought off their attacks. But the snakes were unaffected, perhaps because they were part of the hair. They instantly recovered even if they were cut. The guy's stamina might be running out, so he decided to create a magic arrow. It was a new method that finally worked and destroyed the snakes around. The arrow transformed into a magical dagger, swinging through the air. Damak created many daggers, deciding to defeat the snakes with numbers. Then he took a step forward and lunged at Sephno. Her snake-shaped hair was cut off by a bunch of flying daggers. Sephno became scared and began to retreat, shouting at the guy to leave. But that sweet and scared face didn't work on him anymore. He dealt Sephno a powerful blow, creating a shockwave across the entire island. Such a blow became cancerous even for an immortal being. Although Damak had no intention of destroying the girl, someone's voice stopped him. It was a jellyfish, trembling with fear, asking the guy to stop. She didn't understand why everyone was doing this to them when they had done nothing wrong. Seeing the jellyfish, Elia immediately covered her eyes with her hands. She asked Damak why she was still alive and ordered her to be destroyed. Damak put up a shield where the girl's frightened face was reflected. He thought she had run away, but she came to save the sisters, saying that Damak was a good person. He didn't destroy her, so she begged him to stop and didn't want them to continue to suffer because of her. And now Damak could no longer restrain himself and turned to Elia, because she knew what a jellyfish really was. But she still wanted to destroy this sweet girl, but it seemed that Elijah didn't care. Damak had already taken the advance payment, so she demanded that he complete the task. Damak fell silent and then decided to ask the jellyfish something so that she would give an honest answer. Does her ability to turn people into stone only work on people? But she replied that it was not so. Her power works on any living creature. But Damok asked why then the bird the girl was playing with didn't turn to stone. But the jellyfish herself didn't know because she had simply been taking care of him since he fell out of the nest. Then the chick got so scared that he bit her finger and even left a scar. Elia couldn't stand this boring chatter any longer. She told Udamok not to waste time because he needed to resist fear. So he needed to get rid of the jellyfish, and the guy understood that. He apologized to the jellyfish and raised his club over her.